Hi, welcome back guys. This is your sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Naruto Faced Gaara's Bloodlust? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. A wild-looking brown-haired woman with a 3-month-old baby in a snuggly and an aging man in red and white robes peered down at a sleeping blonde infant with whisker marks. Beside her sat a large black dog that was missing an eye and an ear. "Is this him?" the woman asked as she picked up the babe, careful as not to wake him. "Yes, this is the boy you are going to raise," replied the old man. The woman named Sum quirked an eyebrow at the statement. "Forgive the question, Lord Hokage, but why of all people would you choose me to raise this particular boy?" she queried. Hiruzen Sarutobi chuckled. "My dear Sum, I understand you are still mourning the loss of your husband, but the boy is an orphan and the Kyuubi's jailer. With most of the village still reeling from the loss of their loved ones, they'll be crying for blood. The last thing we need is the boy to be ostracized by his own community. He needs a mother and—" His voice dropped to a whisper. It was stated in the Fourth's will that his son be raised in a loving family should anything happen to him or his wife. Sum's eyes widened. "The boy is Minato and Kushina's son?" she gasped. She squinted at the whiskered face cradled against her. "Now that you mention it, he does bear a striking resemblance to good old Yandi, bless his soul. Without the whisker marks, he looks a lot like a mini Minato." "All true," nodded the old man. "But keep this information an S-class secret. Majority of the village does not know that the Namikaze clan still lives on. Aside from you and me, the only other people to know of the boy's true lineage and condition are Hayashi Hyuga, the Ino Shikacho trio, Mikoto Uchiha, and Shibi Aburame, and they all have sworn to secrecy even to their own families. Jiraiya, being present at the time of the sealing, already knows the whole story. Don't breathe a word about this to the village and the other clans. If IWA ever finds out that the Yellow Flash had a son, we may as well be in for the Fourth Great Shinobi War." "I understand," Sum answered. "But one thing still bothers me. Why of all people did you choose me to be Mini Minato's mother? Why not Yoshino? Or Mikoto? Or—" Sarutobi chuckled again. "Sum, the reason I chose you is because I feel that you are the best kind of mother there is. You appear tough, but you are fair and you love your children dearly. Yoshino, as sweet as she is, has the tendency to be a bit of a nag, and though Mikoto means well, she is the sort that babies and coddles her children. Minato would be turning in his grave were his son to grow up into a henpecked rebel or a spoiled brat." Sum blushed at the compliment on her maternal skills. "Of course, Lord Hokage. With you as my witness, I pledge upon the Inuzuka name that I will raise this pup as if he was my own." Her normally severe expression softened as she gazed at the infant cradled in her arms. "Welcome to the family, Minato Jr." she cooed. "Actually," Sarutobi corrected rather light-heartedly, "his name is Naruto." Sum quirked an eyebrow. "Like the fish cake?" She snickered a bit. "Leave it to Minato to name his offspring after a ramen topping. I swear, if he hadn't met Kushina, that goofball would have married the world's biggest bowl of ramen." "Actually, he was named after the protagonist in Jiraiya's first book," Sarutobi said. "It may have not appealed to the general public, but its story seemed to have been dynamic enough to inspire Minato and Kushina." He handed her a sheaf of papers. "Anyway, before you leave here are Naruto's adoption papers and an edited copy of his birth certificate." Sum gave the papers a suspicious look. "Edited birth certificate?" "Yes," the third replied. "For Naruto's safety. We can't go trouncing about announcing that we have the Fourth's legacy now, can we? Heaven knows what IWA would do if they ever found out that the feared Yellow Flash had a son. For the moment, the late Ichiro and Yum Hasegawa will be acknowledged as Naruto's parents. Not to worry though, I have the original copy and Minato and Kushina's wedding certificate. When he is ready, we will reveal his true heritage." "I see," said the Inuzuka matriarch, taking the documents. "Well then, if there's nothing more to discuss, I'll be taking my leave now, Lord Hokage." "Very well, Sum," Sarutobi replied. "I wish you the best of luck, and may the will of fire continue to burn brightly within you and your clan. As Inuzuka walked down the streets of Konoha, she peered down at the baby sleeping peacefully in her arms. Naruto Inuzuka, she mused, smiling at the child. A wonderful name for my wonderful new son. 2 years later. It was another normal day in the Inuzuka household. Or at least what was normal by Inuzuka standards. Hana, now 7, was about to begin her first day at the academy. Just as she was about to step out, her brothers, Naruto and Kiba, caught sight of her and began clamoring to tag along. If Hana go, we go too, babbled the two boys. Kiba, Naruto, you can't go to school yet, Hana said as she tried to pry the toddlers off her. Naruto looked up at her with big puppy dog eyes. Why not? Because you're too little, came the simple reply. Naruto not little, declared the blonde. Me big boy. You just no let us go, 'cause you meanie, declared Kiba. Hana's patience began to wear thin. Look, I don't really have the time for this. I gotta go, okay? I'll take you to school with me someday, just not now. She finally pried her brothers off and hurried to school. Hana no go. Naruto bawled. We wanna go too. Wah! Kiba wailed. He picked up a building block and hurled it at the door. The ensuing noise had Sum and her canine partner Kuramaru running into the room. What's going on here? She asked. What's with the tears, pups? Naruto sniffled and hiccuped. We wanna go why, Hana, but Hana meanie and she go but we no go. She said we too little. Kiba pouted. Sum gathered both boys into a hug. I don't think you're too little, she said in a motherly tone. She kissed them both on the forehead. Because you're my two big boys. So we can go why, Hana? Naruto asked hopefully. Even better, said Sum. Suit up, pups, 'cause we're going to the park. At the park, the boys were supervised by the watchful eyes of Sum and her canine partner, Kuramaru. While the two boys frolicked in the grass, the Inuzuka clan head took the time to assess her children. Hana, her eldest, was the only daughter. After losing her father in such an early age, she was always in a hurry to grow up. Also acted as if she was more mature than what she was supposed to be, causing her to sometimes be annoyed by her brother's childish antics. Kiba, her biological son, was older than Naruto by 3 months. He was a wild little spitfire who constantly got into trouble. Looking back, Sum chuckled at the memory of Kiba when he chased after a puppy, only to get stuck in its kennel. It took some axle grease and the help of Shikaku Nara and Chusa Akimichi to get him out. Finally, there was Naruto, her youngest and adopted son. He was always cheerful and energetic. In some ways he was like Kiba, but where Kiba was very wild, Naruto was somewhat more behaved. Unfortunately, that did not mean that he did not make his share of mischief. In fact, both Kiba and Naruto were practically inseparable. One was never without the other. It was also apparent that wherever the two boys went, trouble was sure to follow. Kuramaru's voice broke the silence. They grow up so fast, don't they? Sum sighed, a rare act for the woman. Yeah. She sighed again. It feels like it was only yesterday when I was nursing my own litter. Hana's going to school and the boys are beginning to talk and toddle. As wild they are, they're turning out quite nicely. Says you, replied the black dog. My body tends to think otherwise. I find your pups more of the rough and tumble type. With all the rides I've given them, even the pains going to my fur. Oh come now, Sum chuckled. You're exaggerating. No, I'm serious, asserted Kuramaru. I swear, if Naruto pulls on my ear one more time, I'll be known as the dog with no ears, and don't get me started with Dash. Just then, a piercing howl cut their conversation short and had them running to the boys for the second time that day. Kiba had apparently stepped into an anthill and got bitten by fire ants while Naruto stood by, pointing and laughing. Shaking her head, Sum went over to calm her hysterical sons. Yep, she muttered to herself as she rubbed some salve over Kiba's boo-boos. Just another regular day at the doghouse. For more years had passed, and through that duration of time, the Inuzuka children had encountered all sorts of people, friend and foe alike. When Hana was 8, her mother gave her not 1, but 3 partners to work with, the Himura triplets. The puppies bonded well with the little girl, and it was not long after that Hana began studying veterinary medicine to better help and understand her canine partners. Throughout that time, Naruto and Kiba had also amassed their own group of friends. So far, they had already befriended with the second-generation Ino Shikacho trio, the Aburame and Hyuga heirs, and a civilian girl by the name of Sakura Haruno. However, new friends also came with new enemies or rivals, in a sense. 8-year-old Hana had come home crying one day, claiming that one Itachi Uchiha had called her meals dog food after she offered him some. Upon witnessing this, Naruto and Kiba had declared war upon Itachi's younger brother Sasuke after they demanded him to tell the elder Uchiha to apologize to their sister, and Sasuke just grunted and walked off. Since then, a sort of family feud had broken out between the Inuzukas and the Uchihas. It became a common occurrence for the Inuzuka brothers to go to the Uchiha district and pull all sorts of pranks, just to have Fugaku Uchiha haul them off to their mother, engage into a verbal fourth shinobi war with her, and stalk off, fuming about the barbarous ways of the Inuzuka. As for the boys, their punishment made a session with the ANBU torture and interrogation look like a tea party. It was now Naruto's 6th birthday. The party was being held in the Inuzuka's backyard, and it was abuzz with the excited chatter of the children, concerning the fact that they would be going to the academy next year. The excitement and joy was further amplified when Sakura said her parents said she could attend the academy along with her friends. The children had a lot of fun. There were games like paper scooper and target practice, and there were prizes and cake. But best of all were the gifts Naruto received from his friends and family. His family had gotten him a brand new set of practice shuriken and kunai. Shikamaru, who was too lazy to actually shop for something, brought a monetary gift. Chuji had brought him a super shinobi action figure. Ino had brought him a potted cactus, as Naruto had an interest in horticulture. Sakura had given him a set of new clothes, and Hinata had given him a frog plushie. Lastly, Shino had given him a stainless steel watch compass, making Kiba a little jealous. All in all, it was a day of fun and surprises, but the proverbial cherry on the sundae was when the Hokage had shown up after everyone had left, bringing in an elongated, canvas-wrapped parcel along with him. Naruto was ecstatic. The old man was like a grandfather to him, and he had allowed Naruto to wear his hat while Tsum took the birthday boy's picture. However, even best day ever could only last for so long, and it was soon bedtime for Naruto. Both Tsum and Sarutobi chuckled as the protesting boy was ushered off to his room by the combined efforts of Hana and Kuramaru. As soon as the children were safely tucked in bed, Sarutobi brought forth his parcel and handed it over to Tsum. Curious, the Inuzuka matriarch shifted the wrappings a bit to find a kodachi encased in a simple lacquer sheath. "Lord Hokage, what is dash?" Tsum began. "This is Naruto's birthday present from his parents," Sarutobi replied in a hushed tone. "You remember Minato's trademark weapon, don't you?" Tsum's eyes widened in surprise. "You mean this is the dash?" she gasped. Sarutobi nodded, answering all her speculations in that one gesture. "Yes, it is. Although it is his birthright, I feel that Naruto is not yet ready to wield such a blade. That is why, as his legal guardian, you are entitled to full acquisition of the Namikaze family blade until Naruto has proven himself worthy to be its master." "And how would I know when that would be?" Tsum asked, genuinely confused. Sarutobi's reply was as cryptic as it was intriguing. "That would be the day Naruto finds his warrior's soul." 1 year after Sarutobi's visit, Naruto and Kiba were now eligible to enter the Ninja Academy. During that time, the boys had earned the titles of the prankster kings of Konoha. Their pranks were and not limited to releasing the deer at the Nara ranch, injecting Ibiki Marino's truth serum into the Akimiki's soldier pills, and a fake letter telling the Aburames to house-sit the Yamanaka flower shop. Although those clans were family friends of the Inuzukas, it did not stop them from hauling the boys back to their mother with complaints and have her give Naruto and Kiba the scolding of their life. "But Moom," Kiba whined, "do we have to behave in school?" "Quiet, runt," scolded his mother, while straightening out the wrinkles on her son's hoodie. "While you're there, I want you to act like the ninja you're going to be. I've had it with the complaints I'm getting from the village. They're piling up faster than the Hokage's paperwork. Kiba's in trouble." Kiba's in trouble. Naruto chanted in a sing-song voice. He went on and on until Tsum pinched him in the ear. Oh, what was that for? Naruto yowled, rubbing his sore ear. That is what I call karma, said Tsum, turning her attention to her second son and tidying up his hair. Now, off to school with you too, she called, giving each of the boys a motherly kiss on the cheek and receiving a hug from both boys in return. As Kiba and Naruto disappeared down the street, Tsum and Kuramaru stood in the doorway watching them with pride and nostalgia. They grow up so fast. Looking at the roster for his class, Iruka Umino did not give the names much thought until he came to the letter I. As he scanned across the list, he came across two names that shook his bearings, Inuzuka, Kiba and Inuzuka, Naruto. He rubbed his eyes and stared at the two names again. As he passed out in shock, he could only think of one thing. This is going to be the longest 5 years of my life. Naruto and Kiba finally arrived to find their friends already in class. Shikamaru was sitting by the window, staring at the clouds floating by. Chuji sat beside the pineapple-headed boy, inhaling chips, while Shino was situated beside Chuji, quietly observing an ant crawl over his pencil. A bit further off, Sakura and Ino were having another inane argument over Sasuke Uchiha, and behind them, sitting all by herself, was Hinata Hyuga. Before the boys could say anything, a crisp voice dissolved the classroom chatter. "All right, class, into your seats," Iruka called, clapping his hands. "And that includes you too," he said, looking at the boys before him. Naruto and Kiba obeyed and took the two empty seats beside Hinata. Naruto sat right beside Hinata and Kiba sat beside Naruto. As soon as the Inuzuka brothers sat down, Iruka began the orientation. By the time Iruka had finished the orientation, it was already 5 minutes past noon. The second he dismissed the class for lunch, everyone practically made a beeline for the door, anxious to get fed. Outside, the other students were already in the academy courtyard enjoying their break. "Man, that was boring," Kiba exclaimed, stretching his arms. "Tell me about it," Naruto replied. "That orientation left me more drained than Shikamaru before and after naps." "Hey, I resent that," protested the lazy Nara. Chuji patted his friend's back. "But it's true, you know," he replied, agreeing with Naruto. Shino snorted, repressing the chuckle that was threatening to erupt. "Hey guys, over here." The boys looked around to find Sakura waving at them with Ino and Hinata. Joining the girls, they found a nice spot to eat their lunches underneath an aspen tree. While they were eating, they decided to swap each other's lunches. It was during this taste test that they found that Ino had the best vegetable dishes, the Hyugas had excellent rice ball, Mrs. Haruno made the best sweet dumplings, the Inuzukas had the best meat dishes, the Akimikis had great noodles, Yoshino made the best soup, and Mrs. Aburame made the best candies. So far, the children had a nice, peaceful lunch. That is, until Kiba made a joke and Naruto laughed, making water shoot out of his nose. This resulted in everyone else laughing, including Shino. When Shino laughed, it diverted everyone's attention from Naruto because it was a known fact that Shino never laughed. Not far from the cheery little gathering, Sasuke Uchiha stared wistfully at the 8 friends. He wished he could join in the fun, but what would his father say? The Uchihas were one of the oldest and noblest clans in Konoha, and it would cause a veritable uproar with the rest of the Uchiha clan if they saw him socializing with the so-called lesser clans, especially the Inuzukas. It was true that Hinata Hyuga of the noble Hyuga clan was in that group, but she was not the Hyuga heir. It was her cousin, Niji. It was Hyuga law that only a male Hyuga could assume the position of clan head, and so Niji had been brought into the main house and raised as a member of the main house. But then again, even Niji was friends with the Inuzuka brothers. Not close friends like the Nara, Akimichi, Yamanaka, or Aburame, but friends nonetheless. "Sasuke-kun." The Uchiha looked up to see Sakura Haruno looking at him worriedly. "What?" he hissed. The pink-haired girl gulped nervously at the coldness of Sasuke's voice. "You seemed lonely, so Naruto and Kiba told me you could sit with us if you like. They said they wouldn't mind," Sakura replied, taking his hand. "I don't need your pity, civilian," the Uchiha spat, yanking his arm from Sakura's grasp and promptly walking away. Sakura stared at the retreating back of the Uchiha, her jade orbs slowly brimming with tears. Silently, she began to sob until she felt a comforting hand on her shoulder. She turned her head to find Kiba. "Don't cry, Sakura. That JRK isn't even worth your tears. Come back and join us," said the dog boy, taking the Haruno's hand. Sniffling and wiping away her tears, Sakura nodded and followed the Inuzuka back to the group. "What was that all about?" asked Naruto as Kiba and Sakura sat back down. "Nothing," replied his brother. "Uchiha was just being a tall piece of dookie." "I know what it is," said Naruto with a knowing grin. "You like Sakura. Kiba likes girls. Kiba like girls. Kiba likes love you." The blonde Inuzuka's sing-song chant was cut short by Kiba and Sakura's fists crashing onto his skull. "What was that for?" whined the blonde, nursing the twin lumps now forming on his head. "That's for being an annoying twerp," huffed a blushing Kiba and Sakura. Lunch was soon over and the students reluctantly trudged back to class. As Iruka began his very first lecture, Shikamaru felt his eyelids drop. "How troublesome," he yawned and fell asleep. He was promptly awakened by a flying piece of chalk. "Mr. Nara," scolded Iruka, glaring at his charge. "I would appreciate it very much if you put some effort in paying attention." After chewing out Shikamaru for a bit longer, the teacher resumed his lecture. As Iruka droned on about Godnu, the Inuzuka brothers began to feel somewhat antsy. Kiba leaned towards to Naruto and whispered, "Are you thinking what I'm thinking?" "Yep," the blonde whispered back. The brothers looked at each other and a mischievous glint lit up in both their eyes as they came to that one unanimous thought. Prank time! While Iruka was writing on the board, he accidentally dropped the chalk, and as he bent down to pick it up, there was a sudden noise that sounded a lot like pwww. Titters and giggles erupted from the rest of the class, including Shino, who burst into raucous laughter for the second time that day. Embarrassed beyond compare, Iruka quickly stood up, only to have another pwwwt sound, resulting in even more laughter. "Okay, that's Inu dash, pwww, qui dash, pwww. Geez, Iruka-sensei, what did you eat for lunch today?" asked Kiba, pinching his nose. "It's not me," exclaimed the irate and mortified schoolteacher, only to receive another pwwwt. Naruto, for the meantime, was laughing out loud and having the time of his life torturing the hapless teacher when a fly flew into the room. It circled around for a bit, before flying into his wide, open mouth. The blonde's hands automatically flew for his throat as he hacked about, trying to expel the invading insect. As he did so, the whoopee cushion he was holding flew out of his hands and landed right in front of Iruka. "So it was you this whole time, huh?" scowled the Chunin, simultaneously confiscating the object that had cost him a good amount of grief and giving Naruto a hard whack on the back that finally dislodged the fly. Naruto coughed a bit before answering. "Ah, come on, Iruka-sensei, it was just a bit of harmless fun." "Oh really?" said the teacher, arching one of his eyebrows. "Well, here's my idea of a bit of harmless fun. Everyone, take out your pencils and paper. Pop quiz." The entire class groaned and glared at the poor Inuzuka. It was now late afternoon and the academy students were now making their way home after an eventful first day. For most of them, home would probably mean a bit of rest, television, and a hot meal, but for Iruka Umino's class, it meant more studying. "Thanks a lot, Naruto," grumbled Ino, giving her fellow blonde the evil eye. "Not only did you let Iruka-sensei give us a really tough quiz on the first day, you also had to let him give us an essay homework." "What are you talking about, Ino Pig?" asked Sakura. "That homework would probably raise our average from that disaster of a quiz." Ino gave an unladylike snort. "Figures. Only a total egghead like you would like homework." "Care to repeat that, Miss Piggy?" Sakura challenged. Hinata tried to intervene. "Gee girls, please don't fight," she stammered. Sakura and Ino looked at Hinata, then at each other, and huffed. "And here we go again," muttered Shikamaru, having seen this debacle one too many times. "I tell you, with the exception of Hinata, most girls are really—" In return, he was rounded on by a furious-looking Ino and Sakura. Care to finish that sentence, Shikakuen? Ino asked with fake sweetness. Behind her, Sakura ominously cracked her knuckles. Shikamaru felt a chill run up his spine and clammed up the rest of the way. 6 years came and went without a hitch. Despite his class clown attitude, Naruto was actually an excellent student. Even though he made wisecracks in the classroom and launched spitballs and paper shuriken, he always managed to stay at the top of his class. Although Kiba shared Naruto's class clownness, he was not as good as Naruto. However, it did not mean that he was that bad either. With his brother Naruto and his friend Sakura tutoring him, Kiba was in no danger of earning the dead last title. When Naruto and Kiba turned 8, some presented them with their ninja hounds and began their training almost immediately. Kiba had gotten a white floppy-eared puppy by the name of Akamaru, while Naruto received a red pointy-eared, bushy-tailed puppy named Amaru. So far, the two Inuzuka boys had already learned the Tsuga, Gitsuga, Shikyayu no Jutsu, Jujin Bunshin, and the Jujin Bunshin Rendan. In addition to this, Akamaru and Amaru had also learned dynamic marking, bullet drive, and koinokuragu, puppy roll. It was now Genin exam day and the Inuzuka brothers were rather nervous, or at least Kiba was. As they shuffled to the academy, Kiba could feel the cold sweat forming on his brow. On the way, they met up with Shikamaru and Chuji who were equally nervous. Further along the road, the boys came across Shino, Sakura, Ino, and Hinata. As walked to school, the 8 friends began to predict the outcome of the Genin exams. "I hope it's not too hard," muttered Chuji through a mouthful of chips. "I heard they made last year's graduates run through the obstacle course," Bonville. "Don't worry," said Naruto. "That story is just a myth, just like the Rikudo Sannin and the Valley of the End." "Dude," called Kiba, nudging his brother. "Don't you remember the time Hana came home looking like something a cat dragged in? If I recall, that was the day of her Genin exam. Oh man, we are so the black stuff they scrape off toast." "It would be best if you do not go into hysterics," droned the everlogical Shino. "It only aggravates the intensity of the situation." Naruto, Kiba, and Chuji stared at Shino as if he had grown a second head. "In English, Poindexter," growled Kiba. "Troublesome," yawned the lazy Nara. He said, "Don't panic and take it easy, you're only making the situation worse." Suddenly, there was a panicked cry from both Sakura and Ino. "What happened?" asked Naruto as he and the other boys ran to where the girls were, only to find Hinata sprawled unconscious. Sakura bit her lip. "I have no clue. 1 minute we were just discussing about the test, and the next thing we knew, Hinata was out like a light." She snapped her fingers. Just like that. Naruto opened his Coleman and splashed some water onto Hinata's face and gave it a few light taps. Just then, the Hyuga began to wake up. "Oh, what's going on?" she asked, bringing a hand up to her head. As her vision returned, the first thing she saw in full clarity were a pair of concerned, blue eyes hovering just a few inches away from her own. A blush spread across her cheeks in full force. "And Naruto." "Glad you're back, Hinata-chan," said the blonde. Inuzuka, smiling gently at her. "You had us worried for a second there." With Naruto in very close proximity, Hinata felt rather lightheaded and was close to passing out. But this time, rescue came in the form of Ino. "Are you all right?" she asked, helping her friend up. "You gave us quite a scare." Fine," answered Hinata. "Just and nervous." Naruto fished out a pack of soda crackers from his backpack. "Nibble on a few of these," he said, offering the crackers to the Hyuga. "It usually helps calm me down when I get the jitters." "But isn't that sweet?" Kiba cooed, nudging both Shikamaru and Chuji. "Our Naruchan's in love," he teased, making Hinata grow even redder. "Don't call me Naruton, dog breath," hollered the irate blonde, conking Kiba on the head. "We eat the same thing, dumbass," Kiba called, reciprocating the gesture. "Oh, shut up, Kibble." "What did you call me?" the brunette growled. Naruto smirked slyly. "I called you Kibble, that's what your dog eats, and that's what your name sounds like." "That's it, fishcake." "You're a dead man," yelled the older Inuzuka, chasing his brother. The others just looked at each other and laughed as the Inuzukas chased each other all the way to the academy. The gang had arrived to the academy on time to find the Uchiha survivor glaring at them. Ever since Itachi had gone off the deep end and killed off most of the other Uchihas, Sasuke had become even more distant to other people. There were even rumors that he may have become psychologically unstable. "What are you looking at?" snarled Kiba, returning the Uchiha's death glare. Sasuke simply gave a contemptuous grunt and walked away. "I tell you, that guy is weird," exclaimed Kiba. "Even weirder than Shino?" asked Naruto. Huffed Kiba. "Uchiha team makes Shino look like the definition of normal." Throughout the conversation, the other students could have sworn they saw a small tick forming right over the Aburame's temple. "Okay people," called Iruka. "This year's Genin exam gives special attention to the illusion techniques such as the Bunshin and the Henge. When I call your name, please come down in front and transform into either me or the Hokage, and then create 3 Bunshins. First up, Aburame Shino." As Iruka came to Naruto's name, he transformed into a perfect copy of the Hokage. At this, he cried out, "Dreams do come true," earning a chorus of giggles from those present. Next, he created 3 perfect Bunshins. "Excellent," chirped Iruka. "You pass. You may now receive your forehead protector from Mizuki." After everyone had performed the test, Iruka announced that the test results would be released tomorrow. That meant the title of number 1 rookie would not be revealed until the next day. Naruto fidgeted with his forehead protector. He really wanted to know now. That only meant one thing: sneaking into the academy after everyone else had gone home. "Why are we here again?" asked Kiba in a hushed tone. "If I don't like coming here during the day, what makes you think I'd like coming here during dusk?" "I need to know those results," replied Naruto as he crept under one of the windows of his old classroom. Suddenly, he froze upon hearing muffled whispers coming from the room above them. He signaled Kiba to keep quiet, and the brothers silently crept closer to catch bits and pieces of the conversation. "It's not that I don't agree, Mizuki," came a harsh whisper. "What if we get caught?" "That's where the henge comes in," sneered the one called Mizuki. "You go in as that fool Iruka, he gets framed and goes to jail, and we escape with the forbidden scroll." Naruto and Kiba gasped. Iruka-sensei was in trouble. Having heard enough, the 2 boys ran back home to formulate a plan to save their favorite teacher. Mizuki and his accomplice smirked greedily. The Tokubetsu Jonin on duty were nowhere to be seen, leaving the scroll unguarded. Seeing the opportunity, the transformed into Iruka and took the scroll. Upon exiting the shrine, he transformed back to his true form and handed the other end of the scroll to Mizuki, the 2 men fleeing into the encroaching darkness. "It's really heavy," whined the accomplice. "Shut up," snarled the silver-haired Chunin. "Just a little bit more, and we can finally get out of this rat hole of a village." "Is that so?" someone called. The 2 men looked around, but saw no one. Where was the voice coming from? "Over here, morons." The scroll disappeared in a cloud of smoke, only to be replaced by a blonde-haired boy accompanied by a small, red, pointy-eared dog. "We've been discovered," gasped the accomplice. "You idiot," snarled Mizuki. "We're Chunin. He's only a genin, a fresh one at that. Not to mention that we outnumber him 2-1. A fight with him would be over in a jiff." "Oh really?" drawled Naruto, forming the necessary hand seals. "What if I told you I can do this? Kage Bunshin no Jutsu." 1 Naruto became 3, and the 2 Chunins stared at the sight. "How did you?" The first Naruto smirked. "You guys were taking too long, so I decided to pass the time with a little advanced reading. But I'm not done yet." Making another hand sign, he yelled, "Jujin Bunshin no Jutsu." The small puppy disappeared in a cloud of smoke and a 4th Naruto took his place. At this, all the Narutos gave a rather demonic smirk. "Let the party begin," they shouted in unison. "Jujin Kage Bunshin Rindan." One Naruto gave Mizuki a particularly vicious uppercut. "Nu." Another sent the 2nd Chunin airborne with a flying kick. "Zu." The other 2 Narutos reacquainted the 2 men with the ground. "Ka." The first 2 Narutos kicked the 2 men towards each other, making sure that the 2 criminals were on the path of collision. "And this is the finisher," called the original Naruto. Shihoku Gutsuga, trans, piercing Fong from 4 directions. The screams of Mizuki and his accomplice echoed through the forest as Naruto, Amaru, and the 2 clones decimated them. There they are, yelled a familiar voice. Kiba and Akamaru, Iruka, Tsum and Kuramaru, and 4 Anbu came running into the battlefield. Their jaws nearly dropped at the damage the criminals suffered at the hands of Naruto. "Whoa! You did this?" asked Kiba, nudging the battered and unconscious Mizuki with his foot. "Yep." Naruto beamed proudly. Then looking at the stern faces of Iruka and Tsum, he paled considerably. "Am I in trouble?" he asked, looking like a child who had been caught with his hand in the cookie jar. Tsum frowned at her sons. "You snuck into the academy, entered the shrine, hid the scroll." Naruto and Kiba hugged each other in fear of their mother's wrath. He was going to be grounded until the day he died. Beat up a pair of criminals and saved the day. Like the sun bursting through a cloudy day, Tsum's face broke into a smile. "I'm very proud of both of you." Like Tsum, Iruka's stern face had also broke into a smile as he clasped both Naruto and Kiba's hands. "I am forever grateful to the both of you. By foiling Mizuki's plan, not only did you save me from a terrible injustice, but you have also proved your allegiance to Konoha. You've become true ninja, and I am proud to have been your teacher." At this, the Inuzuka brothers launched themselves onto Iruka and Tsum, hugging the death out of them as the Anbu dragged the 2 traitors away. Meanwhile at the Hokage Tower, Sarutobi chuckled lightly as he had observed all the events on his crystal ball. "Naruto Namake's Inuzuka, the warrior's soul has awakened within you." It was finally team assignment day, and the Inuzuka brothers were more than excited. Because it was also the day their ninja IDs were going to be taken, some had bought each of them a new shinobi outfit the day before. Kiba had gotten a navy blue short-sleeved hoodie, a pair of dark olive green ninja trousers, and a pair of navy blue fingerless gloves. Naruto had gotten a blood-red short-sleeved jacket with a faux fur trim, a sleeveless mesh shirt, black gloves, and a pair of khaki shinobi trousers. After dressing in their new clothes, the boys came down to the room to find Hana busy at the stove, and some reading an issue of Shinobi Daily. Akamaru and Amaru were play-fighting under the kitchen table. "Morning, twerps," beamed Hana. "I hope you like soba." She grinned as she set a steaming bowl before each of her brothers. "I wanted ramen," Naruto pouted. Hana's eye earned a murderous glint. "Well, you're having soba whether you like it or not," she replied, cracking her knuckles. Naruto gulped. "Yes, ma'am." As the brothers heartily slurped through their meal, some had left the table, but not before telling the boys to meet her at the Inuzuka shrine after they ate. When they had finished, the brothers procked with their mother's orders and went to the family shrine. They found her standing in middle of the shrine, cradling a pair of kodachi. "Is that?" Kiba pointed, recognizing one of the blades. Tsum smiled. "Yes, it is, Runt. This is the Inuzuka family blade, the Shiroga, trans, white fang. It was your father's and now it's yours." "All right," cheered Kiba. "I get a blade." "Beat that, Naruto." Ignoring Kiba's gloating, Tsum presented Naruto with the second kodachi. The blonde unsheathed the blade and looked at it with a questioning gaze before sheathing it back. "I'm not worthy," he whispered. "I don't think I deserve a blade as fine as this." Kiba stopped his teasing upon hearing his brother's words. "Well, I feel that you deserve it," Tsum reasoned firmly. Naruto looked up to his mother. "What do you mean? I'm not even a blood Inuzuka." "Not a blood Inuzuka?" the Inuzuka matriarch roared, fire flashing in her eyes. "Runt, you may not have been born in Inuzuka, but I'll be dead if you didn't act like one. Your actions yesterday not only proved your utmost loyalty to the village, but also saved your teacher from a terrible injustice. It's not blood that makes an Inuzuka an Inuzuka, it's the doctrines they follow. Loyalty, trust, courage. These are the 4 pillars of the House of Dogs. These are the merits of a true Inuzuka, and you, Runt, carry them all. Not to mention that you have found your warrior's soul, the will to fight to protect. So take it. Take the kodachi." "Mom's right, Naruto," said Kiba, walking towards them. "We may not be linked by blood, but we're still family, and will always stick by you no matter what." Emotions flooded through the blonde. Before he knew it, he had run up to his mother and brother and enveloped them in a hug, tears flowing down his whiskered cheeks. Sum and Kiba returned the hug, both equally touched by the display. After Naruto's little episode, the brothers straightened themselves up and kissed their mother goodbye before speeding off to school with their respective ninja dogs. "Wow, Naruto, Kiba, looking good," smirked Ino, giving both boys the stare down. Cut it out, Ino pig," called Sakura, dragging her friend away. "By the way, Kiba, you look nice." "What? You hypocrite!" yelled the outraged blonde. As the two girls began to bicker back and forth, Kiba looked at Sakura. She did look rather pretty in her red ninja dress and white shorts. He felt himself blush. "What's happening? Why am I feeling like this?" "Hey Kiba, look. There's Hinata." "Hi Hinata-chan." Naruto's voice broke Kiba out of his train of thought to wave at the approaching Hyuga. Hinata wore a light blue kimono top with lavender sash over a pair of white ninja trousers. As soon as she saw Naruto, a blush began to quickly form around her cheeks. Kiba noticed it and turned to Naruto, who seemed oblivious. "Great," he thought. "The one girl that has a crush on him, and he's too dumb to even notice." Just then, Amar jumped out of Naruto's arms and bounded towards Hinata, yipping and jumping around her. The Hyuga's surprised squeak caught Naruto's attention, and he went over and picked the puppy away from Hinata. "Sorry Hinata-chan," he grinned, rubbing the back of his head. "That Amaru gets really hyper sometimes." Now if Amaru could talk, he would have said something along the lines of, "I was trying to hook you up, you ungrateful moron." But of course, Amar, despite being the son of Kuramaru, still could not talk, so therefore, Naruto had no idea what the puppy's motives were. "Okay class, quiet down," called Iruka as he entered the room. "Before I start with the team assignments, I would like to announce this year's Rookie of the Year." He pulled out a scroll and opened it. "And the Rookie of the Year is unbelievable," he exclaimed, eyes growing wide. "For the first time in the history of the Konoha Ninja Academy, we have 2 Rookies of the Year. Congratulations Naruto Inuzuka and Sasuke Uchiha." The 2 boys were immediately swamped with congratulations from their fellow peers. Naruto was genuinely pleased, and though the Uchiha appeared indifferent, inwardly he was seething. When the general chaos from the well-wishers had simmered down, Iruka continued with his announcements. "Also, don't forget to pass by room 201 to have your ninja ID. Picture taken, and then proceed to room 205 to meet your Jonin senseis. Now for the team lineups. Team 1. As Iruka called out the names on the teams, various thoughts began to race through the Rookie Nine's minds. "Man, I hope don't get stuck with the Uchiha team," thought Kiba. "He's such a prick." "I hope I can be with Naruto-kun," mused Hinata, looking at the boy and twiddling her fingers. "Naruto-kun." "Kaya. I'd better be in a good team," screeched inner Sakura. "I hope the Hokage was logical with his arrangements," thought Shino. "I'd better be in the strongest lineup. I will not be dragged down by weaklings," thought Sasuke. "Hinata-chan looks kinda red, maybe she'll feel better after I take her to Ichiraka Ramen." "Yay ramen," cheered Naruto, while sneaking an occasional glance at the Hyuga girl. "This, how troublesome," grumbled Shikamaru, looking as peeved as ever. "I want to be on a team with Sasuke-kun." Ino sighed as she gave the Uchiha a wistful look. "I hope our new sensei likes barbecue," thought Chuji in between bites. "Team 7, rang out Iruka's voice. "Shikamaru Nara, Naruto Inuzuka, and Hinata Hyuga. Your Jonin sensei is Kakashi Hatake." Hinata blushed as she looked at her blonde Adonis. "Thank you." "All right, settle down now," Iruka's voice called out again. Team 8, Sasuke Uchiha, Kiba Inuzuka. Kiba hung his head miserably. "Someone up there must really hate me." "And Sakura Haruno. You're... hoo-hoo." Kiba howled, doing a happy dance. "I'm on a team with Sakura." "Kiba," ground out Iruka. "Sit down." Kiba obeyed immediately. Now, as I was saying, the scarred Chunin continued. "Your Jonin sensei will be Kurinai Yuhi." "Hey Naruto," whispered Kiba. "What?" came the irritated reply. "I'm on a team with Sakura." Yeah, cry me a river why don't ya? Naruto grumbled, embarrassed by Kiba's shenanigans. Team 10. Irika read out the last team on his list. Ino Yamanaka, Chuji Akimichi, and Shino Aburame. Ino's shoulders slumped at the announcement. Your Jonin-sensei is Asume Sarutobi. You are now all dismissed and I wish you the best of luck in your career. After the graduates all had their pictures taken and met their Jonin-senseis, Naruto, Amaru, Shikamaru, and Hinata were now the only ones left waiting in room. Where is he? Screeched Naruto, pacing the room back and forth. Kun, I think you should be a bit more patient, stammered Hinata. Sorry Hinata-chan, Naruto replied sheepishly. It's just that what kind of Jonin-sensei is 3 hours late in meeting his own team? Just then, a devilish smirk came across his face as the proverbial light bulb lit over his head. Hey, so he likes being late, eh? Let's see how he likes this. He snickered evilly as he propped a chalkboard eraser over the door. Naruto-kun, called Hinata. I don't think you should do that. Naruto looked at Hinata strangely. He deserves it. Besides, I haven't had a good prank in a while. Amaru yipped in agreement. See, even Amaru thinks so too. Just let him do his prank before he gets too troublesome. Shikamaru yawned lazily. Yo. The door opened a crack and a shaggy gray head popped in, only to be beamed by a chalkboard eraser. That's our Jonin leader? Thought Shikamaru and Hinata in unison. Naruto, on the other hand, was rolling on the floor laughing. He fell for it. I can't believe he fell for it. The Jonin raised his visible eyebrow. My first impression on this team? I don't like you. Naruto, Hinata, and Shikamaru fell down anime style. Couldn't their Jonin leader at least be a bit more tactful? Okay, let's move, said the Jonin, motioning for his charges to follow him. Where are we going, sensei? Asked Hinata, gathering up all the courage she could to ask the question. The Jonin turned to the Hyuga and gave her his infamous eye smile. We'll see. Now follow me. At the academy rooftop, Team 7 was gathered around a semicircle as they began their orientation. Okay, hummed the Jonin thoughtfully. I'd like each of you to share a little bit of something about yourselves. What a drag, groaned Shikamaru. And what may that something be? You know, said the ninja, waving his hand dismissively. Your likes, dislikes, future plans, hobbies, and crap like that. So why don't you start? Dared Naruto. Okay, said the Jonin. My name is Kakashi Hatake. What I like and dislike are none of your business. Naruto, Shikamaru, and Hinata sweat-dropped. My future plan is, I don't know, and I have too many hobbies to mention. By the time Kakashi was finished, the rest of Team 7 was staring at him like some sort of freak show. Well, said the Cyclopean Jonin. Who's next? How about you? He asked, pointing to Naruto. Naruto jumped up and faced his team. Hey-oh, I'm Naruto Inuzuka. I like ramen, my mean dog Amaru, and hanging out with my friends. I don't like bullies, mean people, and traitors. My hobbies are gardening, training with Amaru, testing different kinds of ramen, and messing with my brother Kiba. My dream is to be the greatest Hokage ever. Believe it. Okay, said Kakashi. That's the #1 rookie? Well, he's got guts, I can see that. He still has a long way to go. You're next, he chirped, pointing at the bored Shikamaru. Troublesome, yawned the lazy Nara. The name's Shikamaru Nara. I like clouds and stars. I dislike work and troublesome situations. My hobbies include cloud watching, stargazing, and playing shogi or go. My dream is to live the life of an average ninja, marry someone that's neither too pretty nor too ugly, have 2 kids, a girl, then a boy, and peacefully die in my sleep before they do. That was rather detailed, Kakashi said. As lazy as every other Nara male. Let's see if he inherited their legendary genius. Hinata was last to go. And my name is Hinata Hyuga. Well, she looked at Naruto and blushed. The blonde may have been oblivious, but Kakashi caught it. But I dislike people who call others weak. She spoke with such ferocity, startling Kakashi. A meek and humble Hyuga, now that's new, mused Kakashi. And she seems to like that blonde Inuzuka kid, he chuckled inwardly. My hobbies are making medicinal ointments and flower pressing, Hinata continued. And my D-dream is to become confident enough to change the Hyuga clan for the better. Well then, said Kakashi, clapping his hands together. Now that we know each other, I'd like to brief you on the duties of a genin. The life of a genin is not exactly glamorous. You'll be performing many demeaning chores before you do anything remotely adventurous. Oh great, snorted Shikamaru. Chores. If I wanted to do that, I could have done that at home. Are we going to start today? Because if we are, I have a feeling that this is really going to be a drag. Kakashi gave his infamous eye smile. Actually today, you won't be doing anything. Shikamaru breathed a sigh of relief. However, tomorrow morning we'll be doing some training instead. Naruto could barely contain his excitement. What kind of training, sensei? Sparring? Water walking? New jutsus? Kakashi just smiled on. Nope, and definitely no. You'll just have to see tomorrow. Meet me by the Konoha footbridge at 6 o'clock sharp. Dismissed. As the new genin turned to leave, Kakashi called their attention once more. And one more thing, don't eat breakfast tomorrow. Why? Hinata asked. Kakashi continued smiling before disappearing in a cloud of smoke. Because you'll throw up. Well, that was weird, remarked Shikamaru. Even weirder than Shino? Asked Naruto. At the barbecue grill, Shino suddenly sneezed hard, sending a bug-filled snot rocket, grossing out his sensei and teammates. Someone better not be talking about me. Good morning. Naruto called out to his teammates as he and Amaru arrived at the wooden bridge. Hinata blushed and greeted him in return, whereas Shikamaru opened an eye in acknowledgement. However, there was no hide or hair of their Jonin leader. So, where's Kakashi? Asked Naruto, looking around. Shikamaru shrugged. Beats me. Arg, growled Naruto in aggravation. He's doing it again. Team 7 waited for what seemed to be an eternity. 3 hours later, Kakashi finally arrived in a poof of smoke. Yo, chirped the Jonin. You're late, accused Naruto, irately marching towards the Jonin and pointing at his compass watch. Amaru growled in agreement. Kakashi just gave him an eye smile. Sorry about that. There was this monkey on a unicycle and I just had to watch it. Naruto, Hinata, and Shikamaru just gave him a yeah, and just who are you trying to kid? Look. Ignoring his charges, Kakashi pulled out 4 bento boxes from his backpack. Soon after that, he took out a pair of bells and tied them around his waist. Seeing that his students were giving him confused looks, he decided to explain his actions. Remember when I told you not to eat breakfast? Naruto, Shikamaru, and Hinata nodded. Well, Kakashi continued. The goal of this test is to capture the bells from me. If you fail to get a bell, you'll be tied to the post over there and watch as I eat your lunch. Team 7 blinked at their sensei in shock. He was even more sadistic than the entire Anbu torture and interrogation. So, are you ready? Kakashi smirked under his mask. The genin nodded in response. Okay then, begin. Amaru, let's do this, yelled Naruto. Shikyayu no Jutsu. As Naruto's appearance became more feral, the Inuzuka and his dog charged towards Kakashi trying to catch him. Whoops. Too slow, mocked Kakashi as he dodged one of Naruto's swiping blows. Hinata and Shikamaru watched in shock as Kakashi suddenly intercepted Naruto and Amaru's attacks and countered them with a split kick. Dang, he's fast, thought the Nara genius as he watched Kakashi beat the ever-living crap out of Naruto and Amaru. Ninpo, Senin Goroshi, yelled the masked Nin, jabbing 2 of his fingers right up Naruto's butt crack. The Inuzuka, he shot up into the air with a howl of pain. His canine partner ran into Naruto's general direction, hoping to find him. So path dash, Kakashi was cut off in mid-gloat when a pale hand brushed by him. He dodged and turned quickly enough to find Hinata in her Juken stance. The Hyuga activated her Byakugan and scanned for the right Tenketsu points. Finding them, she soon sent another flurry of strikes towards the copy Nin. He leapt backwards, forming hand signs automatically, inwardly impressed at the need to actually use one of his 1,000 jutsus. Keton, Gokakyu no Jutsu. A great blast of fire rocketed from the Jonin's mouth towards the pale-eyed girl. Her reflexes kicking in, Hinata ducked as the attack blazed over her head. Kakashi was amazed. The fireball was far too large to be easily dodged. And Hayashi had doubts about her skill? Hinata quickly jumped back up to renew her attack, but Kakashi was faster. In the blink of an eye, he had grabbed her from behind, incapacitating her. Just then, a lone shuriken whizzed towards him, and he leapt away, the weapon veering into the distance. Kakashi followed the trajectory to find Shikamaru standing on an outcrop of rock. The silver-haired man smirked. Things were finally getting interesting. Naruto and Amaru were working their way back to the battle when a shuriken flew past them before finally embedding itself into a nearby tree. Recognizing the scent the weapon emitted, Naruto realized that this was his ticket to getting back. With Amaru tracing out the scent trail, Naruto quickly made his way to aid his teammates. Putting effort for once in his life, Shikamaru aimed another volley of shuriken towards the Kapinin, buying more time for Hinata to attack once more. Kakashi was practically at his wits' end. His strongest jutsus were far too powerful, and his weakest far too inefficient. He dodged away from Hinata's palm and grabbed her wrist before swinging her away from him. Although Kakashi did not use his full strength, the amount of force he used was enough to throw the Hyuga off balance. Fortunately, Naruto arrived just in time to catch her. "You okay?" he asked. Hinata nodded, blushing. Gently setting her down, Naruto's gaze turned to Kakashi, who was starting to look rather winded. Suddenly, an idea clicked, and he shifted into the Inuzuka taijutsu stance. "Can you still fight, Hinata-chan?" "Yes," answered the kunoichi, following suit with her juken stance. Grinning ferally, Naruto charged with Hinata right behind him. And although Kakashi managed to block every attack the Inuzuka duo and Hinata made, the two of them were giving him a lot more trouble than any genin ever would. As Kakashi dodged the combined assault of Hinata, Naruto, and Amaru's taijutsu, he never noticed someone quietly utter, "Kaya main no jutsu." Within seconds, Kakashi found his limbs completely immobilized. Turning his head, he found Shikamaru Nara with his hands in the rat seal. "Very clever," mused the Kapinin. "Inuzuka and Hyuga distract me and you trap me. So you do understand the point of this exercise?" "Of course," yawned Shikamaru. "This exercise is about teamwork. The idea that a bunch of fresh genin like us can single-handedly beat a jonin like you is just preposterously troublesome." Kakashi looked at his team and saw bright, hopeful faces, faces that were becoming of great ninjas. "Well then," he said in a solemn tone, "I have no choice but to—" The genin gulped in fear and anticipation. "Pass you," chirped the Kapinin, practically beaming. Naruto, Shikamaru, and Hinata looked at each other. Did they just hear him right? They passed? Just then, "Yippee!" Naruto screeched. He immediately began dancing with Amaru. Hinata merely blushed and twiddled her fingers, and Shikamaru sighed in relief. Suddenly, there were 3 simultaneous growls, and the genin looked at Kakashi sheepishly. "Oh right." Kakashi laughed lightly and handed his charges 3 of the bento boxes. "Here are your lunches. Enjoy. You guys deserve it." Looking at the now official Team 7, Kakashi could not help but smile at the first and only team that understood the concept of his exercise. As his eye came across the blonde Inuzuka, he could not help but be reminded of 2 certain members on his own team from his genin days. Team 8. Kurina Yuhi was having a field day. With an elitist Uchiha, the rowdiest Inuzuka, and a civilian-born genin on her team, it was apparent that her lineup would need a lot of shaping up and a saint's worth of patience to deal with. She rubbed her temples as she sat down and introduced herself. "My name is Kurina Yuhi. I enjoy drinking tea and working in my garden. I don't like perverts and narrow-minded people. My hobbies are reading and watching out for my friend Anko. My dream is to ensure that I will make productive ninjas out of my teams." "Who's next?" Kiba, who was always enthusiastic, was first. "The name's Kiba Inuzuka. I like bugging my brother Naruto and playing with my dog Akamaru." I dislike cats and butt faces like Sasuke Uchiha. At this, the Uchiha heir glared at him. My hobbies are hanging out with my friends and coming up with new pranks. My dream is to be the best hunter nin in the shinobi world. A little rough around the edges, but with the right motivation he might just deceive his goal. Very good, Kurenai called. Next. It was now Sakura's turn. I'm Sakura Haruno. I like. She looked at Kiba and blushed. I dislike bullies and idiots. My hobbies are reading and hanging out with my friends. My dream is to be a great ninja despite my civilian origins. A little fangirlish towards the Inuzuka, but she has the determination and willpower to become a good ninja. Kurenai thought. Sasuke was last. My name is Sasuke Uchiha. I like very few things and dislike many other things. My hobbies are training to become stronger, and my dream is to kill a certain man and avenge my clan. At the rate he's going to end just like that man. Maybe I can still dissuade him from the path of destruction, mused the red-eyed jonin. Anyway, now that we know each other, I have test for you. Kiba groaned. Another test? I thought we were past that after we graduated from the academy. Actually, this test is to see if you're ready to become true genin, came a new voice. Team 8 looked up to see a kunoichi with purple hair pulled into a messy bun. She was dressed in a mesh bodysuit with a yellow miniskirt over it, covered by a tan trench coat. Her face was pulled into a sadistic smirk that made Akamaru shiver in Kiba's hoodie. Who the heck are you? Sasuke asked apprehensively. Team, replied Kurenai. This is the Anko I was talking about. At this, Anko's grin grew wider. She'll be helping us with our exercise. All you have to do is just try to touch the hem of my sleeve. But of course, in order to do that, you'll have to get through Anko, and she's quite notorious for playing rough. Anko pulled out a pair of kunai from her trench coat. I hope you're ready, kiddies, she grinned. Because I hope your blood is as sweet as you look. The children immediately scattered as Anko hurled the kunai. Kiba grabbed Sakura and ducked into a nearby bush. Amen. Kiba swore. That chick is psycho. There's no way we can break into her defense. Maybe we can, whispered Sakura. What do you mean? Asked Sasuke as he appeared beside the two. Among all of us, you're the weakest. Aside from your chakra control and a few measly genjutsu, you're basically useless. Sakura hung her head. Her eyes began to glisten with tears. Kiba had heard enough by that point. Listen you, he rasped, grabbing Sasuke by the collar of his bodysuit. Sakura is not useless. Unlike you, she doesn't look down on others despite her excellent grades, and at least she's trying to help. So unless you have any bright ideas, I suggest you shut your trap and help us. Guys, stop it. Sakura cried. Just listen to my idea. Kiba gave Sasuke one last glare before unceremoniously dropping him to the ground. The Uchiha gave a condescending snort at both his teammates before listening to Sakura's plan. Sasuke and I will distract Anko via genjutsu and taijutsu. Sasuke will attack Anko head-on, and while she's busy, I'll cast the most powerful academy genjutsu I know. Kiba, that's where Akamaru's dynamic marking comes in. I'm pretty sure that even crazy people like Anko will hate being peed on. You, on the other hand, could use your Shikyayu no Jutsu and increase your speed, allowing you to slip past Anko and get to Kurenai-sensei. So what do you think? Kiba and Sasuke stared at Sakura. The plan was rather risky, but if executed properly, it should be able to work. The Haruno was no Shikamaru, but she wasn't stupid either. It was decided that they use Sakura's strategy. After all, any strategy was better than no strategy. As planned, Sasuke attacked Anko directly. And despite his psychological shortcomings, the Uchiha was actually a decent enough fighter to distract Anko long enough to have Sakura cast the genjutsu on her. Being a Tokubetsu Jonin, Anko was able to dispel the genjutsu rather quickly, but not quick enough to find Akamaru use his dynamic marking. As predicted, Anko was so grossed out that she began to freak. In fact, she was freaking out so badly that she did not even hear the cry of Shikyayu no Jutsu. It was during this time that Kiba took the chance to touch Kurenai's sleeve. By the time Anko had calmed down, it was already game, set, match. Congratulations, said Kurenai. Not only did you show an excellent display of teamwork, but you displayed creativity in battle as well. I hereby declare Team 8 an official genin team. Kiba gave a victory whoop, grabbed Sakura and danced with her. Akamaru was yipping with joy, and Sasuke smirked cockily. Anko, on the other hand, did not look too happy. Today was probably the most humiliating day of her life. Peed on by a dog and tricked by a group of genin. If her colleagues ever got wind of what had transpired that day, she would probably never hear the end of it. This is the life, sighed Kiba as he lay under a tree with Akamaru snuggled next to him. I know what you mean, replied Chuji as he ate his chips beside Kiba. It was a rare day for the Rookie 9 minus Sasuke, as it was the first time they hung out together since they were assigned to their respective teams. It was a balmy August afternoon and the perfect opportunity for the 8 friends to spend their free time at Konoha Park. People passed by the 8 genin whilst smaller children ran about in the green grass. Ino and Sakura were arguing about mundane matters, while Shikamaru was observing the clouds as he lay beside Chuji. Shino was bug-watching, and Naruto was animatedly chatting with Hinata, who simply listened as she held a mar. Anyway, he had the guts to throw a hissy fit right inside the Hokage's office, said Kiba, making various motions with his hands. He was all like, I'm an Uchiha, I deserve a real mission blah blah blah. I mean, we all deserve a real mission at some point in time, and I know that Akamaru and I really hated the Retrieve Tora mission, but we don't yank about it to the Hokage. It's just bad juju. So anyway, the Hokage gave us our first C-class mission, Kiba continued. We'll be escorting some old fart to surf country or something. It's wave country, Moran, corrected Naruto, slapping Kiba at the back of his head. Don't hurt Kiba, yelled Sakura, slapping Naruto at the back of his head. Sakura-chan is right, Hiruto-kun, said Hinata disapprovingly. Why you shouldn't hit Kiba-kun like that? Oh, all right, pouted Naruto. Sorry, Kiba. Ha, Hinata's got you whipped, teased Kiba, laughing and pointing at his brother. Beside him, Chuji choked while trying to suppress a snicker. At Kiba's comment, said Hyuga blushed. Kiba. Sakura put a hand on her hip to signify annoyance. Kiba immediately clammed up. Okay, I'll stop now. Just then, Sasuke passed by the 8 friends. Chuji waved him over. Hey Sasuke, why don't come join us? It's a lot better than being out there all by your lonesome. Sasuke glared at the rotund boy. As if I would ever hang out with losers. Especially a fat one such as yourself. At the Uchiha's words, a deathly silence draped across the 8 other rookies. Sasuke had just committed a grave taboo. And then it came, I am not fat. Throwing down his potato chip bag, Chuji lunged towards Sasuke. It required the combined strength of Kiba, Shikamaru, Naruto, and Shino to keep the furious Akimichi from throttling their former classmate. Ino looked at the Uchiha disbelievingly. Whatever childhood crush she had for Sasuke immediately dissolved at his harsh words. Then old memories came flooding back to her. Primping herself to make her the prettiest girl in school. Blowing off her friends whenever the Uchiha was near. Violently rejecting the food Chuji offered to her because of her diet. She could not believe she had a crush on such a boy during her days at the academy. The other village girls could keep him for all they cared. Sasuke Uchiha, she yelled, grabbing his collar. You take that back. Chuji is not fat. He's big-boned, you hear? Big-boned. Now the other 7 rookies were looking intently at Ino. Ino Yamanaka, who put image as priority 1, was actually defending Chuji Akimichi, who was, well, to put it nicely, well-fed. Echin, grunted the Uchiha, as he pried Ino's hands off his shirt and walked away. Kiba glared at the Uchiha's retreating back. Sometimes I don't know what I hate more, that Cat Tora or Sasuke team. Akamaru and Amaru barked and Kiba smiled at the puppies. Yeah, I guess it'd be Tora the Hellcat, but the Uchiha team is a close second. Well, I for one find the Uchiha highly objectionable. His attitude is exponentially abhorrent, remarked Shino. Will you ever use 2-syllable words in your sentences? Asked Naruto. Just then, the ever-reliable Shikamaru came to the rescue. Naruto, you're so troublesome. Shino said that he hates Sasuke and that his attitude stinks. Personally, I agree. That Uchiha is just dash. Let me guess, Kiba snorted. Troublesome. Yep, Shikamaru confirmed. Geez Shika, just about everything for you is troublesome, said Ino, rather aggravated. Turning to Chuji, she asked, how are you, big guy? Feeling any better? After seeing Ino defend him, Chuji had significantly calmed down, but he was still angry at the Uchiha. Still too angry to speak, he simply nodded and opened another bag of chips to quell his rage. Looking at Ino, Sakura could not help but smile at her best friend. Catching Sakura's smile, Ino could not help but feel a little concerned. What? She queried. Nothing, sang Sakura. Come on, tell me, whined Ino. You know begging doesn't work with me, said the Pinkette with a wink. Whatever happened to, there are to be no secrets between us? Ino huffed, crossing her arms. I can't believe you broke our pinky promise. Some best friend you are. All right already, shish. Stop it with the guilt, said Sakura. It's you and Chuji. So far that I know, you're always nagging him about the way he eats and how he looks. But when Sasuke called him fat, you got mad and yelled at him. What's up with that? I thought Sasuke was your Prince Charming. Forehead, said Ino. There are times when what happens in the academy stays in the academy. With the exception of Shika, Chuji has been my friend longer than anyone I know. Sasuke was nothing more than a childish dream. Chuji and I may not see eye to eye, but even I know better than to call him fat. When Sasuke insulted him, it made me mad. I realize now that looks don't matter much if the attitude stinks. But still, I'd rather be beautiful inside and out. Everyone stared at Ino, who knew that under the shallow, fangirlish exterior was a true and loyal friend. Gee, good for you, Ino, replied Hinata. Why, you're a good person. I agree with Hinata, said Naruto. You're not that bad, Ino. Believe it. The 8 genin stayed in the park a little while longer. Not long after, Sakura left, stating that she had to get ready for her mission. Noting this, Kiba decided to leave as well, but not without dragging his brother along. Naruto, who was chatting with Hinata, was rather upset, until Kiba bribed him with the promise of him covering for Naruto's ramen bill at Ichiraku's. Naruto and Kiba said their goodbyes and left with Naruto constantly waving at Hinata, who blushed and waved back. However, instead of going home, the Inuzukas directly headed towards the training grounds. Geez, Kiba, what got your briefs in a twist? Grumbled Naruto. Just shut up and spar with me, said Kiba, unsheathing the Shiroga. Akamaru barked in agreement and took to the front lines. Naruto smirked. Oh, so you want to tussle? Okay, I'm game, he cried, unsheathing his own Kodachi. Amaru jumped beside him. Let's do this. Shikyayu no Jutsu, yelled both boys in unison. In a few moments, the only thing that could be seen was a flurry of kicks and strikes. The boys were at a speed that could almost be parried with Rock Lee, a student of the eccentric Mato guy. At the last strike, there was the familiar clang of the 2 Kodachi striking each other, signifying the end of that particular round. Huffing and puffing, the 2 boys and their dogs were at a standoff. Kiba was faster, but his strikes were less accurate. Naruto, on the other hand, had more rhythm, but it was clear that he was struggling to keep up with his brother. As the brothers locked eyes with each other, they knew it was time. Taking a soldier pill out of their pouches, they fed it to their respective dogs and saw them change. Akamaru, as expected, turned red, while Amaru turned into a rich indigo color. Making the necessary hand signs, the Inuzuka brothers yelled, Jujin Bunshin no Jutsu. Amaru and Akamaru disappeared into 2 clouds of smoke only to reappear as a perfect clone of Naruto and Kiba, respectively. Letting out a battle screech, the brothers and their clones went right on to round 2. This fight was intense. The 2 Kibas were completely on the offensive while the 2 Narutos had to hold their defense. A sweep kick from one Naruto ended Kiba's offensive barrage. Kiba looked up to see Naruto with a smirk plastered on his face. The brown-haired Inuzuka returned the expression. This could only mean one thing. A unified cry of Getsuga rang throughout the training grounds. The two boys and their clones erupted into whirlwind drills as they ripped through each other. Drill after drill until both boys were rather exhausted. Akamaru and Amara looked a bit rather worse for wear. Kiba tried to give a swing, but he found that he could no longer move his arms. Naruto tried to lunge, but his legs had stiffened from exhaustion. The fight was officially a stalemate. Dropping unceremoniously to the ground, the boys looked at each other for a long time. Then Naruto began to laugh. "What's so funny?" asked Kiba, feeling rather offended. "It's a fight," wheezed the blonde. "I never thought it would end in a draw." "Yeah, well that's because I'm just that good," Kiba bragged. Akamaru yipped. "See, even Akamaru thinks so," he quipped. "And what am I?" huffed Naruto. "Cat food." It was now Kiba's turn to laugh. "Yeah you were," he chuckled. "Especially at the Torah mission. When you got home, Mom had to hose you down just to get rid of the smell of cat." Naruto glared at his brother. "Well, you're one to talk. After you did that mission, I heard you screaming, 'Mommy, he's got me. Make the demon cat go away, Mommy.' In your sleep. That was priceless. My only regret is that I never got it on tape." "Touché," Kiba remarked. As soon as they were well rested, the brothers and their dogs left the training grounds and went home laughing and joking along the way. The next 3 days went by as normal. Naruto, Shikamaru, and Hinata went through their D-rank missions as usual, taking out the trash, weeding the gardens, and other chores that made Shikamaru cringe. During one of these chores, the lazy Nara had actually fallen asleep face down while weeding. His green clothes and shrub-shaped hairdo did not help when Naruto mistook his ponytail for a weed. Shikamaru's yelp of pain rivaled that of any of the Inuzukas. The next day, as Team 7 went to the Hokage Tower to receive their daily share of missions, they were surprised to find that they were handed a B-rank mission instead. Kakashi raised an eyebrow. Sarutobi pulled out his pipe and took a drag. "Considering the number of D-ranks your team has finished, I believe you are ready to tackle this mission. A messenger hawk from Wave Country arrived yesterday." At the mention of Wave, Naruto looked up, eager for some news about Kiba and team. "A few days ago, I sent Kurenai's team on a simple escort mission to Wave," Sarutobi continued. "However, they were ambushed by the Demon Brothers, and later the Demon of the Mist, Zabuza Momochi." Kakashi stiffened at the name. Zabuza Momochi was not known for his kindness. In fact, even as an academy student, he had already earned himself the name Demon of the Mist by annihilating his entire graduating class. His other epithet, Master of the Silent Kill, was even less reassuring. Listed as an A-rank missing nin in the bingo books, even a jonin of Kurenai's caliber would have their hard time in keeping toe-to-toe with Zabuza Momochi. Sensing the tension in their sensei, Naruto, Hinata, and Shikamaru could not help but feel concerned for the well-being of their friends. Seeing the genin's worried expressions, the Hokage decided it was time to give the good news. Although Kurenai herself suffered from chakra exhaustion after a one-on-one battle against Zabuza Momochi, the Demon Brothers have been captured and Kurenai and her team managed to make it to their destination with relatively minor injuries. The tension dispersed a little. "That's where Team 7 comes in," the old man went on. "You'll be the backup for Team 8 against Momochi and his goons. Do you accept?" Kakashi looked at his genin. With the exception of Shikamaru, who seemed annoyed, they looked at their sensei with expectant eyes, although Hinata still seemed a little unsure of herself. He thought about all the weeks of training they had gone through since graduating from the academy. It was decided, Team 7 was ready. "I accept," said the Cyclopean jonin. Turning to his charges, he said, "We leave in 2 hours. I expect you to be ready by then." Within the span of 2 hours, Naruto, Shikamaru, and Hinata went home, packed all their necessities, and doubled back to the rendezvous point. One by one, they began arriving at the Konoha entrance gates where Kakashi, who was miraculously on time, was waiting. Hinata arrived first, with a branch house bodyguard who left as soon as the Inuzuka duo, and Shikamaru entered the scene. As soon as everyone was present and accounted for, they stepped past the gates for their very first mission beyond Konoha's walls. Team 7 looked in awe at the world beyond the village walls. Naruto and his friends occasionally went on top on one of the guard towers to look at whatever was beyond the defensive barricade, but they could only see so much. Naruto looked at Hinata and noticed the look of bewilderment on her face. It was just then that he remembered that whenever the gang went to the guard tower excursions, Hinata was never there. She was never ever there. "Breathtaking, isn't it, Hinata-chan?" he stated, startling her. The Hyuga, embarrassed that she had been taken unawares, blushed at and twiddled her fingers. "Why yes," she replied. "You know, I don't understand why you don't want to go with us when we go to the guard tower," Naruto remarked contemplatively. "It's not that dangerous, and even Ino and Sakura go, so why not you?" Hinata felt her spirits soar. Naruto actually noticed when she wasn't around. "Score!" raved inner Hinata. The real Hinata, on the other hand, merely replied, "Father doesn't like it when I go to the guard T-tower. He thinks something bad might happen to me." "Of course." Naruto mentally slapped his forehead. Lord Hayashi is very protective of his daughters. He was even reluctant to let Hinata go to the academy. It took Mom and the other clan heads to convince him to do so, he thought, cringing at the memory. To give Hayashi Hyuga credit, he was not a dictator as most people would assume. He was simply concerned for the safety of his children since Hinata's near abduction by some Kumonin 9 years ago. "Inuzuka-kun, are you all right?" Hinata asked, breaking the blonde out of his thoughts. Naruto laughed sheepishly and rubbed the back of his head. Of course, Hinata-chan. When have I not been all right?" "I could think of several occasions," replied Shikamaru, entering the conversation. Naruto scowled. "Dang it, Shika. Go stick your shadow in someone else's business, will ya?" "Make me," challenged the lazy genius, crossing his arms across his chest. In reply, the blonde charged towards Shikamaru only to get close enough to have the young chess master trap him with his shadow, thereby thwarting Naruto's attempts to get close enough and throttle the life out of the Nara heir. Naruto's struggling managed to rouse Amaru, who had been napping on his head, and in retaliation for disturbing his slumber, the puppy took it in his initiative to perform the dynamic marking over the two boys. The end result was Naruto and Shikamaru being drenched in dog pee, and having them run towards the nearest body of water to get cleaned up. After having the delay of Naruto and Shikamaru scrubbing themselves clean of any remaining trace of pee, Team 7 resumed their trek. "Are we there yet?" Naruto complained. On Blonde's head, Amaru began to whine. Team 7 had been traveling for 8 hours, not counting the boat ride where Shikamaru got seasick. So far, they were technically in wave territory, but were still some distance away from the actual village. "Oh god." "Naruto, Amaru, shut up," groaned Shikamaru. He was still a little queasy from the boat ride and was in no mood to put up with Naruto or his Nin-ken. "Geez Shika, when did you become such an Uchiha?" Naruto shot back. Amaru growled in agreement. Now, Kakashi intervened. "This isn't the time or place to fight. You can do that when we reach Nami." "Why don't we play a traveling game?" suggested Hinata, not wanting to see her two dearest friends fight. "WC could play, I Spy." "Great idea, Hinata-chan," grinned Naruto. "You always know how to make things better." At the blonde Inuzuka's comment, the all-too-familiar blush painted the Hyuga's features once more. But just as the game was about to begin, Amaru began to growl. The fur on his neck bristled. "The game can wait," Kakashi commanded sternly. "Hinata, activate your Byakugan." Hinata did as she told and suddenly gasped. I see several men coming towards us from approximately 100 meters away. By the looks of them, they appear to be bandits." "Okay team, assume cross formation," said Kakashi. "I'll take up the front, Shikamaru and Hinata, you take the sides, and Naruto you and Amaru bring up the rear." The battle went smoothly with Team 7 making quick work of the bandit group. Kakashi marched up to the leader and yanked him up by the ropes binding him. "Who are you working for?" he hissed. "No one," gasped the man. "We simply hope to get some money out of you." Kakashi struck him across the face. Even a greenhorn would know that shinobi never carry a lot of money with them. "Now tell me the truth. Who sent you?" Gato sent us," groaned the bandit. "Told us to intercept incoming ninja." I see, mused the one-eyed Jonin, roughly dropping the man. Okay team, let's go. Team 7 left, leaving the tied-up bandits for the Hunter Nin. As they walked further along, Kakashi's eye fell onto Naruto's kodachi. He recognized the weapon immediately, having seen it hundreds of times with his sensei during his Genin Chunin days. Of course, it had been 12 years since it was last seen in public eye, and for it to reappear, and in the hands of an Inuzuka genin at that, was just too good to be true. Naruto, he called. Where did you get that kodachi? The kodachi? Replied the blonde genin, turning to face his sensei. Mom gave it to me on the day Kiba and I made genin. She also gave Kiba a similar blade when we graduated from the academy. She said the one Kiba had once belonged to Dad. As for mine, I have no idea who it used to belong to, but it feels really comfortable when I use it, you know, as if it's been with me my whole life. Kakashi merely nodded at Naruto's words, but his mind was whirling. Blonde hair, blue eyes, and that blade. He looks just like Sensei and acts like his wife. Could he be? Kiba furiously rubbed at his eyes as he struggled to stay awake. In the confines of his hoodie, Akamaru was curled up, fast asleep. The brunette mentally beat himself up. Why did he choose the night watch again? The Inuzuka's eyelids drooped down once more, only to shoot back upon hearing someone greet out with a yo. Coming up from the footpath were the reinforcements that Kurenai had requested. Seeing that the backup team had arrived, Kiba and Akamaru immediately alerted Tsuna's household and his team. They're here, he called. Seconds later, the rest of Team 8 and Tsuna and his daughter Tsunami were milling about the front door to receive the new arrivals. Tsunami was the first to welcome team. She quickly ushered them inside and set to work in cooking a hot meal for the newcomers. While the genin members of Team 7 dug into their meal with gusto, Kakashi had not even touched a morsel. Instead, he looked at Kurenai and Tsuna and simply said, "You've got a lot of explaining to do." Kurenai Yuhi had a reputation for remaining calm under pressure. Even when she had fought against the infamous Zabuza Momochi, she managed to keep her cool. However, the way Kakashi was looking at her right now was even more bone-chilling than worst atrocities of the last Shinobi War. And when Kurenai was nervous, her articulacy tended to revert to gibberish. Seeing the Genjutsu mistress' uneasiness, Kakashi realized that he might have been a bit too hard on her. Sighing, he gently told her to repeat her story in a slower pace. Nodding, Kurenai took a deep, calming breath and described the chain of events at the moment they arrived in Wave. She explained of the sudden ambush by the Demon Brothers and later, Zabuza Momochi, and how they managed to escape in relatively one piece. Flashback. Team 8 had finally arrived in Wave territory. It had been an uneventful trip so far, with Sasuke not speaking to anyone, and Kiba and Sakura leaving him out of their conversations. Kurenai herself had occasionally spoken with Tsuna, the bridge builder and the rower. Kiba and Sakura were awestruck as they passed by the near-complete bridge that spanned the straits separating Wave from the rest of the mainland. As soon as they hit shore, Akamaru yipped and bounded in and around the many puddles that dotted the landscape. His partner decided to join in the fun as well until Sakura pulled him back and chided him for being too loud. Just then, two pairs of clawed chains suddenly launched themselves towards Kurenai, binding her. Sakura gasped in horror and Sasuke's eyes widened with shock. Two men dressed in cloaks appeared from the puddles. Their headbands had 4 curved lines etched into them, signifying that they were from Kiri, the hidden mist village. Kiba quickly drew the Shiroga and got into position along with Akamaru. Behind Sakura, Tsuna froze. Only he knew the reason why they were being attacked. "Kurenai-sensei!" yelled Sakura and Kiba. Akamaru howled in panic. Suddenly the chained-up Kurenai disappeared into a cloud of smoke. Sasuke smirked in recognition. The Kawarimi no Jutsu. Typical of a genjutsu specialist to use such a technique. The opponents would be caught off guard, and the user could use an offensive jutsu to finish them off. "Hand us the geezer," demanded the taller of the two Kirinin. "Who are you to make such demands?" asked Sakura as she covered the frightened bridge builder. "I'm Meizu," said the first man. "And I'm Gozu," said the other. Together were the demon brothers, feared Chunin of the Mist. "Careful," warned Kurenai, reappearing on a nearby tree branch. These are C-class missing nin you're dealing with. They're relatively dangerous. A claw launched itself toward Sakura. Kiba launched himself in front of the weapon and managed to block it, but not before being nicked by its tip. Sasuke had engaged into battle with Gozu while Akamaru had Meizu in a bite grip. Genjutsu, Kiri no Sakura, trans, cherry blossom mist, yelled Sakura. A strange pink mist overwhelmed the Kiri nin, disorienting them. Kiba, sensing the advantage, tossed Akamaru a soldier pill. The dog let go of the chunin in his grip and took the pill. Suddenly, there was the all-too-familiar shout of Jujin Bunshin no Jutsu, followed by Shikyayu no Jutsu, and then Jujin Bunshin Rindan. The first Kiba gave Meizu a donkey kick. Nu. The other Kiba drove Gozu into the ground. Zu. The second Kiba landed a sweep kick on Gozu. Ka. The real Kiba gave Meizu a devastating slash with the Shiroga. The battle ended with the Demon Brothers thrashed within an inch of their lives by Sasuke and Kiba. Kurenai had tied them to a tree for the Hunter Nins to retrieve, and led Tazuna and Team 8 to a safe distance away. As they walked on, Sakura noticed Kiba's hand suddenly turn purple and brought this to the attention of their Jonin-sensei. Kurenai pulled a kunai and sliced a cut on the Inuzuka's arm. The poisoned blood dripped out of the wound, and once the venom had been completely leached out, the cut was promptly cleaned and bandaged. What was that all about? Kurenai asked, leveling a scathing glare at the client. You said you needed protection, but you never told me that you needed protection from missing nin. This changes this mission from a C rank to a possible B or even A rank. Tazuna gulped, knowing that he had been found out. Alright, here's the truth. Wave has been taken over by Gato of Gato Shipping Companies. He's been monopolizing our trade routes for years. The bridge I'm building aims to cut the monopoly and bring free trade back to our country, but it seems that Gato hasn't taken this too well. Apparently, he's hired a bunch of thugs to take me out, so that the bridge will never be complete. Why'd you have to hire us? Asked Kiba. Why not hire ninja from your own hidden village? That's the problem, said the old man. Wave Country's economy has been severely crippled by Gato's monopoly. Even the daimyo has to scrape the bottom of the barrel, and we don't have a ninja academy, so we hired you guys. However, we only had enough money for a C-rank mission, so that's why I had to lie. I see, Kurenai replied, nodding. Team, we're pulling out. Team 8 looked at their sensei incredulously. What? Sasuke asked. I said we're pulling out, Kurenai repeated. This mission has already gotten out of hand, and now Kiba is injured. There are times when retreat is the only option we have. No! Kiba cried as he got up. We can't go back to Konoha without finishing our mission. I'm an Inuzuka, and Inuzukas never give up. It'll take a lot more than a little poison to make me pull my tail between my legs. Inuzuka's right, said a calm voice. Everyone turned to see Sasuke speak. Sasuke agreeing with Kiba? That was definitely a sign of the apocalypse. If we just leave our client out here, the mission would be considered a failure. We'd become the laughingstock of the entire village. I, for one, will not tolerate a failed mission in my records, and besides, what kind of ninja would we be if we can't even complete a simple escort mission? How about you, Sakura? Asked the red-eyed Jonin. I agree with Kiba and Sasuke, Sakura replied. If we hurry, we can still make it to Nami and plan our strategies. Well, this is your lucky day, said Kurenai, returning her attention to Tazuna. My charges believe that it would be best to take you to your village first and protect you until we can request Konoha for some backup. Team 8 hurried along as they kept a wary eye among their surroundings. Just then, there was a rustle among the bushes. Akamaru jumped in only to flush out a white snow rabbit. Kurenai's eyes narrowed at this. White? Snow rabbit. During August? Something was amiss. Very amiss. Everyone duck, she commanded. Team 8 did as they were told as a Zanbato sailed past over their heads and embedded itself into a nearby tree. Sasuke had yanked down Tazuna just in time before the huge sword could decapitate the old man. Out of nowhere, a masked man appeared and landed on top of the sword. Well, if it isn't Devil Eyes Kurenai, sneered the newcomer. Kurenai glared at the man with venomous eyes. So you're behind this, demon of the mist. Kiba drew the shiroga from its sheath. Sasuke and Sakura covered Tazuna once more. Kurenai, noticing the actions of her team, told them to take the old man and run. Get out of here, she commanded. This man is different from the other two you fought. He's the feared Kiri Jonin, Zabuza Momochi. But sensei, Sakura protested, we can't leave you behind. Naruto once told me that Kakashi-sensei told him that those who broke the rules were scum, but those who abandoned their teammates were even worse than scum. Sakura's right, said Kiba. You're part of our pack, Kurenai-sensei, and as an Inuzuka clan member, it's in our code of honor to never leave a pack member behind. Kurenai flinched. Demon Kakashi for his tirades on teamwork and the Inuzuka's pack mentality. Reluctantly, she allowed her team to stay. Zabuza smirked. Even if you had those genin brats with you, you wouldn't win. You could have simply handed the geezer over, and I would have let you leave with your lives. Pity, I'd really hate to cut up a pretty face like yours. Don't hold yourself in such high regard, Momochi, Kurenai scoffed. Even if we die, we'll never hand the bridge builder to you. Genjutsu, flower petal escape. Team 8 watched in awe as Kurenai vanished in a flash of flower petals and reappeared behind Zabuza, pressing a kunai onto his neck. Nice move, smirked the Mistneen. But how do you like this? Zabuza suddenly disintegrated into a puddle of water. Mizu Bunshin, gasped Kurenai. Then where? Over here, replied the real Zabuza, yanking the Zanbato right under Kurenai's feet, throwing her into a nearby pond. Kurenai-sensei, yelled Kiba and Sakura, genuinely concerned for their mentor. Sasuke could not help but watch on in fear and awe as the Mizu Bunshin reformed to hold Kurenai in what seemed like an orb of water. Suiro no jutsu, chuckled the Kirinin. You like? He turned to the genin. Okay, you brats, hand over the geezer within 5 minutes, or the pretty lady gets it, got it? Don't worry, kids, said Kurenai. I'll be all right. However, as soon as the Genjutsu mistress uttered those words, she gave a gasp of pain as her chakra was slowly siphoned out. He, chuckled the demon of the mist. Did I forget to mention that my version of the Suiro no Jutsu has the ability to drain its victim's chakra? What do we do now? Asked Sakura. If we hand over Tazuna, we fail the mission, but if we don't hand him over, we lose Kurenai-sensei. I have an idea, said Sasuke. But you'll have to do everything I say. He gathered the group into a huddle and whispered something. Comprehending, Kiba and Sakura nodded and went to their positions where Kiba took the front lines with Sasuke, while Sakura defended Tazuna. I have a proposition for you, said the Uchiha heir. Eat this, he yelled, hurling a Fuma shuriken towards the Kirinin. Zabuza dodged the spinning projectile. You missed, he sneered, before getting hit by a second Fuma shuriken. What the dash? The first Fuma transformed into Akamaru in clone form, who had simultaneously hurled the second Fuma shuriken and barreled into the Mizu Bunshin, dispelling it and releasing Kurenai. It's over, said Kurenai, making several hand signs. Megan, Jubakusatsu. Vines suddenly sprang out of nowhere, binding Zabuza to the tree. Kurenai made another bunch of hand signs and made the call. Megan, Yami no Guntai, trans, demonic illusion, army of darkness. An army of grotesque creatures sprang out of the ground, clawing at the Zabuza. As the feared demon of the mist was reduced to a hysterical mass, Kurenai loomed above him, kunai raised, to put the man out of his misery, when several Senbon needles suddenly flew out of nowhere and struck Zabuza's neck, ultimately killing him. Kurenai dispelled her genjutsu to look for the needle thrower. Akamaru sniffed the air and finally stopped at a particular direction, baying all the while. Show yourself, called Kurenai. A masked figure in green and yellow robes appeared from the treetops. The Kiri symbol was etched on his mask. Kiba recognized the form immediately. A Hunternin? He gasped. Sorry about that, said the Hunternin. I've been trailing Momochi for weeks. I was told to kill on sight. Leaping off his perch, he hefted Zabuza's corpse over his shoulder, before disappearing into the forest. What was that all about? Asked Sakura. That was a hunter nin, explained Kiba. It's their job to go after missing nin and capture or kill them if necessary. What bothers me though is why he had to bring the body. I know they usually destroy them on sight. Kiba's right, said Kurenai. Something is definitely The red-eyed Jonin suddenly collapsed. Kurenai-sensei, yelled the genin. We have to do something, shouted Sakura. Nami isn't that far from here, said Tazuna. We could take her to my house. And flashback. And that's what happened, said Kurenai. Whoa, said Naruto rather awestruck. You guys took down a Jonin? That's so cool. I wish I could have been there to see that. Don't bother, replied Kakashi. I have a feeling that we'll be seeing our friend Zabuza very soon. What do you mean? Asked Sakura. He's dead. I saw him. The Sinbon struck his neck and killed him. That's what that hunter nin wanted us to think, said Sasuke. Think about it. Kiba said that hunter nin usually destroy the corpses on sight. What if the hunter nin we saw was in cahoots with Zabuza? So we'll be facing an A-class missing nin? Asked Hinata, feeling rather scared. What a pain, grumbled Shikamaru. Now I have to put more effort than I normally do. By effort, do you mean any at all? Naruto joked. Don't worry, Hinata-chan. I'll protect you. We'll fight the bad guys and save this village together. Don't bother, came a new voice. Say Wadash, asked Naruto. A young boy, around 8 or 9, wearing a yellow shirt, green overalls, and a blue-striped bucket hat came into the room. What's the point of fighting if you're going to die anyway? Gato's just going to kill you, just like how he's killed this village's spirit. Who's that kid and what's his deal? Asked Kiba. Tazuna sighed. That's my grandson Inari. He's been like that since his stepfather died. Oh, said Hinata, bowing her head. I'm sorry for your loss. What do you care? Inari shot back, storming out of the room. I'm sorry for his behavior, apologized Tsunami. It's all right, said Hinata, not really wanting to be a bother. Excuse me a moment, said Naruto as he got up and followed Inari's point of exit. As he padded upstairs, he could hear light sobs coming from one of the rooms. Following the sound, he found Inari crying on his bed while clutching the photograph of a man. Daddy, why'd you have to go? As Naruto entered the room, he quietly knocked on the slightly ajar door, alerting Inari of his presence. What do you want? Inari asked rather heatedly, quickly wiping the tears from his eyes. In all truth, I was going to tell you off for snapping at my friend, but I heard you crying, answered the blonde. Naruto's eye landed on the photograph cradled against Inari. So this your dad? That's none of your business, snapped the younger boy. And even if it was, it's not like you could ever understand anyway. That's where you're wrong. Naruto countered ferociously. Kid, you'd better listen and listen good. You're lucky you even had a dad at one point. I have never ever met mine. He died on the day I was born. And even if they're gone, I don't think our dads would want to see their sons moping about in their little emo corner. You're the man of the house now. Drop the crybaby act and take life as your dad would have. I'm sure that'd be the best way to honor his memory. The next day, after breakfast, teams 7 and 8 gathered into the forest behind Tazuna's house where Kurenai was waiting for them. Kakashi was unavailable today, as he was charged with the duty of guarding Tazuna. Team, she began. Today, we'll be learning how to climb trees. Tree climbing? Kiba burst out. But sensei, we all know how to climb trees. Even Akamaru and Amaru can climb trees. Kurenai chuckled at the Inuzuka's brashness. She went to the base of a huge tree and walked right up to the top. Well, can you do this? She asked. Kiba gave a feral grin. Piece of cake, he scoffed. He ran up to the tree, just to fall down after 3 steps. Ow! He groaned. Kurenai walked over towards the fallen boy. Don't worry. My first time with this exercise was even worse, she said, trying to ease Kiba's bruised pride. Sakura helped him up and scolded him for being such a show-off, while Naruto and Hinata sat back, trying to suppress their snickers, and Shikamaru gave his trademark, troublesome, Sasuke simply scoffed at the idea that he would be climbing trees with people from inferior clans, as the Uchiha elders used to call them. "Listen, all of you," said Kurenai, gathering all the genin's attention. "To be able shinobi, you have to be able to understand your capacities and limits. To put yourself down or underestimate the difficulty of a certain mission could mean certain death. Now I want you to climb the tree up to 3/4 of the way. You can mark your progress with your kunai. Any questions before we begin?" Shikamaru raised his hand. "I know it's too troublesome, but I'd like to know, how do we climb the tree without using our hands?" Kurenai smiled. "Good question, Shikamaru. You'll have to concentrate the chakra to your feet when you step on the tree trunk. Also, you have to regulate how much chakra you emit. Too much and you could sink right into the tree. Too little and you could fall off. And one more thing before you start." "What's that?" asked Hinata. "Good luck." The genin began their tree-walking exercises. Sakura and Hinata, being naturals at chakra control, got the exercise immediately. Shikamaru, coming from a clan that specialized in shadow manipulation, which of course meant enhanced chakra control, got it after 5 tries. Sasuke glared at the three. He was an Uchiha, a supposed natural in the shinobi arts, and he had been bested by a timid Hyuga, a Nara slacker, and that insipid civilian girl. He gritted his teeth and pushed on with his practice. Along with Sasuke, Kiba and Naruto were not doing any better with their chakra control. The Inuzuka brothers were treating the exercise as if it were some crazy competition between them. Sasuke glared as he noticed the progress the Inuzukas were making. They may be class clowns, he noted, but when it came to honing their skills, the brothers actually took it very seriously even if they did treat it like a game. "How dia like me now, Kibble?" Naruto bragged as he cut a notch slightly above Kiba's last mark. The Inuzuka brothers had progressed into climbing 1/3 of the height of the tree, just a bit below Sasuke. "Don't count on it, fish cake," scoffed Kiba as he cut another notch a few inches higher. Kurenai, who had seen the earlier progress with Sakura, Shikamaru, and Hinata, had added a new twist to their training regimen. They now had to balance a leaf on their foreheads while climbing the tree without dropping it. The test proved to be a bit harder, as Hinata suddenly dropped the leaf 1/4 of the way up the tree. Shikamaru had an even harder time. He could not even take a step without dropping the leaf. Sasuke could feel anger and jealousy seeping into his veins. Failure was not an option, and it would be a cold day in hell before he would let anyone best him, especially the Inuzukas. If he was to defeat him, he'd have to strive to be number 1. Focusing all of his energy and effort, Sasuke took the steps and worked on. He had to be the best. An effeminate boy in green and yellow robes sighed as he plucked out the last of the Senbon needles from the tall man's neck. His mask lay on the bedside table. "Why do I feel like I've been run through by other 7 swordsmen?" groaned Zabuza Momochi as he tried to get up, only to collapse. The boy gave a cheerful smile. "Actually, Master Zabuza, that was me. Sorry about the assassination attempt. That was the only way to get you to safety so we can regroup." "Well, be careful next time." Zabuza snapped. That time, it felt all too real. "When I see you again, Devil Eyes, there will be hell to pay." Just then, the door slammed open and a short, middle-aged man, flanked by a pair of burly men, came waddling into the room. "I heard that the great demon of the mist was taken down by a group of children led by a woman," he sneered. "How low the mighty have fallen." The boy angrily stood up only to be held back by Zabuza. "Haku, stand down," he commanded. Glaring at the short, greasy man, he snarled, "What do you want, Gato?" "Getting rather cheeky, aren't you, Momochi?" said Gato. Then his voice acquired a deadly tone. "I'm not paying you to roughhouse with some snot-nosed brats, so you'd better get this right and kill that old fart." "Yoke." Haku had grabbed the short man by the arm and was now slowly twisting it. "Don't tell Master Zabuza how to do his job, because he sure as hell doesn't tell you how to do yours." He let go of the arm and Gato backed away into his thugs. "Why, you brat? You'll pay for this," snarled the tycoon, nursing his injured hand. A wave of killing intent suddenly washed over the room. "I'll deal with those Konoha scum, so I suggest you'd better leave." Angrily, Gato stepped out of the room. You're crossing the line, Momochi. Another step further, and you might just find yourself sleeping with the fishes. By noon, both Team 7 and Team 8 had finally mastered tree walking, with Sasuke mastering it just before Naruto and Kiba. Because the Inuzuka brothers had the largest chakra capacity among the genin, it was understandable that they would be the last to complete the exercise. Kurenai had called a break and everyone was now eating lunch back in Tazuna's house. Sasuke, being the eager beaver, downed his meal faster than an Akimichi after a hunger strike, only to find himself running to the bathroom to empty the contents of his stomach. Sasuke-kun, maybe you should eat so fast, cautioned Hinata after the Uchiha returned to the table. Said Uchiha simply glared at the Hyuga before finishing the rest of his meal. Kurenai and Tsunami looked rather affronted, and Naruto glared back at the Uchiha for Hinata. Kiba, Sakura, and Shikamaru shook their heads, while Inari sat at his usual spot, looking rather contemplative. After lunch, everyone took a short recess in the living room. Shikamaru took 40 winks, and Kiba and Naruto had an arm wrestling contest, while the dogs had a tug-of-war on a piece of string. Hinata refereed the arm wrestling match, Sasuke brooded, and Sakura was reading an article on Nin Week magazine. Kurenai was in the kitchen, chatting with Tsunami. When the training regimen resumed, everyone had mastered tree walking by then, bringing Sasuke, Kiba, and Naruto into joining the leaf exercise. After mastering the tree walking exercise, it did not take too long for Sasuke to master the leaf exercise. Sakura and Hinata had mastered it as well and were currently observing Shikamaru, Naruto, and Kiba, all of whom were still struggling with it. There had been a rather hilarious scene when the leaf on Kiba's head suddenly caught fire. The Inuzuka ran around like a chicken with his head cut off, while Kurenai, Sakura, and Hinata tried to calm him down and extinguish the flames. Naruto and Shikamaru paused their training to laugh at the scene before them, and even a small chuckle escaped from Sasuke's lips. By the end of the day, only Naruto and Kiba had not mastered the leaf exercise. As the tired genin shuffled back into the house, they found Kakashi and Tazuna already there. Kurenai and the girls went to help Tsunami in the kitchen, whereas the boys and men busied themselves with various activities in the living room. Moments later, dinner was ready, and everyone was gathered around the table, eating. The meal was simple, but delicious: vegetable soup, fish, and yakisoba. Naruto complimented Tsunami on the vegetable soup only to find out that it was Hinata who made it. He then gave his compliments to the Hyuga only to have her blush and twiddle her fingers. Even Kiba, who hated vegetables, enjoyed the soup. "So, Kakashi-sensei, how was guard duty?" asked Naruto between mouthfuls. "You know, same old, replied the masked nin. So far, there had been no attempts on the old man's life, but it's best if we still keep our guard up. So, how's your training?" There was an excited chorus of voices as the genin relayed on the day's activities. When they were done, Kakashi was beaming at them. "Excellent work, kids," said the copy nin. "I guess tomorrow, we'll be taking your training up a notch." "What about Kiba and me, sensei?" asked Naruto. "We can't do the advanced training if we're still stuck at the leaf exercise." Kakashi's visible eye crinkled into an upside-down crescent. "Not to worry, just keep practicing and don't give up. Once you get it, I'll help you guys with the advanced training." After dinner, everyone went back to the living room and socialized for a while until Tsunami called for bedtime and lights out. Not wanting to upset their generous host, the Konoha ninja complied. Soon everyone lay dreaming in their futons and sleeping bags, all except one. When he was certain that everyone was asleep, Naruto crept towards Kiba. Kiba was drooling slightly and talking in his sleep. He said random things like, "monkey, cracker, pickle." Naruto shook his brother slightly and woke him up. Kiba was a little irritable when he woke up, but when Naruto told him what they were going to do, he brightened up a bit. Picking up their dogs, the Inuzuka brothers quietly snuck out of the house and resumed the leaf exercise. Morning came, and Naruto and Kiba found themselves being woken up by the sound of the dogs barking. "What is it, boys?" yawned Kiba, rubbing the sleep away his eyes. Suddenly, he stopped in his steps and stood there mouth agape. "Hey Kiba, what happened? Cat got your brain?" Naruto joked. Kiba simply turned Naruto's head to the direction he was staring at, and Naruto too fell into Kiba's trance. Before them stood a long-haired girl in a pink kimono with a basket of herbs. "Hello," she smiled at. "Hamina, Hamina, Hamina." Kiba chanted the words like a mantra. Beside him, Naruto was completely speechless. "What are you two doing in the forest?" asked the girl. Kiba was at a loss for words. Amara gave Naruto a slight nip, snapping him out of his trance. He politely bowed to the girl. "Sorry for the sudden choke. My name's Naruto Inuzuka, and the bonehead beside me is my brother Kiba. We were training in the forest and must have fallen asleep." Naruto's insult broke Kiba out of his daze. "I'm not a bonehead," he growled, giving the blonde one of his power noogies. The girl giggled at the comical scene, catching his attention. "How about you?" he asked. "What's your name and what are you doing in this here parts?" "My name is Haku," the girl replied. "I usually come here to look for medicinal herbs." "Really?" said Naruto, rather interested. "You know, you have a lot in common with our friends Hinata and Sakura. I'm sure you girls will be friends in no time." "I know I don't look it," laughed Haku. "But I'm actually a boy." Kiba and Naruto's jaw dropped. "You're a boy?" The Inuzuka brothers looked at each other. Then they looked at Haku. Then they looked at each other again. He's even prettier than Sakura." Kiba screamed mentally. To give Naruto credit, he managed to compose himself and not freak out like Kiba did. Just then, familiar voices rang out through the forest. "Naruto! Kiba! Where are you? Naruto-kun? Kiba-kun? Akamaru? Amaru? Where are you, Inuzuka? Kiba, Naruto. Stop being troublesome. Hey, it's our friends." Naruto beamed. Suddenly, a dull growl erupted from his stomach. He grinned sheepishly. "Hey Haku, why don't you join us for breakfast? I'm sure our host won't mind." Haku seemed uncertain. "I don't know. Please." Kiba wheedled. "But, please," he begged the Inuzuka brothers in unison, while giving him the puppy dog face, along with their puppy dogs. "You won't regret it, and you'll like our friends. They're very nice." Haku gave a defeated sigh. "Okay." He grabbed his basket and followed the Inuzukas to rejoin their friends. At breakfast, everyone was staring, or in Sasuke and Inari's case, glaring at the newcomer. Hinata, Shikamaru, and Sakura, on the other hand, were making fast friends for the shared interests of medicine and shogi, respectively. In fact, after breakfast, Shikamaru challenged Haku to a shogi match. Although Haku lost, the match lasted for a good 30 minutes, proving that the feminine boy was at least smart enough to give Shikamaru a bit of a challenge. The grown-ups struck a light conversation with him as well, earning a polite response to each question. After a while, both Kurenai and Tazuna left for downtown and run some errands, and Haku followed suit, having to return home as well, leaving the children at Tazuna's with Kakashi and Tsunami. "Is he always like this?" asked Kiba. The 6 Konoha genin were currently waiting for Kakashi in the woods beyond Tazuna's property. With Kurenai in charge of guard detail, it was Hataki's turn to train them. "You have no idea," replied Shikamaru, gazing up at the clouds floating by. "It's really troublesome waiting for him." As if on cue, Kakashi finally arrived with the oh-so-familiar orange book, snickering as he walked. "Where were you?" yelled Naruto, Kiba, and Sakura. Kakashi simply smiled at the children. "Sorry about that. I just about to meet up with you when I suddenly had a case of the runs." "Okay, too much information," Sakura yelled, a greenish hue tinting her face. The other genin nodded in agreement, looking equally appalled. Kakashi looked at the teams assembled before him. "Okay," he said, snapping his book shut. "Before we tackle today's lesson, I'd like to see your progress with the chakra control. Please demonstrate yesterday's leaf exercise." The genin did as they were told, but suddenly there was an angry outburst from Sasuke. "How did you do that?" he exclaimed. "Do what?" asked Naruto. The 2 Inuzuka nin dogs ped their heads confusedly. "Don't play dumb with me," snarled the Uchiha. "When did you master the leaf exercise? Last time I checked, you couldn't do it without dropping the leaf or setting it on fire." Isn't it obvious what we did when you didn't find us in bed last night? Kiba retorted with a derisive snort. Boys, enough, Kakashi commanded. Naruto, Kiba, you should know how dangerous it is to train by yourselves outside the village. Sasuke smirked at the guilty expressions of the Inuzuka brothers. But it shows that you were dedicated enough to master the leaf exercise on your own initiative. Excellent work, finished the copy Nin, beaming beneath his mask. At this, Sasuke resumed his normal scowl. Of course we'd push through, Kakashi-sensei, said Naruto. It's the Inuzuka Nindo to never back down no matter what the odds. So anyway, said Kakashi, resuming his lecture, since you guys already have a good grasp of chakra control, I felt that today we're going to learn some new jutsus. Yes. Kiba and Naruto high-fived each other and their dogs gave a happy yip. Hinata and Sakura giggled at their antics, and Shikamaru grumbled under his breath. Sasuke's eyes shimmered with anticipation. Kakashi then handed each of the 6 genin a piece of paper. What's this? Asked Kiba, frowning at the paper in his hand. I thought we were going to learn new jutsus. We are, replied Sakura. If I recall, this is a special type of paper used for determining your chakra affinity. It's very much like the litmus paper scientists use in determining the pH levels of substances. What's chakra affinity? Kiba asked dumbly. Sakura sighed, shaking her head. Kiba, do you listen in class at all? The Inuzuka gave her a sheepish grin and Sakura sweat dropped. I'll take that as a no. Anyway, chakra affinity is the elemental affinity of your chakra. There are 5 elemental affinities: fire, wind, water, earth, and lightning. Your chakra affinity can affect the jutsus you use or specialize in. For example, the Uchiha clan specialized in fire jutsus because most of them had fire affinity. Although shadow is not listed as an element, many Nara clan members have this special affinity, thus allowing them to use shadow techniques. Naruto and Hinata clapped their hands. Wow, Sakura, you sure are smart, complimented Kiba. Sakura blushed. No, I'm not. I just study, that's all. Ahem. The genin shifted their attention back to Kakashi. As Sakura had already explained the purpose of this exercise, I now want you to channel your chakra into the paper. As the genin did what Kakashi instructed, they were amused and perplexed with their respective results. Naruto and Kiba's papers split in half, Hinata's paper got soggy, and Sakura's crumbled into dust. As expected of a Nara, Shikamaru's chakra card was tainted black. Strangely enough, Sasuke's chakra card not only made crackling noises, a part of it was set on fire as well. Well, what do you know, mused Kakashi. Looks like we got ourselves a couple of wind types, a water type, an earth type, a shadow type, and a fire lightning type. Now let's get started with your training. Kakashi, being a lightning type himself, could only tell Naruto and Kiba what he knew about one of the more basic wind jutsu futon, Daitapa. However, he promised that he would contact some of his other Jonin colleagues to aid them with their kenjutsu and some more effective wind jutsu. Sasuke, already proficient in the Katan jutsu, did not need further instruction on that field. On the other hand, he was eager, as much as his Uchiha pride could allow, to learn some Raitun jutsu, Rain, Raidama, Trans, Lightning Style, Lightning Bullet, and Raiten, Reizenka, similar to the Hozenka, except it utilized lightning. When Sasuke had asked Kakashi if he knew any more jutsus, the Jonin simply replied, "It's too dangerous. Maybe next time," thus infuriating the Uchiha. Being a veteran of the Third Great Shinobi War, Kakashi had learned enough water and earth jutsus and coached Hinata and Sakura on various techniques, including the Mizu Bunshin no Jutsu, Suiden, Teppadama, and Suiro no Jutsu for Hinata, and Doton, Shinju Zanshu no Jutsu, and Doton, Dohari, Trans, Earth Style, Earth Spike, for Sakura. Unfortunately, Kakashi had no knowledge of any shadow jutsus, as it was a Nara clan secret. He simply told Shikamaru to work on what he already had, and learn new techniques from his other family members. But being a natural genius like Shikamaru, Kakashi engaged the Nara heir in several strategic games, honing his abilities as a tactician. The genin spent half the day mastering the jutsus Kakashi taught them. Later, The masked nin told them to spar with each other. Sasuke had called dibs on Naruto. Hinata squared off against Sakura, leaving Kiba to go against Shikamaru. Because of limited space, the mock fight was going to be in the tournament, round-robin style. Hinata and Sakura were up first. The Hyuga activated her Byakugan and took to her Juken stance. Sakura winced, realizing that Genjutsu would be fairly useless. And compared to Sakura's academy-style taijutsu, Hinata was closer to a pro. Hinata charged, sending a flurry of strikes towards the other girl. Sakura tried to evade as much as she could, but by the time it was over, at least 12 of her tenketsus had been shut. Without Genjutsu and taijutsu to fall back on, Sakura had to solely rely on ninjutsu. Despite being fairly disabled after the last Juken strike, Sakura managed through the hand signs that Kakashi had taught her earlier. Pulling off a Dohari, Sakura managed to take out Hinata, only to discover that it was a Mizu Bunshin to her dismay. It was then that Hinata took the opportunity to attack from above. Acting quickly, the Pinkette used a Kawarimi and evaded in time. Channeling her chakra to her feet, Sakura dashed forward, feinting for Hinata, and used another Kawarimi just the Hyuga was about to pull another Juken strike. Reappearing behind Hinata, Sakura cried out, "Doton, Shinju Zanshu no Jutsu." Trapped, Hinata had no choice but to concede. As Sakura helped Hinata climb out of the hole, the next match began. It was now Kiba versus Shikamaru. The Inuzuka went into his Shikyayu stance and popped a pill towards Akamaru before activating the Jujin Bunshin no Jutsu. At first, Kiba had the advantage, attacking viciously, not even giving Shikamaru enough leeway to think. But just as all seemed lost for the Nara, Shikamaru managed to create a Kage Bunshin with a quick hand sign. Then the two Shikamaras simultaneously detonated a smoke bomb and an explosive tag, disorienting Kiba and the beast clone. When the smoke cleared, the two Shikamaras had captured one of the Kibas with a cage main. Upon seeing the state of the first Kiba, the second Kiba rushed for a straightforward attack. Unfortunately, that was exactly what Shikamaru wanted. As soon as the second Kiba came into range, one of the Shikamaras redirected his shadow and captured him too. "Cool move, Shika," complimented Naruto. "I've never seen it before." "Yes, Shikamaru," remarked Kakashi. "I don't think I've ever seen the other Naras use that technique. Did you make it up on the spot?" Said Nara simply gave a bored look and nodded his head. "I call it the Cage Main Rendan, trans, Shadowbind combo. A little troublesome, but very useful." Sasuke looked at Shikamaru with jealousy. It was not fair that his Sharingan had not activated yet, otherwise he would have simply copied the technique. After all, even clan techniques, no matter how secret, were no match for the Sharingan as long as it had hand seals. Even taijutsu moves were not safe when pitted against the Sharingan. But for now, the Cage Main Rendan was safe. It was Sasuke and Naruto's turn at last. The top two rookies from the Konoha Ninja Academy were finally going to break the tie. For a brief moment, Kiba struggled with his conscience and moral decency. But the human nature of greed eventually won over, and he began to call for bets. Shikamaru wagered a Yanaku Q coupon, and Sakura threw in a Yum Yum bar. Kiba decided to raise the stakes with 50 Ryo, and was rewarded by Kakashi, of all people, joining in for 100 Ryo. Her heart already set on Naruto to win, Hinata was the only one who did not enter the gamble. As they prepared to fight, Naruto gave Amaru the required pill and slipped into Shikyayu mode. But instead of charging head-on, as was the normal Inuzuka style, he simply stood there, waiting, eyes trained on the Uchiha. Naruto's prudent move proved to be a shocker for everyone, Sasuke included. Seeing this, Sasuke took it as his chance to attack and threw the first strike only to have the Inuzuka dodge it. Undaunted, the Uchiha lashed out a haymaker, to which Naruto blocked and countered. Amaru came in for a tackle roll, but Sasuke evaded it. "Heh," he scoffed. "Even if you have that mangy mutt with you, I'll still be able to beat you." "Well then," said Naruto. "If you can talk the talk, let's see you walk the walk." Tsuga. The Inuzuka transformed into a drilling tornado that charged toward Sasuke. The Uchiha responded by using the Hozenka. Naruto managed to evade most of them until he dropped the ball near the end of the attack. One of the fiery attacks managed to catch him, stunning him momentarily. Sasuke seized his chance, unleashing every taijutsu combination in the book, as well as a few from his clan style. Unfortunately for Sasuke, Naruto was no stranger to taijutsu. As the Uchiha threw another sidewinder, his leg was intercepted by Naruto's arm. He was then hit in the stomach and sent flying. It was then that he realized that, like Hinata, the best option against Naruto would be ninjutsu. Naruto momentarily found himself besieged by fire and lightning jutsus. Without any elemental jutsu to back him up, he settled for dodging them, his mind working up a rough plan. It was a long shot, but Inuzukas were risk-takers by nature, and it was a chance he had to take. So this is the power of the Uchiha clan, he taunted. In response to the jibe, Sasuke made a noise that sounded a lot like the usual Inuzuka growl. Fueled by his temper, the speed and power of his attacks increased. Naruto smirked. His plan was going in perfect motion. With each miss that Sasuke made, Kakashi noticed that the Uchiha was getting frustrated, and as the frustration increased, the sloppier Sasuke's moves became. "What a fox," murmured the Jonin. Sakura looked at Team 7's leader. "What do you mean, Kakashi-sensei?" Shikamaru answered for Kakashi. "Sasuke is getting frustrated, right?" Sakura nodded. "And you can see him throw more and more of his more powerful jutsus, right?" Sakura nodded again. "As long as Naruto stays on the defense, he doesn't have to use up his chakra. But while he stays on the defense, he's also set up a few traps for Sasuke." Kiba looked confused. "What traps?" Naruto didn't have enough time to put any traps. "Look." Hinata's voice broke the conversation. On the battleground, Sasuke had collapsed onto one knee, whereas Naruto and Amaru remained daisy-fresh. "That's what I was talking about," said Kakashi. Naruto had outsmarted Sasuke into using up his chakra. Without his chakra, Sasuke is unable to continue the battle, thus proving that defense can be the best offense. Kiba, Sakura, and Shikamaru gaped at the blonde Inuzuka. Because of his usually knucklehead demeanor, it was rather easy to forget that Naruto was actually smart enough to give Konoha's best prodigies a run for their money. Naruto walked up to Sasuke and stretched out his hand. "That was a good match, Uchiha-san," he replied, using all the respect that he could muster. "No hard feelings?" The Uchiha stared at the outstretched hand with barely hidden disgust before slapping it away and stalked off to Tazuna's house. "Sore loser," Kiba muttered under his breath. Akamaru and Amaru growled at the retreating Uchiha's back. "I win," Shikamaru said in an almost enthusiastic manner. "That means I keep my Yanaku-Q coupon, and receive a Yum-Yum bar and 150 Ryo as well. Fork it over." Grumbling, Sakura handed the candy over, whereas Kakashi gave a nonchalant shrug and handed a pair of crisp 50 Ryo bills to the Nara. "Hey, I bet on Naruto too," growled Kiba, not wanting to part with his money. "Troublesome. Look, the coupon is a 2-for-1, and we can split the candy and the money 50-50, but can't we wait until we get to the house?" Kiba sighed. "Fine." As everyone shuffled back towards Tazuna's, only Hinata and Naruto were left in the training ground. "See, congratulations, Enukun. I knew you could do it," she murmured, twiddling her fingers. "Thanks, Hinata-chan. You did well too," Naruto said brightly. Hinata looked downcast. But I lost. I feel like such a failure." Naruto frowned. "Don't say that. You're not a failure. Even though you lost to Sakura, you still won. You won new skills and you won my respect for you as a great kunoichi." Hinata blushed at Naruto's words. She tried to say something but couldn't. The next thing she knew, she had already passed out. Fortunately, before the Hyuga hit the ground, Naruto caught her. Looking at the unconscious Hinata, Naruto felt his cheeks heat up. She appeared so shy, but she could actually hold out on her own. Carrying her bridal style, he called Amaru and headed off to Tazuna's house as well. It had been 3 days since their stay at Wave and the jutsu training went well. Aside from chakra control, Sakura, Sasuke, and Hinata were learning genjutsu from Kurenai as well. Bodyguard duty for Kakashi and Kurenai was also rather mild as they had not seen an eye or ear of any of Gaara's agents. As everyone got ready for the day, Kiba broke the never-ending cycle of training and watching Tazuna. "This stinks," he exclaimed. "We've been here for almost a week and so far, there's been no action. I just want to get out there and kick some butt." "Kiba," Kurenai warned, but Kakashi held up his hand. "Okay, Kiba, because you've done so well with your training, I'll take you with me on today's bodyguard duty." Kiba's face brightened. "Really? Thanks, Kakashi-sensei." Turning to Naruto, Kiba stuck out his tongue. Nye, I'm going to see a bit of action and you're not." "Kiba, behave or I'm not taking you with me," scolded Kakashi. The Inuzuka hung his head. "Sorry." Sasuke raised his hand. "Sensei," he gritted out with forced respect. "Could I also go with you? I'm getting tired of sitting around and doing nothing." "Well now? It's going to be one heck of a party, isn't it?" joked the one-eyed Jonin. "Who else wants to go? Speak now or forever hold your peace." Sakura raised her hand as well. "Cabin fever," she explained. Kakashi looked at the team. "Since the three of you are going, I guess this means that Kurenai and I will be switching teams. Okay guys, let's head out before Tazuna dies of old age." Tazuna glared at Kakashi. "I'm not that old," he protested. "Yes you are," Kiba contradicted. "You're proof enough that dinosaurs actually existed." A tic formed on the old man's brow. "Why you?" "Hey, I'm just saying," the brunette shot back. Tazuna frowned as he put on his hard hat. "Brat, if you weren't protecting me and my family right now, I'd kick you out of my house." "I'm not a brat," Kiba protested. Sakura shook her head as she nudged the Inuzuka towards the door. "With that attitude you sure are. Come on, let's go." Pretty soon, everyone left, leaving Kurenai and Team 7 at the house with Tsunami and Inari. It was rather boring, so they settled to watching reruns of Ninkame on the TV. Shikamaru eventually fell asleep, leaving Hinata, Naruto, Kurenai, and Inari to finish the show. Halfway through the show, a scream rang out in the kitchen alerting Inari and the Konoha ninja. They ran into the kitchen to find Tsunami being dragged out by a pair of thuggish men. Cried Inari, rushing towards the door, only to be held back by Shikamaru. "This is bad," muttered Kurenai. "If these goons are here for Tsunami, that means... Dear God. Hinata, come with me." "Why?" asked the Hyuga. "No time for questions," replied Kurenai. "Let's go. Naruto, Shikamaru, it is imperative that you save Tsunami. Am I clear?" The two kunoichi dashed off to warn Kakashi while Naruto, Shikamaru, and Amaru raced towards the thugs. "What's with the brats?" scoffed one of the thugs. "Konoha must be getting a bit high and mighty if they're now sending little kids for a man's job." Naruto bristled at the insult. Just as he was about to lunge towards the thugs, Shikamaru held him back. "What the hell, Shika?" Naruto all but yelled. Keep your voice down now." "I have a plan," whispered the Nara. Facing the thugs, he replied. "Okay, you got us. It's obvious that kids like us got nothing against guys like you." He turned to leave. Naruto gave Shikamaru a look that screamed, "What the heck?" and Amaru growled to express his displeasure at the Nara. Suddenly, Shikamaru turned back around, his hands in the rat seal. "Cage main no jutsu," he cried. The thugs' shadows were now in his control, their owners immobilized. Shikamaru smirked. "Checkmate." "All right, Shika." Naruto cheered. "Now it's my turn." Tossing a pill to Amaru and making the necessary hand seals, he shouted, "Jujin Bunshin no Jutsu." A puff of smoke appeared and was replaced by a second Naruto. "Jujin Bunshin Rindan," yelled Naruto, unsheathing his sword. "I," yelled the original, giving the first thug a nasty swipe with the Kodachi. "Nu," screamed the clone, giving the second thug a devastating uppercut. "Zu," shouted the clone, giving a spin kick to the back of the second thug's head. "Ka!" The two Narutos reeled in from two different directions for the final strike, the original dealing a blinding slash, and the clone with a roundhouse kick. Within the 4 moves, the two thugs were out cold and bound up tighter than a Christmas turkey. "Phew, glad that's over," said Shikamaru as he helped Naruto check on Tsunami. "Excuse me." The two genin turned around to find Inari staring at them with teary eyes. I want to thank you guys for saving my mom, and I want to apologize for my attitude towards you over the last few days. I want to be strong. I want to be just like you. I don't want to be a crybaby anymore. Naruto gave the boy a brotherly rub on the head. Kid, he replied. It's okay to cry. It simply means you're human. As for being strong, well, all you have to do is to stand up for what you believe in and push through. Do you understand? Inari nodded and ran to his mother's arms. Shikamaru looked at Naruto and tilted his head towards the bridge. Naruto understood immediately. I'm sorry, but we have to go. Tsunami-san, Inari, please stay here until we return. Your father and our teammates are in grave danger. Kiba frowned. He was expecting to have an action-filled day at the bridge, but instead, he found his teammates and himself helping Kakashi and Tazuna lift beams and crossbars. Sasuke and Sakura were none too happy either. Where's the rest of the work crew? Sakura inquired, looking around. Tazuna took a swig of his sake. They left. Gato's thugs have been harassing everyone until all my men left one by one. I'm the only one left. Itchin' cowards. Sasuke scoffed, only to be elbowed by Kakashi. Sakura brought a hand to her mouth. I'm sorry. Tazuna shrugged. Don't sweat it. The bridge is practically done anyway. Suddenly Akamaru started growling. What's that, boy? Asked Kiba. You smell trouble? The Inuzuka sniffed the air. Yeah, I sense it too. Smells kinda familiar. Suddenly, Kurenai and Hinata came running into the horizon. Kakashi, children. Tazuna-san, glad you're still in one piece. Kakashi was stumped. Hinata? Kurenai-san? What's going on? You're in danger, huffed Kurenai. A pair of thugs attacked the house. Tazuna's eyes widened at this. Don't worry, I had Naruto and Shikamaru take care of it, she amended. The old man breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't know what he would do should something happen to his daughter and grandson. It was a good thing that he did hire the Konohinin. Mist suddenly began to fill the area. Kurenai stood by Kakashi in battle position. Hinata activated her Byakugan. Sasuke, Sakura, and Kiba ran to guard Tazuna. Zabuza! Kakashi hissed. Kiba, look out! Hinata tackled the Inuzuka. Kiba looked at the Hyuga and at the ground where he was standing moments ago. Senbon needles were embedded into the concrete. Hello! A hunter-nin in green and yellow robes suddenly appeared and approached the bridge builder. I'm sorry that your mission has to end in failure, but it is our duty to kill the old man. Over our dead bodies, you poser, growled Kiba, unsheathing the shiroga. Seems like the verdict has been decided, chuckled the hunter-nin, readying another set of senbon. A shuriken suddenly whizzed by his head. The hunter-nin dodged just in time. All right, the cavalry has arrived, yelled a rather obnoxious yet endearing voice. Arf! Stop being troublesome and wait for me, wheezed a bored-sounding voice. Shikamaru, Naruto, Amaru, you're here, shouted Sakura, sounding relieved. The loser brigade, sneered Sasuke, inwardly calculating for the perfect opportunity to prove his worth against his fellow top-notcher. Finally, the party's here, cheered Kiba. He smirked at the hunter-nin. You're gonna get it now. Naruto-kun, Shikamaru-kun, Amaru-chan, smiled Hinata. More of those genin brats? Scoffed Zabuza. No matter. My apprentice will take care of them immediately. Kakashi rushed to protect his charges, only to have his path blocked by a Mizu Bunshin. Ah, what's the rush, Sharingan Kakashi? Sneered the Kirinin. Isn't it a shinobi rule to always pay attention to your opponents? Your beef is with me, shouted Kurenai. Megan, Iron Maiden. Zabuza found himself facing a strange-looking box. All of a sudden, its lid flew open, revealing a spike-filled interior. Chains shot out from the box and wrapped themselves around the swordsman, reeling him in. As quickly as it was opened, the lid closed, giving the man a rather gory end. However, Zabuza was not an A-rank shinobi for nothing. Forming the hand seals, he shouted, Kai! The illusion vanished. Although a bit haggard from the harrowing experience, he still managed to smirk at the red-eyed jonin. Nice try, But it's gonna take a lot more than that to defeat the demon of the mist, he shouted, charging at Kurenai. The hunter Nin was surrounded. He had to defeat the 4 genin surrounding him, and he would still have to fight off the 2 remaining genin who were guarding the old man. In addition, 2 of the genin had Nin dogs. However, he was not afraid. Oh no, he had several tricks up his sleeve. Making the hand signs, the hunter Nin shouted, "Makio Hyosho!" Giant mirrors of ice suddenly surrounded the 4 genin, blocking them off from their teammates and team leaders. The hunter Nin smirked behind his mask. The tables had been turned. A small boy armed with a crossbow ran throughout the town. Upon reaching a ramshackle cottage, he began pounding at the door. "Genjin, are you there?" he cried in an urgent tone. A gruff tone came from the other side. "Inari? What do you want?" "Genji-san, Gato's men are making their move. They attacked Mom and are going to attack Grandpa at the bridge." "Go away, Inari," Genji grunted. "If we rise up against them, it's only going to make things worse." But Genji-san Inari protested. "Beat it, kid." Dejected, Inari ran from the house, yelling over his shoulder, "If you won't help me, fine, but I'm not letting Nami down. Not now, not ever." As Genji watched the boy disappear down the road, he could not help but feel ashamed. The current state of Nami would have Kaiser rolling in his grave. Sighing, he grabbed his pickaxe and went after Inari. Naruto gulped at the sheer walls of ice mirrors. Amaru whimpered a little. Nearby, Hinata, Shikamaru, and Sasuke were equally awestruck. "Hayatan Jutsu?" Hinata gasped. "But I thought only ninja from Snow Country could." "Enough talk," snapped the hunter Nin. "You're going to die now." He suddenly vanished and reappeared in the mirrors, replicating himself. "This is such a drag," muttered Shikamaru. "I can't tell which is which." A Sinban flew out from one of the mirrors, striking the unfortunate Sasuke. The Uchiha was none too pleased and retaliated. "Katan, Gokyaku no Jutsu." A giant fireball burst out from the Uchiha's lips and struck the mirrors in front of him. Sasuke smirked, but as the fire died down, so did the smirk. The mirrors were completely intact. "This special ice is resilient to heat," the hunter Nin stated plainly. "Even the most powerful fire jutsu would have no effect." Frustrated, Sasuke growled and struck out at a mirror, hoping to dispel it. However, before his fist could connect, the hunter Nin in the mirror shot out and flung him into Naruto and Shikamaru, knocking down all 3 boys like bowling pins. Byakugan activated, Hinata began to search, tracing after the chakra of the young hunter Nin, but to no avail. The chakra seemed to be infused into the mirrors simultaneously. Familiar with the Byakugan's abilities, the hunter Nin wasted no time in neutralizing the threat. Needles flew out from all directions towards the Hyuga. She managed to block most, however, because of a blind spot, the Byakugan's ultimate flaw. A few needles managed to break through her defense and shut off some of her Tenketsu points, diminishing her Byakugan's field of vision. As Hinata's Byakugan efficiency decreased, so did her defense, increasing her vulnerability. "Hinata!" Both Naruto and Shikamaru rushed to aid their teammate, but more needles shot out of the mirrors, this time towards them. Naruto managed to evade the attack, but Shikamaru was hit. Growling, Naruto tossed a pill to Amaru and performed the Jujin Bunshin. Unsheathing the Kodachi, he shouted, "Shikyayu no Jutsu," and jumped into the fray. It was 2 against 1 as Kakashi and Kurenai were facing off against Zabuza. With his infamous Sudanan Kenjutsu combinations, the former Kiri Jonin was definitely a force to be reckoned with. To counter such a move, Kakashi and Kurenai were working in unison, via the Copy Nin's Sharingan and the Genjutsu Mistress' more powerful illusions. The flow of the fight was almost formulaic. A slash of the mighty blade was parried a kunai, and supplemented by a layer of genjutsu. Any jutsus unleashed were reflected and neutralized by Kakashi. The whole fight was a clear stalemate until Zabuza switched tactics and leapt for Kurenai. As the Kabikri Hocho veered towards her, it was blocked off by a chakra-reinforced kunai. "Attacking women now, Momochi?" Kakashi growled, his grip on the kunai tightening. "To what depths have you sunk to?" "The kind of depth that puts bread on the table," the Kirinin retorted. It's not any different from your job. Someone hires us, we do it and get paid. When you come right down to it, you and I aren't that different. We're just weapons of destruction. How dare you say that? Yelled Kurenai, hurling several shuriken towards Zabuza. Unlike you, we fight to protect, not destroy. A sudden flare of chakra and a rumbling sound caught both Kakashi and Kurenai's attention. Giant ice mirrors were appearing out of thin air, forming a dome. What is? Asked Kakashi. That? Zabuza finished, chuckling ominously. That's just my apprentice's Kekkei Genkai. Those brats he's fighting are as good as dead now. Kiba, who was guarding Tazuna with Sakura, bristled at the comment. As he moved forward to lunge at the Kirinin, Kurenai stepped in, motioning to back down. He hated it, that feeling of uselessness that came when everyone was fighting for their lives, and he could not do a thing to help. Akamaru, sensing his partner's insecurities, whined piteously. Eyeing the shiroga in Kiba's hand, Zabuza smirked beneath his bandage mask. Heh, the shiroga? That's a pretty nifty piece you got there. The legendary Kodachi of Konoha's Steel Wolf, named after his sensei, the White Fang. After I kill you all, Kubikri Houch'll be getting a new housemate. In your dreams? Kiba shot back. That'd be a great dream indeed. Grinned the Kirinin. Of course, that same dream would be your nightmare, he shouted, sending a Mizu Bunshin towards Kiba and Akamaru, Sakura, and Tazuna. Thinking fast, Kiba tossed a soldier pill to his canine partner and formed the Jujin Bunshin. With Akamaru guarding the bridge builder, Kiba was free to attack. Tsuga! The drilling attack dove straight for the Mizu Bunshin, but was parried by the replica Kubikri. As the Tsuga lost its momentum, Kiba was sent flying by a sweep of the sword. Growling, he jumped for another attack, but his reflexes could not match that of the water clone. The heavy blade was now swinging towards him, death imminent as it veered closer. Doton, Dohari! Rescue came in the form of Sakura as she rushed in and stomped on the ground hard. As she did so, the section of the bridge where the Mizu Bunshin was standing suddenly spiked upwards. The abrupt movement sent the clone airborne. With the Bunshin open to attack, the odds were now in Kiba's favor. As Sakura regained her spot in defending Tazuna, Akamaru stepped up to the plate. Gutsuga! This time with the attack coming from both directions, the Mizu Bunshin finally dispelled into a burst of water. Back inside the dome, Sasuke, Shikamaru, Naruto and Amaru, and Hinata were still battling it out against the Hunter-nin. Senbon rained down at the Konoha-nin, painfully digging into their bodies, cutting of chakra points, and drawing blood. On a positive note, Sasuke and his newly awoken Sharingan, with some help from Hinata, had finally figured out the modus of the Makio Hyosho. It was nothing more than a trick of light. The mirrors reflected and refracted the Hunter-nin's image and movements back and forth at what seemed to be light speed. In collaboration with Sasuke and his taijutsu, Naruto put the Inuzuka speed and Jujin and Kage Bunshins to good use by distracting the enemy and destroying the ice mirrors. At this point, the battle was finally heating up. However, they were slowing down, the enemy ninja included. Although they had managed to land a few hits onto the Hunter-nin, he had kept them on their toes by bombarding them with Senbon for the entire duration of the battle. Among the four genin, Hinata had it the worst, having been stabbed with the most needles. She finally succumbed, collapsing onto the hard concrete. Hinata! Naruto cried, running towards the fallen Hyuga. Inuzuka? She whispered. I tried. I know Hinata, I know, Naruto replied, trying to keep her within consciousness. I'm sorry I failed. I tried so hard and I still failed. Hinata's vision began to blur. She was beginning to fade out. Hinata-chan, don't faint. Naruto shouted, shaking her. Her eyes closed. I'm sorry, Naruto-kun. At least I tried, until the very end. After that, she went still. Hinata-chan? Hinata? Hinata-heim. Naruto tried to revive the Hyuga but to no avail. Hinata Hyuga was dead. Like a flood, red chakra suddenly enveloped the blonde Inuzuka. His eyes were squeezed in pain as the raw energy shot through his body. When he opened them again, They were no longer the familiar azure orbs. Instead, they were almost as scarlet as Sasuke's Sharingan and had slits for pupils. The air choked with killer intent, unnerving everyone, including Zabuza. "Oh no!" gasped Kurenai. Kakashi's eyes widened as memories of the Kyuubi attack invaded his subconscious. It can't be. With newfound speed, Naruto charged towards the Hunter Nin and drove his fist right into the enemy's face. The mask that was covering his face cracked in half to reveal. "Haku!" shouted Kiba in disbelief. "But how why? If you were the Hunter Nin this whole time, why didn't we sense it before?" "I'm just a tool for Zabuza-san," the effeminate boy replied. "A weapon if you will. I was told to infiltrate the Konoha group and that I did. If you did not recognize me earlier, that was because I disguised my scent and chakra signature." "But why did you have to kill Hinataheim?" Naruto half growled, half wept as he unleashed his fury onto Haku. "Why? I said it before and I'll say it again, I am just a tool." "No, you're not," growled the blonde Inuzuka, pulling the Kodachi into position. "You were our friend, and you killed Hinataheim. You're a traitor and a murderer just like your boss. Amaru, let's finish this." "Getsuga!" As Amaru in Bunshin form came within Naruto's radius, the red chakra enveloped him as well, and he became even more animalistic than before. "What is that, Kiba?" asked Sakura, gaping at Naruto's enraged form. "Is that one of your family jutsu?" "I don't think so," the Inuzuka heir replied. "I haven't never seen anyone in the family unleash red chakra before. Besides, it doesn't even smell like a dog. It reeks of fox." "Wow, I'm impressed, Sharingan Kakashi and Devil Eyes Kurenai," Zabuza chuckled as he regained his composure. "I never thought that your brats could stand up to Haku." "There are many things that you don't know about our students, Momochi," retorted Kakashi. "In fact, there is something even I don't know about Naruto." "Who are you really, Naruto Inuzuka?" Naruto's fist hit another ice mirror with brutal intensity. The fight had been going on for half an hour now, and fueled by his rage and grief, Naruto showed no sign of slowing down. After the red chakra took over, the blonde's movements seemed to have become more vicious, more savage. Very much like a demon in action. Even Amaru was not spared from the influence of the red chakra. As it enveloped around him, the once adorable puppy was transformed into a feral, bloodthirsty cur. Just as Haku was about to escape into the adjacent mirror, he was caught by a swift, chakra-influenced punch from Naruto, rendering him defenseless. It was here that Amaru took it as his chance to attack. He tackled and bit the effeminate boy, effectively holding him in place. Held down by the fox-like hound, Haku, for the first time in years, felt fear as the blonde Inuzuka lunged at him, intending to run him through with his Kodachi. "He wouldn't." Kiba gasped. Sakura pulled her hands over her eyes. "I can't watch." Horrified at the savagery of one so young, Tazuna simply stood there, mouth agape. Shikamaru inwardly shuddered. As much as he liked Haku, there was not a thing he could do. The boy was the enemy, a threat to their mission. Henceforth, no matter how much he mulled over the various options, Haku's death was still imminent. Sasuke smirked as he saw Naruto charge towards Haku. The raw power. He needed it. With that much power, no one could oppose him, much less the traitor who destroyed his clan. Meanwhile with the Jonin, Kurenai used her genjutsu to trap Zabuza once more, but not without cost. The ninjutsu and genjutsu battles were eating away their chakra, and if they were not careful, chakra exhaustion would rear its ugly head and claim another victim. "Kai!" yelled the Kirinin. "How many times do I have to tell you, Devil Eyes? Your little magic tricks don't stand a chance dash." Suddenly, Zabuza dropped to one knee. "Ugh! Your life ends here, Momochi." Kakashi began making the hand signs to charge his signature move, as a strange chirping noise filled the air. "Chidori!" As the attack came down, Zabuza, in his last attempt to save his skin, used the Kibukuri Hocho to block the attack. The lightning coursed through the blade, shattering it, the pieces flying in all directions, some of them hitting the Konoha Jonin. By further injuring Kakashi and Kurenai with what used to be the Kibukuri Hocho, Zabuza Momochi had sacrificed his trump card. However, Zabuza's moment of glory was short-lived. The blonde, sword-wielding genin was lunging towards his apprentice with the intention of running him through. Summoning his last ounce of strength, Zabuza charged towards Haku, wrenching him away from the giant dog, only to be stabbed in the shoulder by Naruto's Kodachi. "Why did you save him?" Naruto growled. "What is this traitor to you?" Propping up the injured boy, Zabuza replied, "This traitor, as you kindly put it, is not only my apprentice or a tool. He is also one of my precious people. He is a testament to the horrific bloodline purge of Kiri. It is people like him that give me the will to find a way to change our village for the better." Haku weakly looked at his master. A precious person? When was the last time he was someone's precious person? When was the last time he was of worth to someone? He could not remember. As far as he knew, not since his parents died. Just then, a clapping sound came from in the depths of the mist. "Getting sentimental with the enemy now, aren't we, Momochi?" called a mocking voice. Zabuza gave a low growl. "Gato, how long have you been there?" The corrupt tycoon materialized from the mist accompanied by 100 rough-looking men. He gave the Kirinin a condescending look. "Long enough to see you suffer defeat at the hands of women and children. Pity you and your brat didn't get killed. Had you died, it'd be one less pawn to pay." Zabuza felt white-hot rage consume his being. He was being double-crossed. Gato had no intention of paying him at all. Everything that he had done for the man had been a waste of time and effort. Zabuza turned to see Naruto giving Gato a look that promised murder. "You're the tyrant who's been terrorizing an innocent village and impoverishing an entire country," the possessed boy growled, taking a step towards the sleazy businessman. "You're the crook who would dare attack helpless women and children. You're the monster who killed Hinata. You'll die now." With an anguished howl, the blonde Inuzuka and his hound charged towards Gato. "Men!" shouted Gato, hiding behind his men. "Protect me! Kill the old man! Kill the children! Kill them all!" While the mercenaries took their sweet time to prepare, the other Konohinin began engaging in battle. Kiba had tossed several more soldier pills to Kakashi and Kurenai before rushing into battle with Akamaru. Shikamaru took his place in guarding Tazuna, and Sakura began the task of healing some of Haku's injuries. Sasuke activated his Sharingan and began his attacks as well. But the biggest surprise of all was when Zabuza Momochi jumped into the fray. Naruto was surprised to see the former Kirinin fighting alongside him. "Momochi, what are you doing?" he asked as he slashed one thug. "I've been double-crossed and I'm just returning the favor," Zabuza grunted as he knocked down another pair of ruffians. "Besides, I have no reason to fight you anymore." "In that case, you'll need this." Zabuza caught a soldier pill from Naruto's direction. "You're not too bad, brat," said the Kirinin as he took the pill. "If we live through this, maybe we'll laugh about it someday." The battle raged on as thugs were taken down one by one. The survivors retreated towards Gato. "Fools," yelled Gato. "You outnumber them 10 to 1. Destroy them." "But boss," replied one mercenary. "They're too strong, we don't stand a chance. I say we get out of here." The other goons had begun to flee as well. "Cowards!" Gato fumed. "Come back here and protect me." Zabuza made a few hand signs. "Suetun, Sui Kasari no Jutsu." Gato found himself held down by chains made of water. "Momochi, you traitor! Release me this instant." "No can do, boss." Zabuza gave his former employer a sadistic smirk. He turned to Kurenai. "Hey Devil Eyes, how do you make this cheapskate shut up?" Kurenai gave a thoughtful look. "I don't know, Momochi. How about this? Megan, Narakumi no Jutsu." Gato began writhing against his bonds as horrible images began to flood his line of vision. "Looks like it's the end of the line for you, Gato." Kakashi stepped out of the mist, making hand signs. Again, the chirping noise began to fill the air. "Time to end your misery. Chidori." Raw electricity plunged right through the corrupt businessman's heart, his death throes piercing the air. When it was over, Gato was no more. "And that takes care of that," said the silver-haired Jonin, wiping off his bloody hand. Unbeknownst to the Kapinin, Sasuke had seen the entire move, hand signs included, with his newly activated Sharingan. So that's the potential of a Raitun Jutsu, the Uchiha chuckled darkly to himself. We did it. Kiba cheered. We finally completed our mission with no sweat. A fist connected with his head, courtesy of Shikamaru. What was that FO? Oh. Kiba started to say, until the Nara pointed to the direction of a hunched-over Naruto weeping over the lifeless Hinata. The red chakra had disappeared as suddenly as it had come, and it was now evident as to how much stress the blonde had gone through. Kiba fell silent, his head hung down. He could not imagine what he would do if a similar scene had happened between him and Sakura, but he was sure that he would not be able to keep his sanity for long. Kakashi and Kurenai approached the scene as well. Not long after, the Konohinin-san Sasuke and Zabuza and the now-healed Haku now surrounded the grieving Naruto with sorrowful expressions on their faces. The dogs howled, amplifying the somber mood. "This is all my fault," said a very remorseful Tazuna. "Hinata-hime." Naruto wept. "I'm sorry I couldn't protect you. If could only have a second chance, I'd protect you with all my life. Even if I had to go through the fires of hell, I'll protect you no matter what." Hinata felt something wet touch her cheek. She also heard sniffling and familiar voice crying for a Hinataheim. Wasn't heaven supposed to be a place of joy? So why was someone crying? Curious, Hinata slowly opened her eyes. Naruto-kun? Hinata was truly surprised to see her teammate. Why was he with her? Did he die too? Hinataheim, you're alive. The Hyuga was suddenly crushed into a hug by a very relieved Naruto. "You gave me quite a scare there," said the blonde Inuzuka, tears still streaming down his eyes. "I thought I'd never see you again." Hinata felt her blood rush at the Heim comment. But before she could pass out from the fact that her longtime crush was hugging her, she was brought out of her happy place by Kiba's shout of joy. "She's alive." Kiba all but screamed. He grabbed Akamaru and kissed the dog. "Hinata's alive." Kakashi and Kurenai smiled. Sakura rushed over and began to heal Hinata's more minor injuries. Tazuna and Shikamaru breathed out a sigh of relief, Amaru ran towards her and liked her face, and Sasuke remained indifferent. Hinata smiled at the happy, relieved faces of her friends and Zabuza and Haku. Zabuza and Haku? She suddenly backed away from the two Kirinin. Kakashi gave the Hyuga a reassuring eye smile. "Don't worry, Hinata, they're on our side now." Hinata simply nodded her head. In the end, things had come to a beautiful conclusion. Gato had been taken care of, Zabuza was no longer a threat, and Wave was now free without the loss of innocent lives. It was now a week after the defeat of Gato. The remaining thugs who had fled had been rounded up by the Nami villagers led by Genji and Inari. The bridge was finally complete, and everyone, including the Konoha and Kirinin, were gathered at the bridge for the inauguration ceremony. "What are we going to name it?" asked Tazuna. "How about if we name it the Great Nami Bridge?" suggested one villager. "That will never do," argued Genji. The crowd broke into a hushed argument of what the bridge would be named until Inari broke the silence. "What if we name it the Bridge of Heroes in honor of Kaizatouzen, Naruto-Nizen, and all the brave shinobi and kunoichi for inspiring us to fight for our freedom?" "That's a great idea," said one man. "Not too shabby," replied a woman. "I like it," quipped Genji with a grin. One by one, the villagers agreed with Inari's suggestion. Voices rose from the crowd once more, pushing for the name. "Then it's settled," Tazuna said. Smashing a new bottle of sake on the main post, he declared, "From now on, this bridge will be known as the Yusha no Hashi." The crowd erupted into a roaring cheer, and the ninjas' responses had been fairly amusing. Naruto flashed his million-dollar smile and Kiba was showing off. Hinata blushed and twiddled her fingers, and Kakashi, Kurenai, and Sakura smiled and waved. Inner Sakura was now doing a victory dance, screeching, "Bill." Sasuke smirked, Shikamaru gave a lazy smile, and the dogs yipped like crazy. Zabuza and Haku were dumbfounded. It was strange to have such a large number of people accept them after all that they had done. The reception followed the inauguration soon after. There was food and dancing and everyone had a great time, and Kakashi won a drinking contest between Tazuna and Zabuza, only to receive the hangover of the century the next day. Very soon, it was now time for the NaruHina to go home. Zabuza and Haku stayed to help rehabilitate Nami and establish its first ninja academy by the time they received proper funding. Zabuza also managed to salvage the pieces of the Kibukuri Hocho and had taken it to a blacksmith to be reshaped. The sword was guaranteed to be as good as new after its repairs. Goodbye. Goodbye. Till we meet again. With grateful hearts and smiles, the residents of Nami bid the NaruHina their farewell. Inari ran to Naruto, unshed tears glimmering in his eyes. I'm going to miss you, Nissen, he said, embracing the blonde. I'm going to work hard to be strong and I won't be a crybaby anymore. When we meet again, I hope I'll meet up to your expectations. Naruto grinned and ruffled the younger boy's hair. I'll hold you to that, kid. Haku came up next and shook hands with Naruto and Hinata. I hope you have no hard feelings after all that happened. Had I known we were going to be double-crossed, we wouldn't have. Naruto gave him another foxy grin. No sweat, man. Just help these good folk get back up on their feet and we'll call it even. Hinata cut him short. It's okay, Haku-kun. We understand. We all pulled through and that's all that matters. Lastly, Zabuza had removed his mouth wrappings, flashed Naruto a toothy grin and a thumbs up. You got guts, kid. I like that. I'm expecting great things from you in the future. And between us swordsmen, you and your brother have two very special kodachis there. Do take care of them. Naruto smiled and nodded before running off to join the others. Looking at the Bridge of Heroes for one last time, the NaruHina smiled before heading off home. The NaruHina were finally home. The trip back was rather uneventful unless one counted Shikamaru getting seasick all over again and the minor scuffles between Naruto, Kiba, and Sasuke. It usually began with Kiba saying something and Naruto telling him that it was wrong. Then Kiba would lose his temper and begin fighting with his brother. This was followed by Sasuke throwing a few barbs about the Inuzuka brothers and said brothers turning against him. It usually took a grown-up to break up the altercations, although Hinata and Sakura also did their part. Shikamaru, after all, was too queasy to get involved. Upon entering Konoha, the Jonin senseis dismissed their charges and rest up while they filed their reports to the Hokage. Shikamaru was never happier to hear the word rest, and he ran off home with a hurried later, surprising the others as no one had ever seen him move so fast. Naruto, Kiba, Hinata, and Sakura exchanged their goodbyes and left for their respective homes, and Sasuke simply grunted and walked away, leaving Kakashi and Kurenai to shunshin off to the Hokage Tower. You did what? Tsum's voice practically rocked the foundations of the Inuzuka clan house after hearing the events that transpired in her son's mission. Hana tried to pacify her hyperventilating mother. Mom, calm down. I will not clam down, raged Tsum. When I go to the Hokage Tower, I'm going to give that old coot a little talk about genin safety. Imagine an B-rank mission. Better yet, I'm going to Nami and hunt down that client. What was he thinking lying like that? Hana paled at the words, a little talk. In Tsum's dictionary, a little talk was synonymous to a sermon that would make Yoshino Nara blush. If Tsum was going to give the Hokage a little talk, Sartobi was better off retired. This time Kiba intervened. But Mom, we came back in one piece. Aren't you glad to see that we're safe and sound? That's beside the point. Tsum snapped. The thing is, you were given a B-rank mission that was disguised as a C-rank. Not to mention that you faced off a missing nin with a rep almost as bad as Kakashi's. Safe and sound, you say? What about your friend Hinata? Didn't you say she was almost killed? When Hayashi hears about this, he'll probably put his daughters in house arrest for the rest of their lives. Hana pulled her brothers aside. You guys better go to bed for now. Looking at their ranting mother, she sighed. This may take a while. Tsum did eventually calm down, and although she was still sour about the B-rank issue, she was proud that her boys had managed to complete a high-priority mission at such a young age. After breakfast, the Inuzuka brothers and their dogs decided to take a stroll into town. It was a nice day, and there were no missions or training that day. Suddenly, they heard a very familiar voice calling out to them. Naruto! Kiba! You gotta see this! The Inuzukas turned around to see Sakura running towards them, huffing and puffing. "Whoa, Sakura! Where's the fire?" Naruto asked. "Yeah, Sakura, what's the rush?" Kiba asked, concerned. Sakura wheezed. "I was passing by at Ino's and I." "You what?" Naruto asked, his curiosity getting the better of him. Sakura paused for a while and caught her breath. "I saw another Ino. I was passing by the shop when I saw Ino talking to another Ino." Whoa, hold up," said Kiba, raising his hands. "How can there be another Ino? We only know one Ino, and I'm pretty sure she could have just made a bunshinjutsu." Sakura shook her head. "No way. One more thing about this other Ino is that she has a deep voice, very much like that of a man." "Seriously?" Naruto asked eagerly. "What are we standing around here for? Let's go to Ino's and see the second Ino." "Hey, forehead. Naruto. Kiba. There you are." Everyone turned around to see Ino running up to them, flailing her arms madly. "Or we could just stay right here," Kiba snorted. "Hi, Ino," Kiba, Sakura, and Naruto greeted. "Hi, guys." Ino chirped. "I'd like you to come to the shop for a while. You're not going to make us haul fertilizer sacks again, are you?" Kiba asked, cringing a little. "I couldn't get the smell out of my nose for weeks." Ino giggled. "No, silly. I want you to meet someone. Come on." The group hurried off to the shop to find the other members of Rookie 9 sans Sasuke already there. Hinata's cousin Niji was there as well. "I found the others." Ino beamed. "Now come on in. There's someone I'd like you to meet." As the gang entered the shop, they were greeted by a friendly voice. "Hello. Welcome to Yamanaka's Flowers. How may I help you on?" Everyone but Shino and Chuji's jaw dropped at the sight. The speaker was an androgynous blonde boy with a hairstyle similar to that of Ino and her father's. He wore a Konoha forehead protector around his head and the standard Chunin flak vest over his mesh shirt. "Who is he?" Naruto asked, regaining his composure. "Guys, this is my half-brother Deidara," said Ino, gesturing to the newcomer. "Deida, you've met my teammates, Chuji and Shino, right?" The older blonde nodded. "Well, these are my other friends." She pointed to the pink-haired girl. "This is my friend Sakura." "Hello," smiled the addressed girl. "The Hyuga cousins, Hinata." Ino introduced, pointing to the girl, who waved her hand shyly. "And Niji," she gestured towards the serious boy, who acknowledged the newcomer with a nod. "My very good friend, Shikamaru." "I," greeted the pineapple-haired genius. "And last, but not least, the Inuzuka brothers Kiba and Naruto," said Ino, finishing the introductions with a smile. "Yo!" the brothers greeted in unison. Deidara grinned. "Nice to meet you all on." "This is unbelievable!" Kiba exclaimed. The others looked at him strangely. "What is?" asked Chuji. "Ino has a long-lost brother." Kiba yelled. "Oh great, what's next? I bet Shikamaru'll tell us that Irika-sensei is a long-lost member of the Nara clan." Kiba was promptly elbowed by Naruto and Sakura. "Be polite." Sakura hissed. Turning to Deidara, she smiled. "I'm sorry. My friend's a little rude, don't mind him." "It's okay, Deidara assured her. "My sister's initial reaction was none too polite either." Ino whined. "Hey, don't look at me, said Deidara, putting his hands up in a defensive manner. "I only say as I som." As Deidara's hands came up, the genin saw that each hand had a mouth on it. As always, Kiba spoke up first. "Dude, that's sick," he exclaimed, pointing to the hand mouths. This time Kiba was greeted by a slap to the head, courtesy of Naruto. "Ihihei." Naruto laughed sheepishly. "Please excuse my brother. He really doesn't know when to shut up." Niji was next to speak. "So, Deidara-san, where are you from?" "Judging from those things on your hands, I would say it's a Kekii Genkai found only within the family of the third Tsuchikage. You're not a leaf nin by birth, are you?" "Niji Nizan." Hinata gasped. "Niji Hyuga, what a question." Ino squawked, offended by Niji's question. "It's all right," replied De. "You're right. I'm not from Konoha. But my father is." Those in the room gasped at the statement. During the last leg of the Third Shinobi War, my mother, who was the daughter of the third Tsuchikage, was captured by Leaf-Nin. Soon afterward, she fell in love with one of her jailers, a man named Inuzuka Yamanaka. They had an affair, and here I am, a testament of what happened that night. After the war, my mother was released and I was born into the Tsuchikage's clan. However, many in the clan did not acknowledge me because I was only half IW. The villagers hated my mother and me because of my father. The only ones who actually loved me were my mother and grandfather, the Tsuchikage. After my mother's recent death, I was transferred here as part of the IWA Konoha peace treaty 2 weeks ago, but I think grandfather was just trying to protect me from the village and decided to send me to live with my other parent. Everyone was rather shell-shocked. What a tragic story, Sakura remarked. Yes, it is, Deidara replied, bowing his head. However, he cheered up once more. But everything's okay now. I got to meet my father and his clan, and everyone's nice to me, even my stepmother. Hey Ino, I've been meaning to ask, Sakura whispered to her friend. Why wasn't your mom mad when she found out about Deidara? Ino gave thought for a while before responding in an equally hushed tone. Well, this stuff happened before my mom met my dad, so I guess it's all water under the bridge. Besides, she chuckled. Mom's always wanted a son. It's good to know the villagers weren't being too troublesome, Shikamaru stated. I'm glad you like Konoha. Yeah, Naruto chirped, shaking Deidara's hand mouths and all. Welcome to Konoha. The 9 genin spent the entire morning in the flower shop, talking with Deidara and getting to know him better. All in all, Deidara was a fairly decent fellow and Ino liked him, so there was no trouble with getting the others to like him too. It had been funny when the male Yamanaka had been introduced to Akamaru and Amaru. The dogs had liked the Cyclopean blonde only to be liked back by one of the handmouths. The dogs were a bit freaked out and Deidara's handmouth ended up spitting out little bits of hair. All in all, everyone had an enjoyable stay at the Yamanakas. As lunch hour came around, it was imperative that they had to leave. Bye Ino, bye Deidara, waved Team 7, 8, and Shino, Chuji and Niji. It was nice meeting you. Walking down the street, they decided to stop by at Ichiraku's for lunch. Naruto ordered 1 miso and 1 pork ramen. Kiba, Shikamaru, and Chuji each ordered beef, while Sakura, Hinata, and Niji ordered chicken. Shino got pork as well. So what did you think of Deidara? Naruto asked between mouthfuls. Why, you like him? Kiba teased. Hinata bristled at Kiba's little joke on Naruto being gay. Naruto growled at his brother. Shut up. You know what I'm talking about. Besides, there's a girl I already like. Who is it? Kiba prodded. Do I know her? Is she nice? Is it Hinata? It's Hinata, isn't it? Naruto gave his brother another right good slap on the head. Oh, shut up. It's none of your business. For your information, Hinata is just one of my best friends. Shikamaru did something very un-Shikamaru-like and joined in the teasing. Then why do you keep calling her Haim? Last time I checked, you can only call a girl Haim if 1, she's a real princess, or 2, if you really, really like her. Naruto looked at Hinata. The Hyuga was redder than a tomato and rightly so. Seeing the blushing Hyuga made Naruto blush as well. Going back to Deidara please, he growled, rather embarrassed. He's all right, Shino replied. Although he has quite a bit of a temper. Seriously? Kiba asked. He seemed pretty mellow to me. Trust me, said Chuji. He has a temper. The first time I met him, I thought he was a girl, and he ended up yelling at me, I'm a boy. Then he made me haul fertilizer sacks for the rest of the day. It took a couple more days before he forgave me completely. At least, now I know where Ino's temper comes from. Naruto gave a low whistle. Wow. Remind me to never get on their bad side. See, Shikamaru pointed out. This is why I don't like girls. They're too troublesome. Niji finished. We know. Well, I think Deidara seems sweet, Sakura remarked. If I didn't already like someone, I'd be on to him for sure. I know. When we're not busy, let's hook him up with someone. He does deserve some love after all. Kiba shook his head. Sakura, You're such a flirt. Sakura glared at her teammate. Yeah, well, takes one to know one. Ooh, burn. Naruto and Chuji laughed. Shikamaru and Shino choked on a chuckle, and Niji smirked. Even Hinata, a sweet, gentle Hinata, giggled. Kiba huffed and closed his mouth. After the laughter died down, the group went back to discussing about Deidara's potential girlfriend. How about Ayam Nizan? Hinata suggested. She's nice, cheerful and gentle. Ayam chuckled as she set down another bowl of miso ramen in front of Naruto. Sorry, sweetie, but Deidara's not my type. The way I see it, he'd be better off with Hana-chan. At this, Naruto and Kiba broke out laughing. Hana-chan? As in our sister Hana? Ayam nodded and the boys laughed even harder. Coincidentally, Hana Inuzuka was passing by Ichiraku's when she heard the raucous laughter. Curious, she found her two brothers laughing. Approaching them, she was surprised that they had not sensed her, but their companions had. I could just imagine Deidara going out with Hana, laughed Naruto. That'd be the day. Hana glared at her brother. Everyone in Ichiraku's could feel the killer intent radiating off the eldest Inuzuka sibling. Yeah, I know, Kiba snorted. When they get together, maybe she'll stop acting so snooty. At this, the Inuzuka brothers resumed their laughing fit. A tic formed on Hana's temple. Her brothers thought she was snooty? Oh, they were so dead. Kiba-kun, Naruto-kun. Hinata seemed more nervous than usual. Guys. Chuji had lost his appetite at the insane amount of killing intent Hana was emitting. What? Kiba asked, annoyed. Shikamaru simply pointed at the direction behind the brothers. Naruto, ever the smart aleck, answered this time. Hana's behind us, isn't she? The others could only nod dumbly. Kiba, Naruto said calmly. I think it's time to run. Both boys ran out of the shop, chased by a furious Hana screaming about someone getting fixed. Kiba grinned at the people gathered before. All the genin who went to the mission at Nami, with the exception of Naruto and Hinata, were currently in the Inuzuka brothers' old treehouse. Taking the place of the absent Hinata was Niji. The treehouse used to be the childhood hangout of the Inuzuka brothers' inner circle of male friends. However, due to the emergence of PBRY, the treehouse had become a bit cramped, as they sat cheek to jaw. Not to mention that the no girls allowed sign that Kiba had neglected to remove had offended Sakura to a certain degree. Good people of Team 8 and Niji, Shikamaru began, standing right next to Kiba. We are gathered here today to investigate the mystery of the red chakra we saw at Nami. That's good and all, replied Sakura. But where's Naruto and Hinata? Shouldn't they be here? They were at Nami too. True, said Kiba, answering for the Nara. But we know that Naruto was not aware that he was leaking the red chakra, and Hinata was unconscious at the moment. However, she has been filled in about the red chakra, courtesy of Shikamaru and yours truly, so we had her take Naruto out for a little alone time. That explains the absence of your brother and Hinata, Sasuke drawled. But what about Hyuga over here? He asked, jabbing his thumb at Niji's direction. He wasn't there. Niji gave the Uchiha an icy look before answering him. As my cousin is with Naruto, it has decided that I will take her place as the Byakugan for this task. That's right, said Shikamaru. With the absence of Hinata, Niji will be her substitute and will keep an eye on things. Pulling out a map, he continued, to begin our investigation, I have pinpointed several places where we might be able to get information on the red chakra. Kiba looked at the map, which was now dotted with 2 red X's. The hotspots were the Academy Library and the archives at the Hokage Tower. Dibs on the Hokage Tower, he yelled. And Sakura's with me. Everyone flinched at the volume of his tone. I'm going to the Hokage Tower too, Niji remarked. Someone has to keep a sharp eye out for something. And what is that supposed to mean? Asked Kiba and Sakura, both somewhat offended. Troublesome, grumbled Shikamaru. I suppose that means Sasuke and I are going to the academy. Kiba could barely contain his excitement. Okay then, let's go, let's go, let's go. Shaking their heads, his companions eventually split up towards their respective destinations. Shikamaru and Sasuke were currently leafing through some old books and newspaper clippings at the Academy Library without finding anything of relative significance. Suddenly, Shikamaru struck gold. He called Sasuke over and the two boys looked at the newspaper clipping that lay before them. The clipping revealed a picture of the aftermath of the Kyuubi attack. That date shown above read October 11th? Then that meant that the Kyuubi attack occurred on October 10th 12 years ago. Naruto's birthday was on October. Coincidentally, Naruto was the only child in the village with that birth date. Could it be? Was Naruto the fox in human form? But it couldn't be. Although Shikamaru had heard the old-timers say that during the attack there was red chakra coming from the Kyuubi, it had been stated that the historical records that the Yondaime had killed the fox, and therefore Naruto could not be the fox. The fox was dead. If the fox was dead, then Naruto could not be the fox. That was the most sensible answer there was. Shikamaru frowned. The stories were not making sense. The fox was dead, and yet Kiba said that the aura Naruto had emitted at Nami reeked of fox. Naruto was an Inuzuka. He was supposed to reek of dog, not fox. He could only conclude one thing, a conspiracy. There had to be a conspiracy. But what did it have to do with Naruto? Turning to the Uchiha, he found the boy's lips drawn into a grim line. Although it was nothing new, Shikamaru Nara knew better. Sasuke was just as perplexed. Kiba, Sakura, and Neji were currently inside the public archives section of the Hokage Tower Library. This is lame, Kiba grumbled. We've been here for 2 hours and we've found nothing on red chakra. Oh, do be quiet, Sakura admonished. You're the one who was most curious about the red chakra in the first place. Maybe we're approaching this the wrong way, said Neji as he leafed past another book on chakra theory. Kiba, Sakura, was there anything else besides the red chakra? The room was silent as Kiba and Sakura thought hard for a while. The silence was broken when Kiba suddenly snapped his fingers. I remember now, foxes. Neji raised an eyebrow. I beg your pardon? During the fight as Naruto was emitting the red chakra, I remember the red chakra having a distinct smell similar to that of a fox. That's right. Sakura agreed. You did say that. Neji smirked. Now we're getting somewhere. And I think I just know which fox to find. Who? Kiba asked dumbly. Sakura sweat dropped. She had no idea how Kiba could be so alert, and yet so clueless at the same time. Isn't it obvious? She sighed exasperatedly. Who else but the Kyuubi? Kiba looked at Sakura if she had grown a second head. What are you talking about? He asked. The Kyuubi's dead, everyone knows that. Even little kids know that. Maybe that's what they want us to think, said Neji as he pulled out a copy of the newspaper that Sasuke and Shikamaru read at the academy. Look at the date of this paper and tell me what you see. Kiba squinted at the grainy photograph. The village looks like a twister hit it, but I don't see anything else. Exactly. Kiba looked up. What do you mean? There's no body? Sakura guessed. Neji smirked again. Bingo, but there's more. Check the date of the paper. Sakura frowned. I don't see what that has to, my god. October 11th? Sakura sputtered. But that's right after Naruto's, you don't suppose? No, Kiba growled. Sakura looked at her teammate. What do you mean no? There is no way Naruto can be that fox. That thing was evil. Thanks to that monster, Naruto and I will never know what it's like to have a dad. Besides, he grinned with feral resolve. If Naruto was evil and the fox, we wouldn't even be standing here right now. After looking at all the clues, the outlook had left Kiba, Neji, and Sakura more confused than ever. The clues led to the fox, but Naruto was not the fox. Now the question remained, who or what was Naruto? As they walked down the hall, Kiba saw his mother enter the Hokage's office looking somewhat stressed. A stressed Tsum meant that there was something going on, and if she was going to see the Hokage, it had to be something big. Fortunately, whatever was bothering Tsum was able to distract her from seeing her son and his companions. Motioning for Sakura and Neji to follow him, the Inuzuka heir crept towards the door and ped his ear to it. He could hear the faint voices of his mother, the Hokage and Kakashi and Kurinai-sensei? What was going on? Hey Niji, can you read lips? Whispered Kiba. The Hyuga nodded and activated his Byakugan. Sakura set up a cloaking genjutsu so that they would not be caught eavesdropping and stuck her ear to the door as well, listening to the hushed voices behind it. In the Hokage's office, Sum was surprised to see Kakashi and Kurenai with the Hokage as well. There was only one thing that ran through her mind. What did those pups do now? If I hear that those boys have been misbehaving, oh, there'll be hell to pay. Sum, Sarutobi started in a serious tone. I want to talk to you about Naruto's actions during his mission at Nami. The Inuzuka matriarch flinched. What did the runt do? Upon seeing the trace of worry in Sum's expression, the Sandame's visage eased up a bit. Actually, there's nothing wrong with your son's behavior. It's just that in his sensei's mission reports, it was stated that there were sightings of red chakra. Sum paled. Red chakra? The myth. Lord Hokage, she replied with the utmost respect. As a mother, I feel that it is unwise to simply keep Naruto's secret between us. I suppose it would be for his best interest if his senseis were let in the loop as well. Sarutobi chewed on the end of his pipe thoughtfully. I believe that is the case too. Turning to Kurenai and Kakashi, he began, Listen you two, what you are about to hear is an S-class secret, so I expect that you won't repeat this to anyone else. Outside, Kiba's eyes widened as he heard the words S-class secret, Kyubi, Jinchuriki, Yonde Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, and son. Niji, who read the lips, was just as shocked as was Sakura. Hearing enough, the three genin scrambled out before someone caught them eavesdropping. As soon as they were at a safe distance away from the Hokage Tower, they knew it now was safe enough to talk. It's just as I thought, Niji gasped lowly. The Kyubi lives on. What do we do? Sakura asked. Nothing, Kiba whispered harshly. While it was common knowledge that Naruto was not a blood Inuzuka, it never occurred to Kiba that his brother was the Yandame's son and had the world's most powerful bijou sealed within him. We act as if we never heard any of this. Sakura frowned. Kiba, aren't you even bothered by all this? Of course I am, but what do you mean to do? Kiba shot back. Walk up to him and say, Hey Naruto, guess what? Not only are you adopted, but that thing that killed your folks is actually locked up within you. That monster killed my dad, but it killed both his parents. My mother was kind enough to take him in and raise him as one of us, and that's what I'm going to do. Related or not, Kyubi jailer or not, Naruto is still an Inuzuka and my brother. But what do we tell the others? Sakura asked. Don't breathe a word about this to Naruto or Team 10, commanded Kiba. I think it's safe to relay this to Shika and Hinata under an oath of secrecy, but I think we should keep Sasuke out of the loop. Why? This time it was Niji. Trust me, if the Uchiha team gets wind about this, things won't be pretty. For now, let's just keep this as our S-class secret. Agreed. Niji and Sakura nodded. Agreed. Back at the Hokage Tower, the real Hiruzen Sarutobi smiled down at the crystal ball. The Sarutobi who'd been talking to Kakashi, Kurenai, and Sum had been a clone. The real deal had seen everything the genin had been up to, observing their reactions. After all that had happened that day, he swelled with pride to see them do the right thing. It was apparent that the will of fire burned brightly in them all. Naruto, Kiba, and their dogs were currently at Team 7's meeting place waiting for Kakashi. They had been waiting for over an hour. Fortunately, Naruto had brought a frisbee and the Inuzuka quartet were currently engaged in a rather wholesome game of four-way fetch. What do you think that weirdo wants? Kiba asked as he tossed the flying disc towards Amar. Who knows? Naruto snorted. Once he made us wait for 3 hours just to inform us that we didn't have a mission that day. Speaking of the devil, there was a puff of smoke as the ever-late Jonin-sensei arrived, his nose buried in his adult novel. Yo, he greeted. You're late. Naruto and Kiba yelled. The Nin dogs growled in annoyance. Sorry about that, Kakashi apologized. I was on my way here when... Oh, forget it. Naruto growled in frustration. I've read fairy tales that made more sense than your excuses. Anyway, I have some exciting news. Kakashi announced, his visible eyes still scrunched up into an upside-down U. Do you remember our training session at Nami? The Inuzuka brothers nodded vigorously. As promised, I've found 2 perfect senseis to help you with your wind training and kenjutsu practice. Meet me at Training Ground 19, said the Jonin as he shunshined away in a swirl of leaves. The Inuzuka brothers gave each other a look before simultaneously shrugging and heading off to Training Ground 19 with their dogs. Upon arrival, they found Kakashi standing with 2 other men dressed in the standard shinobi uniform. The first man was tan, bearded, had bluish-black hair, and was smoking a cigarette. The other was pale and had stringy brown hair. Glad you made it, said Kakashi. Here are the senseis I'm recommending for your specialty training. I assume you already know Team 10's Asuma Sarutobi. The brothers nodded, acknowledging the man. And of course, this other guy beside me is ANBU's very own dancing blade, Hei Geku. Asuma-san will be teaching you some wind jutsus and Hayate-san will help you with your kenjutsu. I wish you guys good luck with your training. And again the silver-haired genius disappeared in a whirl of leaves, leaving the brothers and their dogs with their temporary senseis. Under Asuma and Hayate, the Inuzuka brothers underwent a new training method called tag teaching. Asuma would teach one brother the wind jutsus while Hayate sparred with the other in kenjutsu, using the traditional bakken, for safety purposes. When the boys had mastered the technique taught by their respective sensei, they would switch instructors, learning twice the jutsu in half the time. Under Asuma, the boys learned 3 new B and C class wind jutsus including the futon, Renkuden, trans, wind release, drilling air bullet, AN, a C-class jutsu in this universe, futon, kaze no yoroi, trans, wind release, armor of wind, C-class jutsu that surrounded the user with powerful winds that also served as a cushion for blows, and the B-rank futon, senpu, trans, wind release, whirlwind. Hayate taught Kiba and Naruto some basic kenjutsu moves including kenjutsu, dangon, trans, weapon art, bullet, and some of the moves from his patented Mikazuki no Mai, trans, dance of the crescent moon. Naruto, Asuma sighed, resisting the urge to rub at his temples. These are the only futon jutsu someone of your level can handle at the moment. I've already taught you all that I can. But you gotta have something, begged the blonde. Anything. Please, Asuma-sensei. Please. All right, said the Hokage's son. Imagine 2 currents of wind, blowing in opposite directions. They push past each other, sharpening them both into fine points. Wind chakra can't flow around, it has to cut. Nodding confidently, Naruto began practice his wind jutsu. On his 3rd attempt, he finally managed to create a Renkuden. Granted, the wind bullet was bit on the small side, but it was a Renkuden nonetheless. I did it. Naruto cheered, pumping his fist. Good work, lil bro. Course, mine practically destroyed that tree over there, Kiba bragged, grinning proudly. I'm already on the 2nd jutsu. Not for long, Naruto replied. I'm gonna beat you so hard, you won't know what hit you. Besides, I'm better than you at kenjutsu. You won't be if you don't come over here and start practicing, Hayate admonished quietly. Kiba snickered as the humbled blonde ran towards the senior swordsman. All right, Naruto, in guard, said Hayate, preparing a stance. Well, here goes, said Naruto. Ya dash. He charged towards Hayate, only to have the bakken knocked out of his hands and cold would touch his throat. Speed is more important than some flashy technique, Hayate warned. Let's practice that first. And then we'll work on some techniques after lunch. Understood? Naruto nodded meekly. Yes, sir. The tag teaching worked well, both brothers learning everything they were taught, advancing with leaps and bounds. Soon after, Asuma's repertoire of futon jutsu had exhausted, leaving it to Hayate to finish up the combat training. Aside from this, he also told the boys of an ancient, yet effective kenjutsu style called the Hi-Ten Mitsurugi. When Naruto asked the kenjutsu master if he could teach it to them, Hayate coughed and simply said he couldn't. But why? Kiba felt like crying. He shifted into the puppy dog pout mode. Don't you like us? Hayate frowned at Kiba's act. Kiba, it's not that I don't want to teach you. It's because I can't teach you. The Hiten Mitsurugi style has been lost for centuries. However, he added, noting the brothers' downcast expressions. There is one style that is a bit like the bastardized version of the Hiten Mitsurugi. They call it the Ryu no Mai, the Dragon's Dance, and I am more than willing to teach you its basic forms. The first step is... Training was finally over and Kiba slumped down onto the ground, gasping a lot like Akamaru on a hot day. "Ah, that was tiring," he wheezed. Looking at Naruto, he noticed that the blonde was still training and not the least bit tired, though his canine partner, in Bunshin form, was huffing and puffing. "Hey Naruto, can we do something else?" Kiba yelled over to his brother. The blonde frowned at his brother. "Oh, all right," he grumbled, picking up his things. Amaro reverted into his true form, giving the brunette a grateful yip. As they walked down the street, they ran into the familiar figures of Shikamaru and Hinata stepping out of Yamanaka's flowers. Waving at their friends, the brothers invited the Nara and the Hyuga to the dango shop for a quick snack. After a long day of training, a snack of dango and tea was a welcome treat. Like Enko, Shikamaru was to dango as what Naruto was to ramen. It had been interesting to watch the Nara inhale stick after stick of dango. Naruto was talking to Hinata, who simply blushed and nodded, while Kiba was quiet for once and watched Shikamaru with morbid fascination. A yell of surprise suddenly broke the quiet atmosphere in the restaurant. I know you. You're Naruto Inuzuka." The genin looked down to see a trio of starstruck children looking at Naruto. The group was composed of a brown-haired boy with a scarf, a runny-nosed boy with glasses, and a little red-haired girl in a constant state of blush, each one sporting a pair of green goggles perched on top of their heads. The dogs ped their heads at the new arrivals and looked at their Inuzuka partners, as if to look for answers. Naruto stared down at the youngsters. The one with a scarf seemed familiar, but he couldn't remember why. Swallowing down his dango, he asked, "Who the heck are you?" "Moegi Udatane, the sassiest kunoichi in Konoha," said the girl, striking a pose. The bespectacled boy jumped up next. "One who's good with numbers, Udon Mitokado." "And Konoha's next Hoke, Konomaru Sarutobi," yelled the scarf-clad boy. "Together, we're the Konohamaru Corps," the trio yelled in unison. At this, Naruto's eyes widened. The hair, the face, the expression, he knew he had seen it somewhere before. It was on a picture of the Sandame when he was younger. "You're the Sandame's grandson, aren't you?" he asked. "And by chance, are your friends the grandchildren of the Sandame's teammates, council members, Hamura Mitokado and Koharu Udatane?" Konohamaru gave him a cocky grin. "Got it in one," he said with a thumbs up. "He knows who we are." Moegi squealed excitedly. "He really is Rookie of the Year." "What is that you want with Naruto-kun?" asked Hinata. Moegi squealed again. "You're Hinata Hyuga. You were a shoo-in for Kunoichi of the Year. You're my role model." The Hyuga staggered, nearly passing out from the amount of praise she was receiving. Fortunately, Naruto caught her. "What's wrong with her?" asked Udon. "Nothing," yawned Shikamaru, knowing it was a recurring experience. "She's just modest. That's all." Naruto was trying his best to calm his teammate. Amara rubbed his shaggy head against her leg, doing his share to comfort his partner's friend. "Take it easy, Hinata-heim," he cooed in a soothing voice. The young Sarutobi looked at the blonde Inuzuka with awe and wonder. "Wow boss, you're really awesome. You're already cool and you have a pretty girlfriend. Could this day be any better?" To say Naruto was red in the face would have been an understatement. The boy's face was redder than the surface of Mars and Jupiter combined. The others could have sworn they saw smoke come out of his ears. Kiba was laughing like a loon, and the dogs were sharing a knowing look. This time, Hinata did faint, and Shikamaru had to assist Naruto in reviving the fallen Hyuga. 15 minutes and a couple of bumps on Konohamaru later, the group was now walking back towards training ground. "Why are we here again?" Kiba grumbled. Akamaru voiced his displeasure in a series of whines and growls. "Because this is a great place to entertain our fans without someone butting in," Naruto answered. "Correction," replied Kiba. "They're your fans, not mine. So far, Scruffy over there." He pointed to Konohamaru. "Practically worships you. Hinata is that little girl's idol. He pointed to Moegi. And Poindexter over yonder. He pointed to Udon. Won't stop challenging our Shika to a game of shogi. Naruto scowled. That's not true. Turning to the Konohamaru Corps, he asked, Hey kids, do you know what Kibanizan was famous for? The children's brows furrowed in consternation for a moment. Just then Udon snapped his fingers. I got it. I remember you now. You're that Kiba Inuzuka kid who held the record for most pranks pulled on teachers. Irika-sensei still gets the heebie-jeebies every time someone puts an apple on his desk. Oh yeah. Konohamaru cheered. You're one of the prankster kings of Konoha along with Naruto Nizan. Wicked. We're actually meeting Academy legends. NaruHina, laughed Kiba. I can't believe I'm actually that famous. You're right, Naruto. I'm awesome. But aren't you also the same Kiba who holds the most number of detentions? Moegi asked pensively. Kiba's ego balloon deflated. Okay, enough of making fun at Kiba's expense. Naruto intervened for his brother. What do you kids really want to talk to us about? Konohamaru stepped forward. We want to know we could become great ninjas, so we decided to ask the best. Hinata blushed at the thought of being one of the best, but Shikamaru was not convinced. Why? He asked, eyebrows raised. So I could defeat my grandpa and become Hokage. Konohamaru declared, puffing out his chest. Well, get in line, kid. Naruto grinned. 'Cause I'm gonna make Hokage first. Looking at Udon and Moegi, he asked, What about you two? We want to step out of our grandparents' shadows, the two complained angrily. It's always it's the honorable grandchildren, and pay your respects to the honorable grandchildren. People don't see us for who we are and always SCK up to us. It's sickening. It's high time we show them who we really are. So are you going to help us or not? I see, mused Shikamaru. And to answer your question, no. What do you mean? Konohamaru yelled angrily. I'm sorry, said Hinata, trying to soften the blow. If we help you, we would only worsen the situation. Please elaborate, said Udon, wiping his nose. Look at it like this. Shikamaru explained. You want to be different, right? The Konohamaru Corps nodded, resulting in a smirk from the Nara air. There you have it. How can you make a statement if you're only going to copy someone else? I agree with Shikamaru and Hinata, said Naruto. We are where we stand today because of the effort we used to achieve our goals. If you want to surpass your grandparents, you'll have to work hard to do that. Remember, there is no shortcut to greatness. The Konohamaru Corps looked at the ground, pondering on those words. Finally looking up to their older counterparts, they shouted in unison, We'll take your advice, but from now on, we're rivals. This we swear. Naruto, Hinata, Shikamaru, and Kiba gave each other a look. Finally, Naruto replied, I'll hold you to that. I hope by the time you graduate, you will have become excellent ninja. Till we meet again. With that, the four genin walked away, leaving a memorable impression on the honorable grandchildren. It was a brand new day in Konoha as Naruto and Kiba woke to the sound of chirping birds and the smell of breakfast cooking downstairs. Hungry and excited, the two boys eagerly tumbled downstairs to the kitchen. Good morning, Morning, Hana, greeted the two boys. Naruto and Kiba Inuzuka, what did I tell you about yelling in the house? Scolded Sum. Everyone in the house, including the Inuzuka Nin-ken, flinched at the tone of her voice. Kiba began to think very hard. Use the inside voice, replied Naruto. Sum nodded. And what did you do? She asked. We didn't use our inside voice, said Kiba rather apprehensively. That's right, now sit down and have breakfast, commanded the Inuzuka matriarch. And if I ever catch you screaming like that again, I'll have you fixed faster than you can say, eh. Naruto and Kiba shared a look before shuddering and sitting down. Hana chuckled as she set down 4 plates of sliced ham and toast. While the family was eating, they were interrupted by a knock on the door. Hey Kiba, get the door, prodded Hana. Can't you see I'm eating? Said Kiba in disgust. Poking his brother, he growled, Hey Fishcake, get the door. Get the darned door yourself, Kibble, Naruto growled back. Or how about you, Hana? You're the closest. The knocks came again, in rapid succession, this time followed by a voice shouting, "Oi Inuzuka, open up." Kiba cringed. "It's that BSTD Uchiha," he whispered. "Can't someone else open the door?" "Inuzuka, I know you're home." Sasuke hollered over the knocking. Tsum began to lose her patience. Someone better get that door, before someone is grounded for the next 3 to 5 weeks. Grumbling, Kiba pulled himself out of his seat and marched towards the door. Opening it, he found a rather impatient-looking Sasuke Uchiha. "What do you want, Uchiha?" he snarled. "Kiba. Manners." Tsum's voice rang from inside the house. Kiba shivered at the volume of her voice. "And she tells me to use the inside voice." "Good morning, Sasuke." Kiba bit down on each word. "What brings you here this fine morning?" Sasuke smirked at Kiba's obvious discomfort. "Ancient dope. Kurenai-sensei wants to meet us at Training Ground 8. "What for?" Kiba asked. "How should I know?" the Uchiha retorted. "Just go." "Mom, I'm going out for a while," Kiba called as he put on his shoes. He whistled for Akamaru, who responded by bounding up to his partner. Soon after that, the two boys had left the Inuzuka compound towards the Haruno residence. Inside the house, the rest of the family listened to the conversation Kiba had with Sasuke. "That Uchiha kid sure is obnoxious," Tsum remarked whilst chewing on a chunk of ham. "I know," Hana replied, thoughtfully munching on her piece of toast. Even his brother wasn't at that level of nasty, and he was the pampered one. Naruto shrugged as he gulped down his glass of milk. Goes to show that the BSTRD fruit doesn't fall far from the BSTRD tree. "Naruto Inuzuka." Tsum screeched for the 3rd time that morning. "Watch your mouth." Before Naruto could make a smart reply, another set of knocks, more polite this time, echoed around the Inuzuka clan house. "Coming!" Naruto called, praying Sasuke had not returned. Opening the door, he found one Hinata Hyuga standing before him, smiling shyly. "Good morning, Hinata-heim," Naruto chirped. "Good morning, Naruto-kun," greeted the blushing Hyuga. Hana came up from behind. "Oh Hinata, what brings you here today?" "Good morning, Hana-san," replied Hinata. "Kakashi-sensei wants to see us this morning. He said it was important." "What are waiting for?" asked Naruto, putting on his shoes. Grabbing the Hyuga's hand, he called, "Bye mom. Bye sis. Let's go Hinata-heim. Come on Amaru." The dog barked in response and followed Naruto and a blushing Hinata to the Nara clan house. Tsum and Hana smiled nostalgically as they watched the two genin disappear down the street. Young love. Team 7 was currently gathered at their usual meeting place waiting for Kakashi. Shikamaru was sprawled under a nearby tree, snoozing, while Naruto and Hinata were conversing in hushed tones so as not to disturb their teammate. 2 hours later, Kakashi had arrived in the usual cloud of smoke. "Yo," greeted the Jonin. "We don't have a mission today." Shikamaru frowned at this, upset that his sensei would disturb his nap for something so insignificant. "But I have a surprise for you." Naruto could barely contain his excitement. "What is it? What is it? What is it?" he asked, jumping excitedly. "I've decided to sign you up for the oncoming Chunin exams." Kakashi grinned, his eyes scrunched up in an upside-down U. "What? So soon?" Shikamaru practically yelled. "This is so troublesome." "No it isn't," Naruto yelled back. "It's wicked awesome." Amaru barked excitedly. "See, even Amaru agrees." Strangely, Kakashi joined in the shouting match, since practically everyone had been shouting since early in the morning. "Why are we yelling?" For the first time in her life, Hinata lost her temper. All the yelling was very strenuous and just plain annoying. "Shut up," she yelled. A strange silence fell into the area. Naruto and Shikamaru's jaws were having a little rendezvous with the ground below, and if it was not for Kakashi's mask, his jaw would have done the same. It was not every day that one saw a Hyuga lose their cool, more or less their temper. If there was a shinobi Ripley, he would have been there faster than one could say, "Believe it." Sorry, Hinata flushed, reverting back to her sweet, shy self. The yelling was getting annoying. "Understood," replied Kakashi. Anyway, here are the forms for the Chunin exams. It will be held in room 301 at the academy. I'll be seeing you there in 2 days. That having been said, the Jonin disappeared in a swirl of dust and leaves. Now what? Naruto asked. Shikamaru yawned. I'm going back home and taking 40 winks. Shika, you're such a drag. Stop being a bore and do something for once. Naruto nagged. The Nara simply shrugged and turned to walk away. At this, Hinata decided to add in her 2 cents. There's a shogi tournament at Konoha Park today. At the words, shogi tournament, Shikamaru's eyes widened by a margin. He immediately grabbed his teammate's hands and hightailed it towards the park, with the Maru running behind them. As they were running, Team 7 was stopped by a very familiar voice. Hey boss, where's the fire? Team 7 turned around to see Konohamaru and his friends looking at them strangely. Shogi match. No time. Gotta go. Shikamaru wheezed. At this, Udon looked like Christmas had come early. Did you say shogi match? He asked, excitement crawling into his voice. Let's go. Race ya. With that he dashed off in a cloud of dust, only to bump into a boy roughly about the same age as Team Ow. Watch where you're going, you little punk, snarled the boy, lifting Udon by his collar. He had brown hair and his face had strange purple markings on it, and he was dressed in a black jumpsuit. He wore a Suna headband on his forehead, fingerless gloves on his hands, and had a bandage-covered bundle on his back. Team 7, Konohamaru and Moegi finally caught up with Udon. Let him go, you big bully, yelled Konohamaru. Another smart mouth, sneered the boy. Let's see how smart it is when it meets Mr. Fist. Get your gritty mitts off my friend, yelled Naruto. The brunette's painted face twisted into a sardonic smirk. You too, eh? I don't mind. I haven't had my daily helping of twerp mush today anyway. Kenkuro, cut it out, a feminine voice called. A blonde girl in a purple tunic and blue skirt came towards them. Her hair was styled into 4 spiky ponytails and she wore a breastplate in her front fastened by a bright red sash. A Suna headband was tied around her neck, and strapped to her back was a large battle fan. Come on, Temari, loosen up, said the boy called Kenkuro. I was just teaching these kids a lesson. Kenkuro, cut the crap, hissed Temari. He won't like it. While Kenkuro was talking to Temari, Naruto had ordered Amaru to perform dynamic marking on the brunette. When Kenkuro felt something warm trickling down his leg, he was so surprised that he dropped Udon, who ran and hid behind Hinata and Shikamaru. Kenkuro was livid. Why ya little dash? He began to take a step towards Amaru. Kenkuro, enough, a raspy voice commanded from behind. Everyone turned to see a redhead hanging upside down from the branch of a nearby tree. In a way, he seemed similar to Kenkuro, yet there was a difference. He had the kanji for love tattooed on his forehead and his eyes had dark rings around it. He was wrapped in a white poncho, and a maroon jumpsuit could be seen from underneath his cloak. His hands were encased in a pair of brown gloves and he carried a peculiar gourd on his back. Like his female teammate, his Suna headband was tied around his neck. Both Temari and Kenkuro gasped. Gaara? Kenkuro, you're an embarrassment to our village, said the newcomer in that same cold tone. But I... Shut up or I'll kill you, growled Gaara. Kenkuro gulped and instantly clammed up. Behind him, Temari looked equally uneasy. Gaara jumped from the tree he was on. Looking at Naruto, he felt the power radiating from the Kyuubi vessel. He could also feel Shikaku calling for blood. Not now, mother. I apologize on behalf of my teammate. You seem to be a worthy opponent. May I have your name? Naruto looked at the Shikaku vessel. He had a rather odd scent trace which smelled like a combination of sand, tanuki, and blood. He heard Amaru whimper, obviously scared of the stranger. Keeping his suspicions to himself, he replied, Tell me your name and I'll tell you mine. The Sunanin raised a non-existent eyebrow. Sabaku no Gaara. Naruto Inuzuka. Believe it. Gaara felt Shikaku pulse, but he ignored it for the moment. Well met, Naruto Inuzuka. Hopefully we'll see each other soon. Turning to his team, he said, Let's go, motioning for them to follow him. Excuse me, Hinata called. Being a foreign shinobi, take it that. You 3 are attending the Chunin exams. No duh, Temari scoffed, flashing her passport and an approved Konoha entry permit. Naruto, Hinata, Shikamaru, and the Konomaru Corps stared in silence as the 3 Sunanin walked out of sight. Just by looking at them, it was clear that the Suna team were not just any garden variety genin. If they were part of the competition, the Chunin exams would definitely be one wild ride. At the Hokage Tower, all the participating Jonin sensei stood before Hiruzen Sarutobi himself to hand in their applications, and among them were Kakashi Hatake, Kurenai Yuhi, and Asuma Sarutobi. The other sensei assembled were a bit shocked to see the rookies sensei turn in their applications. Don't you think it's a bit too soon? Asked one of the other Jonin. Yeah, even Madogai had to hold his team back for a year, and that one had the Hyuga prodigy, whispered another. Are you sure you want to go through this? Sarutobi asked the rookie sensei. Affirmative, Lord Hokage. I, Kakashi Hatake, deem Genin Team 7 ready for the duties and obligations of a Chunin. Likewise, I, Kurenai Yuhi, deem Genin Team 8 fit for the duties and obligations of a Chunin. Yes. I, Asuma Sarutobi, deem Genin Team 10 ready for the duties and obligations of a Chunin. Very well then, said the Hokage. I accept your team's applications for the Chunin exams. I wish you all good luck, and may the will of fire burn brightly among your charges. It was finally the day for the Chunin exams, and all of the rookie 9, with the exception of Shikamaru, could not be any more excited. Hinata woke up to have breakfast with most of the other members of the main house, Niji included. The 2 cousins ate their meals along with Hayashi and Hanabi, with the elder Hyuga instructing Niji to keep an eye his younger cousin during the exams. After breakfast, the 2 cousins went on their separate ways, as Niji still had to meet his team. In the largely empty Uchiha district, Sasuke did some taijutsu and ninjutsu exercises before heading back into his house for a quick breakfast of onigiri and milk. Across town, at Yamanaka's Flowers, Ino and Deidara were squabbling over the bathroom. Their spat escalated when Inoichi entered the bathroom, leaving the Yamanaka siblings with an occupied bathroom to argue about. They waited for 5 more minutes until they realized that their father had entered the bathroom with a newspaper, which meant that Inoichi was going to be in the can for a long time. Angry, the siblings huffed their way to breakfast, arguing about whose fault was it that none of them were able to take a bath. Things were very much normal in the Haruno residence. Sakura's parents were not ninjas, but they supported their daughter's dream. The Pinkette had a good and cheery breakfast with her mother telling her to come back in one piece and maybe bring back a souvenir from the exams. It was Haruno tradition to keep something from a special occasion. In fact, there was a memorabilia shrine full of photos and trinkets from important events in Sakura's life. Down the road at the Akimichi residence, Chuji was having a big and hearty breakfast with Shino, who had slept over that night at the insistence of the Akimikis. Shino and Chuji had spent the previous day sparring and training together at Shino's request. At the Nara Deer Ranch, the morning was generally troublesome when Yoshino marched into Shikamaru's room to wake him up. The younger Nara had gone into the 5 more minutes spiel until his mother nagged him out of bed and marched him straight to get ready. Lastly, at the Inuzuka household, Hana, Kiba, and Naruto scurried around as if they had ants in their pants as they prepared for the day. Just like in the Yamanaka residence, there were also sibling fights with the Inuzukas. As always, there was the bathroom issue, but then it was followed by the "will you hurry down the stairs" issue and finally, the "you're in my seat" issue. As for poor Tsum, one person can only take so much squabbling. That's it. You pups better stop fighting over the proverbial bone, or so help me the 3 of you will be grounded until you're as old as the Hokage himself. I didn't start the fight. Naruto protested, pointing to Kiba and Hana. They did. You're not pinning this one on me, you runt. Kiba growled, jumping out of his chair. Mom, Hana scoffed. I haven't been grounded since I was 12, and I'm 17. I'm too old to be grounded. Oh, try me, Tsum shot back. I don't give a flying fish on who started what, but as you 3 were found arguing as a pack, therefore you will be punished as a pack. Grounding, plus kennel cleanup. 2 weeks. A chorus of, but Mom. rose up, but it was quickly squelched when some threatened to raise their punishment to 3 weeks. This is all your fault. Naruto grumbled to his 2 siblings. You just had to rope me in with your morning crap, didn't you? No, it's your fault. Hana countered, I was doing you a favor. You were sleeping like a log. If you slept on like that, you would have missed out on the next 2 Chunin exams. Having one of the dogs lick my face is not a pleasant wake-up call. Naruto retorted. Kiba snickered at the memory of Naruto's awakening that morning. Oh, don't start with me, laughing boy. Hana snarled. You're grounded too, plus, you're the one who's like a snail at the stairs. Those steps were treacherous. Kiba replied. I always trip over the last 2 steps. That's because you're a clumsy oaf. Naruto said, smacking Kiba's head. For once, I agree with Naruto, said Hana, following suit. What is it with you guys and my head? Kiba groused. Akamaru, Amuro, and the Haimaru triplets all had a doggy sweat drop at the sight of their partners arguing all the way to the academy. The Inuzuka siblings finally reached the academy where they parted ways. Hana entered the building right away, whereas Naruto and Kiba met up with their teams. As soon as Team 7 got together, they headed inside the academy building. Soon enough, they found their destination, room, but something did not feel right. Then it struck Naruto. They had only climbed 1 flight of stairs. They were only on the 2nd floor. It's a genjutsu, Naruto whispered to Hinata and Shikamaru. Let's move, guys. Before Team 7 could proceed any further, a weird-looking boy with black flipped-out hair and the biggest eyebrows ever came flying into the wall beside them. Looking for the source of his pain, they found a pair teenage genin. Standing by the so-called room, let us through. A brown-haired girl with a bun hairdo in a pink Chinese-style shirt and blue shinobi pants was trying to negotiate with the genin guarding the door. In response, she was punched in the face. Little girls like you are better off at home playing with their dollies, scoffed one of the genin, who had wild, spiky hair and a bandaged nose. Yeah, so beat it, piped in the other genin, who wore a bandana. You losers don't even stand a chance right now, scoffed one Sasuke Uchiha, who had just come in with Kiba and Sakura behind him. This isn't even the 3rd floor. Show them, Sakura. What is that idiot thinking? Naruto asked himself. Doesn't he know that the genjutsu was making the exam much easier for us? Instead of complying with the Uchiha's request, Sakura simply stood there. Like Naruto, she knew that the genjutsu was the deciding factor for the cream of the crop. Sasuke's eyes narrowed at his teammate. If you won't do it, fine. I'll do it myself. Kai. As he cancelled out the genjutsu, it soon became clear to everyone that this was definitely not the 3rd floor. So you figured us out, eh? Sneered the genin with the bandaged nose. No matter, let's see if you can handle this. With that, he rushed towards Sasuke, aiming an axe kick at him. Sasuke, on instinct, moved to retaliate, but suddenly, both kicks were caught by the eyebrow kid. Those present were shocked. The same thought was running through Team 7's mind. So fast. Lee, I thought you said we were supposed to remain incognito, Niji said as he moved from the spot where he had been observing everything. Sorry, I just wanted to prevent the unnecessary violence, replied the boy known as Lee. Whatever, grunted Niji. Suddenly, Lee came across Sakura and his googly eyes transformed into hearts. Oh, fair and youthful one, may I have your name? He asked, taking her hand. To say Sakura was shocked would be an understatement. The hair and light green GI Lee sported was somewhat acceptable, but the eyes, they were just so weird, and the brows that accompanied them were not making it any better. I'm Sakura and you are? Sakura, the boy cheered and jumped up. Such a youthful name. It rings through the air just like the springtime of youth. My name is Rock Lee and Dash. Yo. Step away from the lady, you dork, yelled Kiba. Lee looked at Kiba, measuring him up. And who might you be, my friend? Kiba puffed his chest proudly. The name's Kiba Inuzuka, the best rookie there is. Teams 7 and 8 sweat dropped at this. Well, Kiba-kun, if you're as good as you say you are, you don't mind a light spar, do you? Kiba smirked and moved into his stance. You're on, Bushbrow. However, Niji stepped forward and took Kiba by the arm. You don't want to fight him. Kiba frowned. Was Niji underestimating his abilities? Lee didn't look like much, so what was the big deal? Kiba, I'm telling you this as a friend, Niji replied. You don't want to fight against Lee. What's the matter? Kiba taunted. You scared we'll upstage you? Niji ignored the jab at his ego. It's not that. If you fight him, let's just say you won't be able to advance into the exams. Yeah, Kiba, Naruto remarked. Quit embarrassing yourself. Amaru barked in agreement. Growling lowly, Kiba backed down. Lee looked downcast at the cancelled spar, until his female teammate reminded him that he could find a lot more action in the Chunin exams, at which Lee perked up once more. Hey Niji, asked Naruto, jerking his thumb towards the girl with Lee. Who's your teammate? Niji looked up. Oh, that's Tenten. Her family runs that weapons store downtown. But enough with the chit-chat, hollered the girl now known as Tenten. We have an exam to take, remember? Come on, let's go before they disqualify us, Niji beckoned, following after her. We'll chat later. As everyone filed into the third floor, they found Team 10 amongst the crowd of disgruntled foreign genin. What's their deal? Asked Kiba as he passed by the glares. You have enhanced senses. Why don't you put them to use and observe your surroundings? Retorted Shikamaru. Kiba pumped his fist. Okay, Akamaru, let's go. Annoyed with his friend's stupidity, Shikamaru quickly bonked him on the head. Et2 Shika? Kiba whined, clutching the spot that had been hit. I was being sarcastic, grumbled the Nara. Seriously, you're so literal-minded, it's troublesome. Tis, dobe, snorted Sasuke, smirking at Kiba's lump. Oh yeah. Kiba shot back. Well, Daffy Duck called. He wants his butt back. The brunette Inuzuka's comment earned a round of laughter from those present, and the Uchiha flushed redder than the tomatoes that he loved so much. Anyway, asked Ino, why are they glaring at us like that? Haven't you noticed? Said a bespectacled boy with a silver ponytail. You're the youngest group of genin here. Usually most of those who try out have at least 2 years of experience. You'd be insulted too if your opponents were a bunch of greenhorns. Who are you anyway? Asked Chuji. Me, replied the boy. I'm Kabuto Yakushi. I'm a genin just like you. You're still a genin? Asked Kiba incredulously. You're old enough to be at least a mid-chunin. How many times have you taken the exams? The question earned him a vicious elbow to the ribs from Naruto and Sakura. 7, replied Kabuto. I've taken and failed this test 7 times. Trust me. This test is no walk in the park. There are plenty of teams that are more than a match for you. Hinata gasped at this. Now she was even more nervous than ever. The glares around her were extremely unnerving, and Kabuto's pep talk wasn't really helping. Naruto, sensing Hinata's discomfort, gave her hand a comforting squeeze. Don't worry, Hinata-heim, you'll do fine. I know you're strong. Just give it your best and don't give up. Hinata blushed and straightened up as Naruto's encouragement strengthened her confidence and determination. Sasuke huffed. Only losers like you can't handle something as menial as the Chunin exams. Kabuto smirked. Getting cocky now, aren't we, Sasuke Uchiha? A collective gasp was heard amongst the rookie. How do you know my name? Asked Sasuke. Kabuto pulled out a stack of cards and charged one with his chakra. Instantly, a picture of Sasuke appeared along with some stats. Sasuke Uchiha, he read. Rookie of the Year, along with Naruto Inuzuka. The Uchiha glared at Kabuto. Signature moves include the Katan Jutsu and the Sasha Shuriken, trans, intercepting fist, style. Of Taijutsu, has activated the famed Sharingan and completed 1 C rank and 1 B rank mission? As for the D ranks, well, they don't really matter much. Shikamaru and Naruto shared a look. Something was off with this Kabuto, if that was even his real name. There was no way that a mere genin would hold that kind of information. Amaru growled low in his throat. Like his partner, he did not trust the Yakushi one bit. And upon seeing Kabuto's knowledge on the competition, both Kiba and Akamaru were pushed on edge as well. So, do you need any dirt on anyone? Kabuto offered. Sasuke thought for a while before responding. Just, what do you know about Naruto Inuzuka, Rock Lee? He paused for a moment, scanning the crowd for possible competition before stopping on the Suna Team 7 had met a few days ago. And that redhead over there? He finished. You mean Sabaku no Gaara? Kabuto corrected. Whoever, Sasuke grunted. Alright, let's start with Rock Lee, Kabuto continued, pushing up his glasses. So far, he is a taijutsu specialist, has no known record of using ninjutsu or genjutsu. Strange. He has completed 10 C-rank missions as D ranks are inconclusive. Then, there's Sabaku no Gaara, Kabuto went on. He has the ability to control sand and has never been injured in battle. His mission records include 8 C ranks and 1 B rank. Sasuke was dumbfounded. Some people even got injured in a C rank mission, so what more a B rank, where the risk on injury was higher. Whoever this Gaara kid was, he was one tough nut. Last but not least, Naruto Inuzuka shares the title Rookie of the Year with Sasuke Uchiha. Signature moves include the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Jujin Bunshin, Tsuga, Gutsuga, and the Jujin Bunshin Rendan. He also has some skill in Kenjutsu. His Nin-Ken partner is Amaru. Missions completed include 2 C ranks and a B rank. Kabuto gave a low whistle. Impressive indeed. Oi, what about us? Asked a spiky-haired genin with a strange forehead protector. The insignia etched into it was that of a music note. And who might you be? Asked Ino, a slender hand on her hip. We're ninjas from Oto, replied the spiky-haired boy with a sadistic grin. And we're so gonna wipe the floor with you wimps. Oto. Sakura asked, curious. The Hidden Sound Village, it's a relatively new village, Kabuto explained. I believe it's their first time to participate in the Chunin exams. Very good, said another Otonin who looked like a hunchbacked mummy. At least someone's been doing their homework. But that won't help you here. He raised a hand that was encased in a strange gauntlet and Kabuto collapsed onto one knee, retching. Leave him alone, yelled Sakura, not liking the idea of these punks picking on an innocent bystander. Back off, Pinky, snarled the female Otonin who had a hairdo that was reminiscent to that of Niji's. It's kunoichi like you that give kunoichi like us a bad name. Okay, break it up, yelled a gruff voice. The genin assembled looked up to see a scarred man in a trench coat and bandana standing at the doorway of room. All right, you maggots, growled the man. The name's Ibiki Marino. I'm the proctor for the first part of the Chunin exams. Let me be the first to welcome you to hell. Now get in before I disqualify you. As the participating genin entered the examination room, they were each given a number by Ibiki. Okay, you punks, Ibiki spoke as a few Chunin proctors went about, passing exam sheets. This is a written test dash. A test, Akusa genin protested. I thought we were over that once we got out of the academy. Similar protests rose up from the crowd. Quiet! Ibiki roared, silencing the protesting genin. As I was saying, you'll be seated according to the numbers you were given. There are 10 questions in this test, and each of you will be given 10 points, 1 for each question to start with. Cheating is highly frowned upon, and if you are caught by any of these proctors here, 2 points will be deducted. If your total score drops down to 0, you will be expelled from the exams, and if this happens, your teammates will also be disqualified. However, as a consolation, the 10th question is optional. You may or may not choose to answer it. Any questions? The Chunin hopefuls simply stared blankly at the head proctor. Crickets could be heard chirping in the background. Ibiki smirked sardonically. Since no one has anything to say, you may all now begin. As the test began, silence gradually blanketed the room. The entire area was devoid of sound, not even the scratch of pencils on paper, and it was easy to understand why. What the heck is this? Kiba thought as he looked down onto his paper. They never taught us this in the academy. Perched on his head, Akamaru grunted in displeasure. Shikamaru lazily opened an eye onto his paper. Troublesome. This is almost too easy. He picked up his pencil and began to write down the answers. After a while, Sakura began scribbling down her answers too. While she was not as smart as Shikamaru, she had a reliable brain, and found Ibiki's test to be fairly simple. Naruto looked at his paper contemplatively. Something's off here. Why would anyone simply deduct points for cheating? Whenever Iruka-sensei catches someone cheating, he doles out a harsh punishment. Scarface must be nuts unless. He glanced up to see Ibiki smirking, and the proctors gripping their pens and clipboards. He wants us to cheat, he concluded. As Naruto suspected, the other genin began using various methods to cheat. Hinata and Neji had activated their Byakugan, and Sasuke was using his Sharingan. Ino had slumped over, which meant that she was using her Shintenshin to cheat off someone, and Shino had released 2 bugs that gathered information for him and Chuji. Even the genin who were not specialized in information gathering were using the tried-and-true methods to cheat. Tenten, for one, was using wires and mirrors to look at the answers. She would then use the wires to shift the mirror to her paper and pass the answers to Lee. Even that Gaara character was cheating. He had formed an eyeball out of sand and was currently using it to peer over the paper of a chunin plant in front of him. Naruto considered on using Amaru to peek over his shoulder, but that idea was scrapped when he realized that he could not understand a thing his Nin-ken said. Unlike the rest of the Inuzuka clan, Naruto could not understand the Inuzuka dogs, although the dogs did understand him. His bond with Amaru was simply based on trust, instinct, and intuition. Shifting his test sheet around his desk, Naruto shifted his gaze to the people sitting by him, scanning for someone to cheat off. So far, he was situated between that Kabuto fellow and some other Konoha genin, and sitting in front of him were a Kiri-nin, a Kusa-nin, and yet another Konoha-nin. Upon closer observation, he noticed that Kabuto's test sheet was already half-filled. Maybe there was hope for him yet? But before he could start copying, he had to make sure that none of the proctors were trained on him. As he traced them one by one, he felt blood suddenly ran cold when his eye came across the proctors seated in the middle. The proctors in that group included his sister and pair of chunin who resembled the genin that guarded room. A closer inspection of the 2 men made Naruto realize how tricky the chunin exams could really be. Using henge and genjutsu to separate the bad from the good. He mused, glimpsing at Ibiki. Wise move, Scarface. Wise move. Naruto peeked over to his brother who was sweating bullets. Seeing Kiba this nervous meant that the brunette had seen his sister as well. If they wanted to proceed to the next level, the Inuzuka brothers had to think of something and fast. Naruto racked his brain. There had to be something he could use to cheat. Just then it upon him. He was the prank king of Konoha. But just as he found the right idea, Ibiki's voice broke through his thoughts. Number 74. Ibiki bellowed. Your points have just been reduced to 0. You and your team are disqualified. Number 74, a genin from Hoshi, got up and stomped off, crying. His teammates looked absolutely crushed as well. Naruto stared at the scene. If anything, he had to cheat and be discreet about it as well. There was only one option, but it was risky. He mumbled something under his breath. Amar, with his enhanced hearing, picked it up and crept towards Kiba and Akamaru in the next aisle while Hana had her attention on another genin. Spotting Akamaru, Amaru relayed the message Naruto had whispered. The white dog passed the message to his partner who gave Naruto a subtle wink. Slipping his hand into his utility pouch, Naruto picked up a few of his special smoke pellets and rolled them to the front. As soon as they rolled to their designated areas, Naruto put his hand in the ram seal and whispered, "Katsu!" Smoke filled the room and then there was general chaos. Ibiki could be heard barking orders and as well as the frantic footsteps of the chunin proctors scrambling to restore order. When the smoke finally cleared, there were several clones of Ibiki running around the place. The proctors were shocked and outraged. Some stood up to trace the source, but Ibiki stopped them, wanting to see where this would go, though a part of him also wanted to simply march right up to the culprit and strangle him on the spot. The clones wasted no time in picking up the test papers and insulting the examinees. One clone insulted a chunin hopeful so bad that the poor genin was reduced to tears. A pair of Ibiki clones came across Naruto's paper and scoffed. "What a joke! This guy can't even get past question 1, sneered one clone, picking up Naruto's test paper. "Are you sure you're the rookie of the year?" The other Ibiki clone made a derisive snort. More like dead last, he laughed. I'd like to have whatever the Hokage was smoking when he picked this kid. Essage, shut up. Naruto growled, yanking his paper away. The two clones simply gave a cruel laugh and walked off to torture a few more genin. As suddenly as they arrived, the clones disappeared and order was restored. Naruto grinned to himself. Kage Bunshin was rather handy at some point. He picked up his pencil and began to write down the information he had gathered. As he wrote, he again muttered something under his breath, to which Amaru picked up and relayed to Akamaru. As soon as Kiba picked up the message from Naruto and Amaru, he began writing as well. As soon as the timer signifying the end of the test buzzed, Ibiki walked into the front. I'd like to be the first to congratulate those who managed to survive, he said. As a reward, I'd like to present to you the 10th question. As I mentioned earlier, you have to option to take or leave the question. If you leave now, you can try again in 6 months, but if you take the question and answer it wrong, you'll be banned from any Chunin exams for the rest of your ninja careers. Another set of protests rose up from the crowd, but Ibiki instantly squelched it. Silence, he bellowed. I'm the proctor here. What I say goes. If you have the cold feet, I suggest you leave now. You can try again in 6 months. Naruto glanced at the teams. Some of them were already raising their hands to leave. He diverted his gaze back to Ibiki when he noticed that the scarred Tsukujo was smirking. Smirking? He said to himself. Just what exactly are you pulling here, Scarface? Just then Hinata caught his eye. Among all of Team 7, Hinata was the most nervous, and Ibiki's words had put a dent to the wall of confidence Hinata had built during her time with Naruto. As the Hyuga moved to raise her hand, Naruto jumped up on his desk. Listen up, Scarface. I don't care if I have to be a genin for the rest of my life, because I know I'm going to be Hokage. Believe it. Woof. Trans, you said it. Amara barked, completely agreeing with his human partner. Hushed whispers rose from among the other genin as Ibiki glared at Naruto. Suddenly, the sadistic smirk returned to Marino's scarred face. You're not leaving, eh? He chuckled, his eyes never leaving Naruto. How about you? He asked, turning to the other genin. No one answered. Seeing as nobody moved, Ibiki decided it was time to pass judgment. You all pass. All the genin present were stumped. Wadash. What about the 10th question? Ino asked. Ibiki chuckled as he worked on the knots that kept his bandana tied in place. There is no 10th question. This test was designed for you to prove your information gathering skills and your courage to face the unknown for the sake of your home village. The very fact that you are still here shows that all of you display these qualities. Ibiki yanked off his bandana, revealing the horrible scars and holes that dotted his bald head. Each of these scars is a memento of the bloodshed I had to go through during my career as a ninja. It is the same for you. You are the soldiers of your kage and daimyos. To back down on their order is considered as a sign of treason. As ninja, is your duty to see that your mission, though the end, whether it be a success or a failure. If you have an informant, you have to be sure that he is not a double agent. If you are captured, you must never divulge the secrets of your village. Everything you do is for your village, and when you die, it will be for the village. You have proven yourself mentally capable as Chunin, said Ibiki as he tied his bandana back on his head. Now let's dash. Before Ibiki could finish his sentence, a black ball crashed through the window to unfurl itself in a banner that read, the second proctor of the Chunin exams, the sexiest kunoichi in the 5 elemental nations, Anko Mitarashi, and a purple-haired woman in a tan trench coat, presumably the second proctor. Ibiki slapped a palm to his forehead. Anko, you're early. Again. Yeah. Well, it's a lot better than being late like that slowpoke Hataki, Anko retorted. She studied the genin gathered before her and pouted. Ibiki, there's too many of them. Suddenly, the frown was replaced by a bright grin rivaling Naruto's. No matter, I think my test can cut this down by half. Alright, you twerps. Get your buttes in gear and follow me. The Chunin hopefuls who had been observing were rooted to the spot, obviously too shocked to move. The second proctor was probably the biggest nutcase on that side of the land of fire. Anko turned around to see that no one had moved an inch. She frowned once more. What are you waiting for, maggots? Move! The genin scrambled after her, as the chunin proctors looked on with pity etched on their faces. First Ibiki, then Anko. It was just one psycho after the other. Hopefully, the third proctor would be a bit more merciful. Anko led the genin through the training grounds until they reached a heavily forested expanse blocked off by a very tall interlink fence with many doors. "Hello, kiddies," she chirped. "Welcome to Training Ground 44, or as I'd like to call it, the Forest of Death." "Why is it called the Forest of Death?" asked a rather apprehensive Kirinin. A blood-curdling scream permeated through the air, and Anko flashed the Kirinin a sadistic smirk. "Does that answer your question?" "What's in there anyway?" asked Shikamaru. "Trust me," said Anko. "Don't. Anyway," Anko continued, "your objective is to cross into the tower through the forest while carrying these scrolls." She held up a pair of scrolls that were either bound in a black or white wrapping with the kanji for earth written on the black scroll and the kanji for heaven written on the white one. While Anko was talking, Kiba began to zone out and Akamaru, who was perched under Kiba's hood, snoozed peacefully. Suddenly, a kunai flew past Kiba's head, whizzing right over Akamaru. "Oof. Arf!" Akamaru yelped. "What was that for, ya crazy cook?" translated Kiba, who was startled back to reality. "Brat, I haven't forgotten what your dog did to me," Anko growled. "So if you don't want him to become my new throw pillow, I suggest you pay attention." "Man, she's even nuttier than what I've heard," mumbled Naruto to Chuji, who nodded. Another kunai whizzed past Naruto, cutting his cheek. Amaru yelped in alarm. The blonde looked up to see Anko walking towards him with a sickly sweet smile. "Say that again?" she purred as she liked the cut on his cheek. "Lucky BSTRD," Kankuro grumbled. Temari caught his comment and whacked him with her fan. "Excuse me, you dropped this." A female Kusa genin came forward holding the Anko's kunai with her tongue. "Thanks." Anko grabbed the kunai and wiped them off. Something was off with the Kusa kunoichi, but she couldn't quite put her finger to it. Shrugging off her doubts, Anko continued with the rules. "Like I said, you'll only be issued one of these scrolls. You'll have to acquire its partner scroll by any means necessary, which means killing is allowed. A few genin could be seen soiling their trousers. You have 5 days dash." "What about food?" Chuji interrupted. Anko glared at the pleasantly plump boy before continuing. "As I was saying, you have 5 days to complete this trip. As for food, the forest is full of things to eat. Just try not to be dinner." She smirked at the horrified expressions that came across the weaker genin. "Before you head off, please proceed to the booth on the far side and get a liability waiver from the Chunin assistants there. After you all sign your waivers, you can trade it for a heaven or earth scroll." After the rookie 9 signed in their waivers, they went towards the Chunin who was handing out the scrolls, to find a very familiar face. "They You're one of the Chunin assistants for this test?" Kiba asked, bewildered. The ponytailed blonde shrugged nonchalantly. "It's part of my job as a Chunin, Then he looked at the brunette dangerously. "You wanna make something out of it, Kiba raised his hands in a placatory manner. "No. No issue." "Unbelievable," Sasuke scoffed. "I can't believe this tranny scares you, Uzuratanki." Kiba and Deidara turned to face Sasuke with murder etched on their faces. "You wanna say that to my face?" Naruto and Ino were not too happy either. The remaining members of the Konoha 12 had to split into 4 groups to hold the 4 hotheads back. After everyone calmed down, Deidara began passing out the scrolls to the teams. As he came across Team 10, he stopped and pulled Chuji and Shino aside. "Hey, watch over my sister, okay?" Deidara asked. His voice caught a threatening edge. "'Cause if you don't dash." Chuji and Shino gulped and quickly nodded, not wanting Deidara to finish his threat. As soon as everyone had a scroll and had readied themselves for the trek, Anko called their attention once more. "One last piece of advice before you head out there, whatever you do, don't die." Turning to the Chunin by the gates, she signaled them to open the doors. As Anko rang the bell, the participants quickly dashed into the dark forest, signifying the beginning of the second part of the Chunin exams. Naruto looked at his compass watch. According to it, it had been 2 hours since the teams had entered the Forest of Death, and Team 7 was currently heading north-northeast, which, according to Hinata's Byakugan, was the right direction. Can we take a break now? Shikamaru wheezed. Geez, Shika, Naruto admonished, annoyed with the Nara's indolence. Stop being such a dash. YK. Hinata had stepped on a rotten branch which broke under her weight. Due to her shock, her reflexes were dulled and she could not access her chakra. Fortunately, Naruto managed to dive in and catch her before she became nothing more than a stain on the forest floor. Naruto gave a low whistle as he set her down on a sturdier branch. That was close. You should be more careful on where you step, Hinata-hime. Again, the Hime comment sent the Hyuga blushing as she gave the Inuzuka a quick nod in response. Are you okay, Hinata-hime? You seem flushed, Naruto stated, putting a hand on the Hyuga's forehead. You feel a bit warm. Do you have a fever? Amaru gave a sharp growl, which translated to, you moron, she's not sick, she likes you. As in, she really likes you. You don't even have to be an Inuzuka to be able to sense that. It's so freaking obvious. You hypocrite, Shikamaru grumbled. You said no breaks, and here you are, flirting with Hinata. If you're gonna be like that all day, I demand my rights for some cloud-watching time. At the flirting comment, Naruto blushed and pulled his hand back, resulting in a very disappointed Hinata. Inner Hinata began thinking of ways to dispose of the lazy Nara in the most painful manner possible. Let's move, Naruto said rather stiffly. It's best if we find that heaven scroll and fast. Team 8 was having a field day. They had been hopping through the forest for hours without any success in finding a heaven scroll. This SCKS, Kiba grumbled, chucking away the Earth Scroll. Team 8 had won off a group of Kumo genin. You'd think in a forest full of genin, it'd be easy to find at least one measly heaven scroll. Sasuke glared at him as he confiscated the weapons from the Kumo genin. Stop your belly aching, Ujirotanki. It's not going to help us find the required scroll. I'd have to agree with Sasuke on this one, Sakura said almost regretfully. Besides, it's only been 6 hours since we started. It's natural that we won't find anything just yet. I still wish it was just as simple as jump in, kick butt, and get promoted. What's in this scroll anyway? Kiba reached out for the Earth Scroll. Don't open it. Sasuke shouted, snatching it away. Didn't you hear the proctor, Dobe? Bad things will happen if you open the scroll. She was probably just making it up. How bad can it be? Sakura punched Kiba on the noggin. Oh, what was that for? Cried the Inuzuka, nursing his new lump. That's for not listening to the proctor, Sakura growled. Then her expression changed. This isn't child's play, Kiba. This is serious business, and it worries me. If one of us gets killed, it'll be years before we could take the exams again. And to make it worse, if one of us dies, Team 8 will die as well, and I don't really want any of that to happen. Kiba's eyes widened at Sakura's statement. He had been too brash. He had forgotten about his team, his pack. Another Inuzuka clan saying was that even a cat's hairball was worth more than those who forgot their pack. Had he been like that? Was he worth less than a cat's hairball? Kiba? Sakura punched the Inuzuka once more. Snap out of it and answer me. Sakura's punch snapped Kiba out of his trance. He turned to see Sakura looking at him worriedly. Akamaru grunted. Sometimes, his partner was just too dense. You're right, he replied with the Inuzuka's feral resolve. I can't believe I'm such an idiot. I should have listened if I wanted to us make this through, and we're gonna. No more complaining or nonsense from me, no siree. Attaboy. Sakura cheered, hugging the Inuzuka, who blushed a bit. I'd hate to break up your love fest, but we need to hurry, Sasuke quietly spoke up, looking somewhat amused and irritated, but mostly irritated. We have a heaven scroll to capture. At the Uchiha's words, Kiba and Sakura realized that they had been hugging right in front of their teammate. Blushing furiously, they released each other before resuming their search. Enko sat on a thick branch as she munched on some dango and drank the red bean soup that she liked so much. As she finished another stick, she hurled the empty skewer towards the trunk of a neighboring tree. The skewer embedded itself into the wood, finishing the Konoha symbol that was completely made of empty dango skewers. Anko grinned at her handiwork. Anko-san, Anko-san. We have a problem. The sweet-toothed jonin peered down to see Gaara shuffling towards her in panic. What is it, Yamanaka? She snarled. Can't you see I'm busy with my art? Gaara wrinkled his nose in disgust. In his eyes, the skewer art was not even the least bit artistic, but common sense told him not to voice out his opinion on the Takujo's handiwork, especially if said Takujo was capable of converting the Cyclopean blonde from Ino's brother to Ino's sister. We found the corpses of some Kusa genin a few meters away from the forest, and the most chilling part about was the fact their faces were missing. It's like they got skinned or something. Anko frowned. Kusa genin? Long tongue? Missing faces? How could she have been so stupid? It's just as I suspected, she hissed to herself. He is back. Anko-san on? Anko looked down to see Gaara pensively waiting for her orders. Alert the Hokage, she barked. Tell him that Orochimaru of the Densetsu no Sannin has returned. Go. Now. Gaara ran a few meters, before turning back to face Anko. What about you, I'm going after him. If he's out on the loose, there's no telling what he might do to those kids out there. It was now day 2, and Team 7 was currently camped out in a small grove when they heard someone scream. Led by Naruto, they scrambled to the scene, whilst making sure that they were not sensed by the enemy. Concealing themselves in a clump of bushes, they were greeted by a sight that was by all accounts, not very pretty to look at. The Suna team had encountered a team of Aimnin led by a genin named Shiger. Currently, Gaara had him encased in the sand that was coming out of the gourd. Naruto and Amaru nearly gagged at the smell of the sand. There was a lingering stench around it, a stench that reeked of blood. Team 7 could only look in horror as Gaara crushed Shiger, while Temari and Kankuro simply stood there, not doing anything to stop the carnage. Judging by the look on their faces, Gaara's siblings were absolutely petrified of him. The remaining Aimnin surrendered their weapons and their Earth Scroll, but even that did not save them. Gaara mercilessly crushed them as well. As soon as the Suna team left, Naruto released the breath that he had been holding in. Great, the one team that had a Heaven Scroll and it had to be this group of maniacs. Beside him, Amaru whimpered in fear. Hinata was shaking like a leaf and Shikamaru was fighting the urge to vomit. Fighting the Suna team would be suicide. That Gaara character could probably take them both without batting an eyelash. Naruto might harder to take down, but there were still those two siblings of his. If they were on the same team as Gaara, they had to be formidable opponents as well. To make things worse, because they had not been seen in action, it was a veritable unknown on what this Kankuro and Temari were capable of. Everyone all right? Asked Naruto. Shikamaru steadied himself and nodded. Hinata, on the other hand, would not stop shaking. Naruto wrapped an arm around her as Shikamaru rubbed her back, trying to calm her. Even Amaru tried to help by offering his comforting fuzziness to her, but to no avail. In the end, Naruto decided to rally everyone back to camp until the whole issue had blown off. He's what? Sum practically roared. She and a few other of the senior jonin had been discussing certain matters with the Hokage when Inoichi's son came bursting through the door, out of breath. Orochimaru's back, Gaara repeated, panting. He's in the forest of death. Sum jumped out of the chair and dashed towards the door, only to be held back by Shikaku and Chuza. The Inuzuka matriarch was struggling as hard as she could to break free. Let me go, she yelled. My children are out there. If that traitor touches a single hair of my pups, it won't be long till I'll be sporting a new snakeskin purse. Inoichi tried to reason with her. Our children are out there too, but we won't get anything done by throwing a fit. Inoichi is right, Sum. Calm down, ordered the Hokage, rubbing his temples. He turned to Gaara. Who went after him? Anko Mitarashi, came the reply. Anyone else? Just Anko. What? Sum ripped herself from Shikaku and Chuza's grip. Shikaku had to resort to using the cage main and Chuza used the Bubenbaika no Jutsu to prevent her from doing anything rash. She went after him alone? Sarutobi clenched his fists. Send out an ANBU squad to back her up, he commanded. Tell them it's an S-rank emergency. The rest of you, alert the other shinobi to keep an eye out for the traitor. What about the civilians? Asked Shikaku. Shouldn't they know about this? Sarutobi shook his head. Informing the civilian population could result in mass hysteria, making the situation worse. It would be best if we simply go about our daily business, while on guard. As the jonin filed out of the room, Sarutobi flopped down into his chair, pulling out his pipe. Orochimaru, just what are you planning? After being attacked by another group of Aimnin in the guise of Kiba, Sasuke decided to come up with a code that would be able to identify whether they were with a friend or foe. The code was a very long and elaborate poem which only Sasuke and Sakura could remember. Kiba, on the other hand, blanched at his inability to memorize things. As Team 8 continued their search for a heaven scroll, a wind jutsu suddenly burst out of nowhere. Fortunately, the team split up just before the jutsu struck. Sasuke caught himself on a nearby branch when he heard a twig snap. Instinctively, he pulled out his kunai to find Sakura approaching him. He drew the kunai closer until Sakura recited the code. He then relaxed a bit. Where's Kiba-kun and Akamaru? Sakura asked. The dope probably went home with his tail between his legs, Sasuke scoffed. It took all of Sakura's willpower to not use her super punch on the last Uchiha, but there were times when he was just asking for it. Just then, a familiar voice cut in the conversation. I'm over here, team. Sasuke and Sakura turned around to see Kiba giving off a toothy grin. Where's Akamaru? Asked Sakura. I sent him to scout ahead. You'll never know what's out there, answered Kiba, approaching the group. Wait, commanded Sasuke. Say the code. Kiba recited the code perfectly. Sasuke nodded in response before launching a kunai towards the Inuzuka. Sakura was furious. Are you crazy? I know you didn't like him, but you don't have to impale him. Shut up, Haruno, growled Sasuke. That's not Inuzuka. The dope does not have the memory capability to memorize the code, which is why I came up with that idea. Also, he's too competent. The real Inuzuka would have been too busy yapping with his mutt to realize the efficiency of sending it to scout ahead. Sakura gaped at him. Then, everything suddenly came into place. Setting her hands into the ram seal, she shouted, Kai! Kiba disappeared in a puff of smoke and was suddenly replaced by the creepy Kusa Kunoichi from the day before. Kukukuku! Cackled the Kusanine. So you figured me out, eh? It'll be a shame to see such talent go waste, seeing that you're going to die now. Sasuke was about to attack when he found himself completely immobilized. Turning to Sakura, he found her paralyzed as well. What's going on? He asked. Kukukuku, replied the Kusanine. Kanashibari no jutsu. You can't escape me now. She leaked out some of her killing intent. Catching it, both Sakura and Sasuke felt their knees weaken. Sasuke willed himself to move. If he didn't act soon, both he and Sakura would be dead. Not that he cared about the Haruno, but if she died, it might be a while before he could take the Chunin exams again. Concentrating his chakra, feelings soon returned to Sasuke's legs. About time, thought the Uchiha. He grabbed Sakura and retreated into the depths of the forest. The Kusa Kunoichi flashed an oily smile. So you want to play, Uchiha? Fine, let's play a game. I call it hide and go kill. The Jonin senseis were currently relaxing in the Jonin lounge. Kakashi was reading his book, Asuma was flirting with Kurenai, and the fashion-impaired Mato guy was trying to challenge Kakashi into one of his ridiculous contests, when suddenly, the door flung open to reveal a panicked Tsum Inuzuka followed by Hayashi Hyuga. Whoa, where's the fire? Asked Asuma. Tsum glared at the laid-back Jonin. She was about to retort when Hayashi beat her to the punch. We are on alert. Orochimaru of the Densetsu no Sannin has returned. A collective gasp was heard throughout the room. Orochimaru was a name to be reckoned with. Along with Jiraiya and Tsunade, he held one of the legendary summons and had been named Sannin by none other than the legendary Reinin, Salamander Hanzo. He was very powerful and his kenjutsu skills were unparalleled. Only a few had managed to go on par with him, including the yandame, Tsukumo Hataki, and Tsukumo's apprentice, Shippo Inuzuka, the late husband of Tsum Inuzuka. It was not only power that marked Orochimaru, it was his exploits. It was reported that the man had been experimenting on fellow shinobi. It was a fact that he had even gone as far as to mark his own students with cursed seals before abandoning them after the then incomplete seal had been proven a failure. Among the marked students, only Anko Mitarashi lived to tell the tale. "What is that unyouthful traitor doing back here in Konoha?" asked the ever-exuberant guy. "It's unknown for now," Hayashi replied. "But knowing Orochimaru, it will be something big. For the meantime, just act as if nothing happened, but stay on guard. Also, whatever you do, don't leak this out to any civilians. Hokage's orders. Understand?" "Yes, sir." Kiba Inuzuka was having a bad day. He had been blown away by that wind jutsu, gotten separated from his teammates, and now he was lost. "It just couldn't get any worse than this," he grumbled to Akamaru. Suddenly, a giant snake popped out of the blue and swallowed the Inuzuka and his dog. "I stand corrected," said Kiba. "Things just got worse. Get me out of here." Akamaru howled in agreement. 2 hours after the gruesome encounter at the clearing, Hinata was finally calm again and Team T was on the move once more. An hour later, Team 7 finally hit payday. They had encountered a Kiri team that carried a heaven scroll. It did not take too long to dispatch them. Taking the scroll and the Kiri team's weapons, it was now time to head to the tower. A giant snake slithered through the forest of death. The sight itself was not that unusual as there were plenty of giant animals in the forest, including giant tigers, giant centipedes, and giant carrion crows, just to name a few. In all truth, the sight itself was nothing out of the ordinary. However, inside the snake sat one very irate genin and his nin dog. "Yip, arf, arf," barked Akamaru. "Trans, we have to get out of here." "You think," said Kiba. "If we don't do something now, we'll be nothing more than snake crap in a few hours." "Arf, arf, arf. Trans, why don't you use the Getsuga?" Kiba's face brightened up. "Of course. Akamaru, you're a genius." Akamaru's sweat dropped. "And he's supposed to be the evolved one on the team?" Kiba gave Akamaru the special pill. "Jujin Bunshin," he cried. Unsheathing the Shiroga, he dove in for his signature jutsu. Getsuga! In the outside world, the giant snake writhed in pain. As 2 blue-greenish drills burst out from its stomach, the snake dispelled. Kiba and Akamaru emerged, slimy and grinning. Finally, fresh air. "Come on, Akamaru, let's go catch up with Sakura and the team. And maybe we can get cleaned up afterwards." "Which way? Which way?" Sasuke had been hopping through the forest with Sakura in tow for a while. Wherever he turned, the Kusanine seemed to just pop out of the blue. Sakura was still frozen in fear, and even with his Sharingan, Sasuke was barely getting by. "You can run, but you can't?" "Arg." A shuriken flew out of nowhere and hit the kunoichi on the arm. "Blah blah blah. You're all hot air," grumbled a very familiar voice. "Arf." The voice snapped Sakura out of her stupor. "Kiba?" she stuttered. "You brat!" shouted the Kusanine. "How did you escape my snake?" "That was you?" growled Kiba. "Oh, now there's hell to pay." "Tsuga!" Kiba smirked as his Tsuga connected with the Kusanine. However, his smirk disappeared when the Kusanine suddenly became brown and sticky. Kiba tried to pull free, but he was stuck fast. "Doro Bunshin, trans, mud clone," shouted Sakura. "Yes," crooned the Kusanine. "A very handy tool, don't you agree?" Sakura rushed towards Kiba. Making a few hand seals, she shouted, "Doton, Retsuda Tensho." A nearby rock shot towards the Kusanine, but the kunoichi simply deflected the missile and kicked Sakura right into the clone. "You little pests have interfered for the last time," hissed the Kusanine. "Kuchios no jutsu." A giant snake loomed over Kiba and Sakura. The 2 genin screamed and struggled, but to no avail. The mud clone was just too sticky. But just as all hope seemed lost for the 2 genin, Sasuke came to the rescue. "Raitun, Reizenka." Several lightning balls shot towards the snake. A couple even hit the Kusanine, stunning her and dispelling the Bunshin. Shinobi rule number 1, said Sasuke. Never let your guard down. Katan, Gukakyu no Jutsu. The jutsu hit the snake and the kunoichi. The creature gave a loud bellow before dispelling. Wow, Sasuke, you saved us, remarked Kiba. That's a plus, coming from you. Ichin, snarled the Uchiha. You really are powerful. You will be the perfect vessel. Team 8 looked up to see the Kusanine scrambling back to her feet. Half her face had been burned off by the giant fireball, revealing the pale face of a snake-like man. The genin backed away slightly. Who are you and what do you want? Sakura gasped. The creepy man peeled of the remnants of the Kusanine's face. My name is Orochimaru, and I'm here for Sasuke-kun. Stay away from him, shouted Kiba. Akamaru jumped to the front and growled. I know you don't like him, so why don't you just hand him over to me? Sneered Orochimaru. I'll be happy, you'll be happy. It's a win-win situation. That's beside the point, snapped the Inuzuka. Although he's a team, he's still a part of my pack, and we Inuzukas would never abandon a member of our pack. Orochimaru chuckled darkly. Ah yes, the Inuzuka pack mentality. A shame it can't do anything about this. Kiba found himself flying as Orochimaru punched him straight into a tree. Sakura was about to use a genjutsu when the snake Sannin unleashed his killer intent once more. She immediately dropped to her knees. She could only watch in horror as Orochimaru stretched out his neck and bit Sasuke's neck. As soon as Orochimaru let go, a strange seal appeared on the Uchiha's jugular. Sasuke collapsed, clutching his neck. What did you do to him? Sakura screamed. I simply marked him. He's mine now. Kukukuku. With that, Orochimaru sank into a tree and disappeared. Anko growled as she popped another soldier pill. It had been 3 days since Deidara's report, and she still had not seen eye nor ear of her old sensei. Looking for me, Anko-chan? The snake mistress turned around to see her old master phase out of a tree. Thinking quickly, she used her Sanaijishu, but Orochimaru caught it. Still as predictable as always. Anko-chan, you haven't changed a bit. A low growl rose up in Anko's throat. What are you doing back here in Konoha, traitor? Orochimaru simply smirked as he approached his former student. Is that any way to greet your sensei, Anko-chan? Stop calling me Anko-chan and state your business. Orochimaru clicked his tongue in mock displeasure. Oh, how rude. You know, you're just about as feisty as that Uchiha brat. But, not to worry, he'll be experiencing some attitude adjustment very soon. Anko's eyes widened. Oh no! Orochimaru liked his lips. Oh yes. With a feral snarl, Anko pulled out a few Sinban and launched them at the snake Sen. He simply dodged it. Have I taught you nothing, Anko-chan? The man crooned. Anko pulled out a couple of kunai and spun towards Orochimaru while clutching the weapons. Shut up, you old BSD, you never? Arg. The cursed seal on Anko's neck began to glow. She felt her vision blur. The Tokujo tried to steady herself. What's going on? She whispered, clutching her neck. Just because it's dormant doesn't mean that it no longer works, sneered Orochimaru. Prepare to dash. The kunai whizzed past the snake Sen. He tuned towards its source. 4A and Bu were heading towards his direction. He hissed in annoyance. I'm sorry I couldn't stay and chat, Anko-chan, but I have bigger fish to fry. As suddenly as he appeared, Orochimaru phased out of sight. Mitarashi, speak to me. Are you alright? Where's the traitor? Asked an ANBU with a monkey mask as he approached the dazed Anko. I'm fine, sir. But the BSTRD got away. Again. An ANBU with a tiger mask was quick to comment. He was always a slippery snake, that Orochimaru. What do you plan to do now, Mitarashi? Asked the ANBU with a rooster mask. Anko pulled herself up. We head straight to the tower and fast. ANBU looked at her strangely, questioning her decision. Uchiha has been marked, she spat. We have to inform the Hokage immediately. Team 7 was making good progress when they heard the sounds of battle. Naruto and Amaru slowly crept forward to see Sakura and Kiba engaged against the strange team from Oto. Not far from them, lay the prone forms of Sasuke, Lee, and Akamaru. Naruto felt anger pour into him. Motioning for his team to stand back, he jumped into the fray. First, you hit a guy with glasses and now you're going 3 against 2? Naruto snarled. Hey, the crazy lady did say anything goes, so deal with it and play hero somewhere else, sneered the spiky-haired Otonin. How typical, since Pinky over there is such a damsel in distress, agreed the female Otonin, jabbing her thumb at Sakura. Don't you dare mock Sakura, snarled Kiba as he stood up, using the Shiroga as a prop. She's one of the best genjutsu users among us rookies, so you'd better shut up if you know what's good for ya. Ooh, tough guy, mocked the spiky-haired Otonin. I dare ya? Show us what you mean by good. Furious, Kiba charged towards the Otonin with the intention to run him through with the Shiroga. Zankuha. Kiba was hit by a blast of air and thrown several feet backwards. That's all you got? Jeered the spiky-haired Otonin. He turned to Naruto. What about you, Blondie? You just gonna stand there all day? Rookie of the year, my butt. You're just as much as a pansy as the others. Naruto glared at him, shaking with anger. His knuckles had turned white from him clenching his fists. Amara's fur was bristled with rage, making him look fuzzier than ever. What ya gonna do, sunshine? Spiky went on. Sick that little fuzzball on me? What's he gonna do? Tickle me to death? Zaku, stop bragging and kill the Uchiha already, admonished the bandaged Otonin, speaking for the first time since prior the written exam. Oh, lighten up, Dosu, retorted Zaku. Blondie here couldn't hurt a fly even if he dash. Zaku had the chance to never finish his sentence because Naruto kicked him so hard, he flew into his female teammate. You little brat, they both yelled, scrambling back to their feet. You're going to get it now. Zaku pulled off his arms and got ready to blast Naruto back into the Stone Age, and his female teammate pulled out some sunbon with bells attached to them, when Sakura used her genjutsu. Megan, Narakumi no Jutsu. Not gonna work this time, yelled the female Otonin. Kai. Zaku was seething. You're all dead meat. Zankuha. Naruto looked at Kiba and smirked. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? Kiba caught Naruto's glint and smirked back. You got it, bro. Tsuga, yelled the brothers in unison. They drilled right through the air wave, nullifying it. This has gone far enough, yelled Dosu. He raised his melody arm and the strange noise came around once again. Amara dropped to the ground whimpering, and Naruto, Kiba, and Sakura fell to their knees. What are you waiting for? Finish them now. Lord Orochimaru is already delayed as is. Shikamaru and Hinata held back a gasp as they saw the next scene unfold before their eyes. Sasuke had risen to help the fallen Kohennin. However, he had black marks crawling over his skin and a crazed, maniacal look plastered onto his face. What happened here? Who did this? Asked Sasuke. What's it to ya? Zaku retorted. Sasuke turned to the speaker. Did you do this? Zaku maintained his brash cockiness. So what if I did? Sasuke's expression turned murderous. You die now. He grabbed Zaku's arms and bent them until they broke. As the Otonin went down, Sasuke made for the death blow, but fortunately for Zaku, his female teammate used a genjutsu to make a tactical retreat. What a party! Groaned Kiba as he held his head. As he looked up, he gaped at the sight before him. Whoa! Sasuke, what happened to you? Asked Sakura. Fight me, Inuzuka, growled the Uchiha. Hell no, I'm not fighting you, yelled Kiba. Not you. Naruto. Like my brother said, retorted Naruto. Hell no. At the response, the Uchiha went ballistic and lunged for the blonde Inuzuka. Although Naruto dodged and parried with the Inuzuka's famed agility, Sasuke's new condition seemed to have given his abilities a new edge, making it difficult for the blonde to hold his ground. Kageme no Jutsu. Just as Sasuke's fist was a hair's breadth away from impacting Naruto's jaw, he suddenly found himself unable to make full contact. Naruto made a good distance away from the other boy before flashing his teammate a foxy grin. Nice timing, Shika. Shikamaru stepped out of the bushes with Hinata close behind him. You're troublesome, but What are friends for? Sasuke tried move, but Shikamaru stayed immobile. Nah, I demand you let me go this instant. I must fight Inuzuka. I must surpass him. Hinata tried to reason with the Uchiha. Sasuke, now's not the time or place to pick a fight. Stop it. Stop it right now. Unfortunately, her words fell onto deaf ears. Listen to her, Uchiha. Shikamaru interjected. Naruto's an ally. So what? So you'd better listen to Shika and Hinata, team, Kiba replied. You pick a fight with my brother one more time, and will not hesitate to take you down. Sasuke gave a low growl, but stood down nonetheless. As he did so, his facial markings retreated back into the curse seal. Piercing black eyes locked with determined blue. I'll back off for now. But remember this, Naruto Inuzuka, I will get stronger, and we will do battle one day. Naruto returned the glare. We'll see, Uchiha. We'll see. Shortly after the fiasco with the Oto team, Lee regained consciousness. He had been confused, and at the same time, relieved when he woke up to find the Oto team nowhere in sight. He and Teams 7 and 8 talked for a while until Tenten and Niji arrived. Team 7 and Team 8 parted ways not long after Team Guy left. Team 8 had lost their Earth Scroll in their fight against Orochimaru and had to go back to square one. They went on ahead to look for a new set of scrolls. Team 7, having completed their objectives, proceeded straight to the tower. Upon their arrival at the tower, they found the Suna team already there. Gaara was giving Naruto a look that screamed, "You're next." Unfazed, Naruto returned a look that leaked of, "Bring it on." Team 7 read the poem on the wall and laid the Heaven and Earth scroll in accordance to the riddle. As soon as the scrolls were rolled out and crossed over, Kakashi poofed out, his nose still buried in his little orange book. "Yo!" he chirped ever so cheerfully. Amaru yelped in surprise. "Kakashi-sensei?" Naruto gasped. "You were in the scroll?" Kakashi simply gave him the infamous eye smile. That was a summoning scroll. When you opened it, it summoned your team's Jonin instructor, namely me. Anyway, congrats on getting through the forest of death, but don't let your guard down just yet. Things only get tougher from here. What a drag, Shikamaru muttered. What's next, sensei? Kakashi's smile widened. If I told you, it would be unfair for the others now, wouldn't it? For now, just head to one of the rooms and rest up. He led his team to a room. Said room had 3 beds, but nothing more. Shikamaru gave a sigh of relief, threw himself on one of the beds and promptly fell asleep. Hinata, Kakashi, and Naruto and Amaru sweat-dropped at their lazy teammate. Anyway, I'll see you guys in a couple of days, said Kakashi, before vanishing in a cloud of smoke. If you need me, I'll be in the Jonin Lounge. During the next 2 days, the other teams came emerging from the forest. Team Guy arrived 6 hours after Team 10 arrived a day later, followed by the Oto team. As for Team 8, there was no sign. It was the last day of the second exam, and Team 8 still had yet to arrive. Naruto was getting worried. What if they had gotten lost? What if they had been eaten by the forest creatures? What if Sasuke had once again gone off the deep end and killed his teammates? 1,000 scenarios played through Naruto's head, and none of them made him feel any better. Amaru liked his hand, trying his best to comfort his partner's unease. Suddenly, someone tapped him on the shoulder, breaking him out of his morbid daze. Naruto quickly whipped around and grabbed the hand on his shoulder. His grip relaxed when he realized it was only Hinata. The Hyuga looked startled out of her wits. Sorry, Naruto apologized. Force of habit. It's okay, Naruto-kun, assured the girl. Anyway, I have great news. Team 8 made it, although just barely. Naruto grinned. As long as they're here, it's good enough for me. Let's go meet up with them. Come on. He grabbed Hinata's hand and ran into the halls, Hinata in tow. Amur followed behind. Naruto-kun, shouldn't we call Shikamaru-kun? Call Shikamaru-kun for what? Drawled a lazy-sounding voice. Oh Shika. There you are. Naruto said. We were just about to look for you. Teammate dash. Shikamaru cut him off. Yeah, I saw them. They're already there at the 3rd part of the exam. Let's hurry there too before the higher-ups get troublesome and disqualify us. Team 7 hurried down the halls until they reached a set of double doors. They entered it to find the Hokage, the proctors, Jonin-senseis, other Jonin and Chunin, medics, and the other genin gathered in the room. Naruto settled himself beside his brother. "Glad you could make it," Kiba whispered, a mischievous glint in his eye. "Same could be said for you," Naruto replied cheekily. A familiar Jonin stepped out from the ranks and coughed a little before speaking. "First of all, I'd like to congratulate all of you for making it through the second part of the exam. You all have proven yourselves mentally and physically. However, we will now see if you can prove yourself in single combat. My name is Heiate Geku, and I'll be the proctor for the third part of the Chunin exams. Before we proceed, I'd like to announce that the third part of the test is optional. If you feel that you can no longer proceed, please raise your hand and I will check you off." Kabuto Yakushi raised his hand. "I'm out. The Chunin exams took a lot out of me." Naruto watched him leave. The feeling of uneasiness returned. There was definitely something wrong with that fellow. Anyone else? No one else raised their hands. Seeing as no one else wants to leave, let us now proceed to the third part of the Chunin exams. Please proceed to the balconies. When your name appears on the screen behind me, please come down to the arena. The assembled genin leaned forward as various names flashed through the board and stopped at Sabaku no Kankuro vs Yoroi Akado. The aforementioned genin stepped into the arena, as the others looked on with bated breath. Heiate coughed a few more times and started the match. The two boys clashed head-on. Yoroi grabbed Kankuro and started draining out his chakra. However, something was off. Kankuro did not seem to be the least bit tired. In fact, he was smirking. It was Intra's turn of events when the Kankuro on field was revealed to be a puppet and the real Kankuro was the one hidden inside the bundle. The puppet wrapped its arms around the startled Yoroi and constricted itself around him until he passed out. Kankuro was declared winner of the match. "Sensei," Naruto asked as he watched the medics cart away the fallen Yoroi. "Is it legal for that Kankuro kid to be using a puppet?" "Why yes," Kakashi replied. "Battle puppets are considered as weapons. In fact, several Sunanin were known to make use of puppets on field. The downside is that the user needs to have excellent chakra control in order to utilize the puppets at optimum capacity. Judging by the skill of this Kankuro, I'd say his chakra control could even surpass that of Sakura, Niji, or Hinata." Naruto liked his dry lips. Apparently it was not only Gaara that was a tough nut. By the looks of things, fighting any of his teammates would not be an easy task. The names on the screen board flashed through once more and finally stopped on Shikamaru Nara versus Kintsuchi. Shikamaru was none too happy. "I have to fight a girl," he groaned. "Of all people, why a girl?" The Kunoichi present turned to glare at the Nara, challenging him to say something sexist about fighting girls. Shikamaru, noticing the glares, did the smart thing and shut his mouth. Annoyed, he trudged into the arena. "You're fighting me?" Kin scoffed. "This'll be a breeze. Even my Senbon could knock you down." She tossed the needles towards the Nara, and for a split second, he thought he heard bells. He suddenly felt drowsy. For a few moments, Kin had the upper hand and the Konoha shinobi were getting anxious. "What's going on with Shikamaru, sensei?" asked Chuji. He wouldn't just let anyone kick him around. Asuma looked at the young Akimichi. He could tell that Chuji was concerned for his friend, since both Chuji and Shikamaru were practically friends since their diaper days. "Don't worry, Chuji," he assured. "I'm sure Shikamaru has something up his sleeve. He always does." "Look!" Ino crowed excitedly, pointing towards the arena. Sure enough, as Asuma predicted, Shikamaru had managed to turn the tables. After several maneuvers, Shikamaru finally had Kin where he wanted her. He used his cage main via the shadow on her stringed Senbon. The shadow was thin and almost invisible, but a shadow was a shadow and that alone was already opportunity enough for the Nara. At first, Kin was surprised when she was caught, but after a while, she noticed that whenever Shikamaru moved, she moved as well. Then her innate cockiness took over when Shikamaru threw a shuriken towards her. "So much for your plan, genius," she scoffed. "If you dodge, I dodge too. You can't do dash." The sentence was cut short when Shikamaru ignored Kin and bet backwards. Kin did the same and hit her head on the wall behind her, effectively knocking her out. Checkmate. Shikamaru smirked as he released the jutsu and stood up. Heiei looked at Kin and coughed a little. Kin Tsuchi can no longer proceed, and so the match goes to Shikamaru Nara. Naruto, Kiba, Chuji, and Ino erupted into wild cheers as Shikamaru made his way back. "You guys are so troublesome," he mumbled with a slight grin. The next match was Chuji Akimichi versus Misumi Tsurugi. Chuji leapt down into the arena, whereas Misumi used the Shunshin. As soon as the signal was given, Misumi immediately ran at him, seeking a quick end to the fight. Acting on instinct, Chuji dodged to the side. Up in the balcony, Asuma looked on contemplatively. If Chuji was able to dodge the blow, the opponent had to be a rather mediocre shinobi. However, that did not mean he was unskilled, otherwise, he and his team would not have passed the initial stages. Unfortunately, Chuji did not have that on mind. He threw a powerful, bone-shattering punch, but instead of flying back, his fist sank into Misumi's chest. The enemy ninja smirked as he made his move. His body began to stretch and contort, twisting around the confused Akimichi. Not long after that, the coils around Chuji began to constrict painfully. Despite being caught unawares, Chuji was not going to go down without a fight. "Baika no jutsu," he cried. There was a flash of chakra as Chuji grew several times his normal width, giving him an almost spherical appearance. The sudden growth dislocated Misumi's joints from his sockets, and he went down, agony etched over his features. But that was just the beginning of Misumi's Waterloo. Nikuden Sensha. Tucking in his arms and legs, Chuji began to roll around the arena, crushing the hapless Misumi in the process. When it was all over, Hate stepped forward, looked at the mangled Misumi and coughed twice. Misumi Tsurugi can no longer proceed. This match goes to Chuji Akimichi. Ino was the first to greet her round teammate upon his return. "Good work, Chuji." As usual, Shino did not say anything, but if one looked closely, he could see a slight upturning of the corners of his lips. The next couple of matches were quick and slightly bloody. It featured the famous Sasuke Uchiha against Ino Yamanaka and Sabaku no Temari versus a recently healed Zaku Abumi. The Uchiha Yamanaka fight could be best described as fast. Ino made the first move, lunging towards Sasuke, only to be punched into a wall. Spitting blood from the powerful counterattack, Ino's options were suddenly limited. The taijutsu approach was out of the question as the Uchiha would surely win with no problem. The Shintenshin was also a no-go as Ino's opponents were usually immobilized before she could use it. At this point, the best possible choice would be the approach Deidara taught her not too long ago. Deftly dodging several kunai, Ino reached for her weapon pouch and grabbed a few tagged kunai and smoke pellets. Tossing it towards Sasuke's general direction, she put her hands in the hand seals she had seen her half-brothers so often use. Katsu! There was a loud noise, followed by a huge cloud of smoke. Taking advantage of the confusion, Ino dove in, hoping to catch Sasuke off guard. She swung her fist, only to have it caught by none other than the Uchiha himself. Sasuke quickly twisted Ino's arm behind her as he placed a kunai at her neck. Game over. Throughout the entire duration of the fight, Ino had not even landed a single hit. After Sasuke had been declared the winner, the curse seal had started to act up once more. He collapsed and was immediately sent to the infirmary under ANBU guard. "Jiraiya, where are you?" pondered Sarutobi. Upon hearing that Orochimaru had returned, he had written an urgent letter to Jiraiya, the brawn of the Densetsu Sannin and wielder of the Toad contract, ordering him to come nullify the cursed seal on Sasuke and aid in the capture of the wayward Snake Sannin. In the arena below, it was now Zaku and Temari's turn. Both contenders eyed each other with contemptuous regard. "Well, looky here, if it isn't a fangirl," Zaku taunted. "Well, looky here, if it isn't a blowhard," Temari retorted. Zaku frowned. "Oh, it's on now." Zankuha. Pointing a tube-implanted arm at her, he blasted a mixture of sound and air towards the Suna Kunoichi. Temari swung her fan, revealing a purple circle. As she did so, the attack was nullified. 1 moon, she said calmly. So that's how it is, huh? Well, two can play it that way. Throwing both his arms to the side, Za fired another Zenko. Temari blinked in shock as twin blasts went sideways and ricocheted, catching her in a pincer. She leapt into the air only to discover that the attack was still tailing her. Fortunately for her, they were now coming from the same direction. Kamaitachi no jutsu, she cried, waving the fan downwards, negating the attack as the backdraft propelled her upwards. 2 moons. Zaku growled in anger and aimed both arms at the airborne kunoichi. Zenku kyakua. This time, the attack was devastating. It literally blew her off the stage. Painfully picking herself up, Temari wiped away the trickle of blood on her lip, only to see Zaku ready another attack. It's over now, he grinned. Zenku kyakua. 3 moons. Daikame-tachi no jutsu. The attacks collided barely a meter from Zaku. The backlash flung him into a wall, leaving an imprint in the stone. The impact was powerful enough to render the boy unconscious. Temari smirked as she hefted her fan. And that's how you handle wind jutsu, wannabe. The next match had Rock Lee, the genius of hard work, facing off Niji Hyuga, the Hyuga prodigy. All things considered, it was a fight worth remembering, a battle of geniuses. Lee was pumped. Okay, I'm going to beat you, Niji. I have been training for this moment for months. Let's make this match a youthful one. Niji smirked as he activated his Byakugan and got into the Juken stance. I wouldn't have it any other way. Heiei stepped forward. Are the competitors ready? Lee and Niji both nodded. All right, begin. Konoha Senpu. In seconds, Lee charged towards Niji, who blocked him off. Niji threw a few jabs at Lee, who parried. The bushy-browed genius then sent 3 consecutive spin kicks towards the Hyuga prodigy. In all terms, the fight was like one action-filled tango. Wow, they're good, remarked Kiba. Of course they're good, said Madogai as he approached Team 7, and they're 2 of the most youthful genin Konoha has to offer. Both teams stared at Guy and shuddered a little. If anything, his eyebrows were even thicker and bushier than that of Lee's. They were practically caterpillars. To make things worse, the man sported a bowl cut and wore green spandex. Who are you anyway? Asked Sakura, inwardly cringing at Guy's external appearance. Guy beamed and flashed a thumbs up. My name is Mato Guy, the beautiful green beast of Konoha. I'm the Jonin sensei of the very youthful Team Guy. Back on the field, Lee had gone down, and Niji sported a couple of bruises. Nice work, my youthful students, hollered Guy. Lee, you can take them off now. Are you sure, sensei? Lee asked. You said I could only take them off in case of an emergency. I'll allow it this time, replied Guy. I believe that you should give it your best. You too, Niji. Niji looked at his sensei and nodded in response. Lee bent over and took off his anklets. The accessories hit the ground with a loud metallic thud. Now I can really move, he quipped with a grin. Are you ready, Niji? Bring it on, Lee, Niji replied. Lee suddenly disappeared in a cloud of dust. Niji reactivated his Byakugan, but could not keep up. The next few moments had Lee activating 3 of the 8 celestial gates and the Hyuga air tossed around like a rag doll. Omote Renge. Niji Nizan, look out, yelled Hinata. Niji was suddenly wrapped in Lee's bandages and driven into the ground by what seemed like a tombstone piledriver. The impact created a crater on the arena floor below. When the dust cleared, Lee painfully picked himself up, and Niji came out battered, but still conscious. Kiba was practically close to falling over the railing as he leaned on. What happened? I could have sworn Niji got hit. Kawarimi no jutsu. Kurinai replied, pointing to a log that was wrapped up like a sushi roll. Most people tend to rely on the more complex jutsu that they underestimate the most basic jutsu. Keep in mind that when used properly, even the most basic jutsu can pack quite a punch. The Odo team's Jonin sensei smirked. This crop of genin was probably the best Konoha had in years. Oh, the jutsu in their arsenal. It was only a matter of time before the Uchiha's body was his and all the jutsu in the world would be at his fingertips. Back in the arena, Lee had activated the fifth gate and was now rushing in to perform the Yura Renge. At this point, Niji could only do the one thing that could keep him safe until Lee's gates burned out. Kaiten. As Niji's hands began to spin, it gradually picked up speed. In a matter of seconds, Niji was surrounded by a dome made entirely of chakra. Even with his barrage combos, Lee could not break through. The fight raged on until Lee's gates had burned out. He was tired, but he still had some fight left. He charged towards Niji once more. Niji, who was just as exhausted, prepared his next line of defense. Hakurokujian Sho. 2 strikes. Niji shut down a couple of Lee's tenketsu. 4 strikes. 8 strikes. Now 12 of Lee's chakra points were disabled. 16 strikes. 32 strikes. Lee could no longer move his right arm and left leg. 64 strikes. The fight ended with Niji closing off Lee's tenketsu and disabling him. However, Niji had exhausted his chakra and passed out as well. Seeing that none of the combatants had any energy left, Hay-8 declared the match a draw. The unconscious Niji and Lee were carted off to the infirmary with Guy standing over them, crying about the fires of youth, and Ten wishing her teammates a speedy recovery. To have both your students fight each other? That must have been tough on you, remarked Kakashi. Yes, it is, answered Guy. It's bad enough that I have to be impartial for both parties. If anything, it was a good thing this match ended in a draw. Team 7 was stumped. What do you mean, Guy-sensei? Niji and Lee's relationship is what you could call a friendly rivalry, Guy explained. Niji has a tendency towards bigheadedness and fatalism, and Lee is over-competitive and has a distorted perception of his own limits. Had Niji won, he'd probably be showing off and pushing Lee to train until he drops dead. However, Niji's ego stems from a combination of Hyuga pride and a clan pressure. Had he lost, not only would he have been considered as weak by clan standards, but his fatalism would also prevent him from working harder to overcome his failure. Team relations sure are complex, remarked Kiba. Amen to that, replied Naruto, adding his 2 cents. Especially rivalries. They're just so troublesome. Shikamaru offered. Naruto grinned. Couldn't have said it better myself. It was currently the preliminary round of the 3rd part of the Chunin exam, and the shinobi present at the time were watching the screen board with bated breath. The combatants' names flashed at random until it finally rested on Konoha's Shino Aburame, who was going against Odo's Dosu Kinyuda. Almost immediately after the match started, Shino unleashed his Kikai bugs onto his opponent. Bugs? Dosu scoffed. My melody arm will take care of that. Raising his gauntlet, he activated the sound waves that confused the bugs. The insects surrounding him fell off and crawled off onto the arena. The next several minutes had Shino facing Dosu off without his bugs. Although Shino, unlike most Aburames, had some skill in taijutsu, it was usually combined with his bug techniques. What made it difficult was the fact that Dosu was older, and therefore, much more experienced. Give up now, said Dosu. Without your bugs, you are nothing. Are you sure? Replied Shino. You haven't met my ace in the hole yet. In seconds, Dosu was surrounded by thousands of Shino's chakra-eating beetles. What's going on? My melody arm should have disabled your bugs. Shino simply quirked an eyebrow. When my bugs initially surrounded you, their queen was among them. The queen simply attached herself to you and released a special pheromone. Even though the bugs may no longer be under my control, they are still controlled by the queen. Either you forfeit now or my bugs will drain out your chakra. Dosu growled and raised his hand. Proctor, I forfeit. Hay-8 cleared his throat and declared Shino the winner. Up in the balconies, Asuma gave his student a thumbs up. The next match was Sakura Haruno against Tenten. The 2 kunoichi faced each other and got into position. All right, Katafa. Kankuro hooted. All those present gave him a strange look, and Tamari whacked him on the head with her fan. Who do you think's gonna win, sensei? Asked Kiba, leaning over the edge. Kurinai looked over at the 2 kunoichi. Tenten was the upcoming weapons mistress and had excellent skill in projectile weapons. Sakura was very much like a cross between Kurinai and the legendary medic Nin Tsunade, with excellent chakra control and genjutsu skills. Both girls are very proficient in their specialized fields. Even I don't know the outcome of this match, answered Kurenai. Down below, the fight had already begun. Tenten initiated the match by throwing a few shuriken. Sakura dodged and used the bunshin technique to distract her opponent. Tenten threw a few more projectiles and dispelled the clones. Give it up, Pinky, Tenten called. I'm not like those fangirl kunoichi usually found at the academy. You're going against the real deal. I thought as much, Sakura replied. Suetun, Kirigakure no Jutsu. Lets you try to hit me in this fog. Tenten growled a little. Shurajutsu, throwing skills, was only effective when one could see the opponent. However, the fight was not over yet. Pulling out a scroll, she unsealed a bow staff. The fight diverted into a taijutsu match. Unlike Shino and Dosa's match, where logic beat experience, Sakura and Tenten's match was the inverse. There, it was Tenten's veteran skills that overcame Sakura's brain. A called the match. Sakura Haruno is no longer able to battle. Tenten is the winner. Tenten cheered and raised her hands in victory signs. At the balcony, Guy gave her his trademark nice guy pose. Tenten walked up to a bruised Sakura. Nice match, she acknowledged, helping the other girl up. Thanks, Sakura replied. You were great out there too. Bio, you stink, called Kankuro from the balconies. This has to be the worst cat fight ever. Sakura's eye twitched. Tenten looked at her with an evil twinkle in her eyes. Wanna beat him up? She offered. The same evil twinkle appeared in Sakura's eyes. Let's. Moments later, Kankuro was being run down by not 2, but 3 very irate kunoichi. Apparently, Temari could no longer tolerate her brother's boorish behavior during the match. The other shinobi rolled their eyes and sympathized with the hapless puppeteer. It was true what they said, hell hath no fury like a woman dissed. After the very funny intermission with Kankuro, the matchups began once more. Naruto gulped. There were only 4 genin who had not battled: Kiba, Hinata, himself, and Sabaku no Gaara. The screen board began to flash and the first name stopped at Naruto Inuzuka. The blonde Inuzuka began to pray. Are you their god? It's me, Naruto. If you can hear me, please make me go against Sabaku no Gaara. I don't think Kiba or Hinata are ready to take him on. He's too bloodthirsty. I think he might kill them if he has the chance. I don't want to take him on either, but as long as he doesn't hurt my friends, I'll be fine. Unfortunately, God must have been on break that time, because the second name finally stopped on Kiba Inuzuka. Naruto felt his spirits sink. Not only did he have to fight his own brother, his best female friend also had to go against Sabaku no Gaara alone. All right, it's rematch time. Kiba grinned. Just because you're my brother doesn't mean I'm going to go easy on you. Akamaru barked with anticipation. Don't worry about that, Naruto replied. I was never one for shortcuts anyway. Heiate stepped forward. 9th match of the 3rd round of the Chunin selection exams, Naruto Inuzuka vs Kiba Inuzuka, began. The brothers made the hand signs for the Shikyayu no Jutsu. As the jutsu began to take effect, the boys became more feral-looking. With their respective nin dogs, they finally engaged into battle. Akamaru rammed into Naruto, knocking the air out of him, while Amaru had sank his teeth into Kiba's arm. Hissing with pain, the 2 boys backed away for a bit, before charging towards each other again. The form was smooth as the 2 boys and their dogs began to use the family's taijutsu style, enhanced with a smidgen of wind chakra. With every hit, blasts of air were being created and channeled throughout the arena. Time to take it up a notch, said Kiba as he tossed a soldier pill towards Akamaru and activated the Jujin Bunshin no Jutsu. The dog turned red and disappeared in a puff of smoke only to reappear as an exact copy of Kiba. Naruto followed suit with Amaru and the same thing happened, except the dog turned indigo and emerged as a Naruto clone. The brothers unsheathed their kodachis and got ready. Kiba's clone sped towards Naruto, trying to swipe at him. Naruto's clone gave Kiba a swift kick to the ribs. Atsuga from the Naruto clone told Kiba the gloves were off. Naruto saw his brother's expression and got his kodachi in postun. Gutsuga! The four boys instantly transformed into living drills that spun into each other. At this point, bits of debris were flying of the arena from the intensity of their battle. Up in the balconies, Gaara was beginning to sport one of the maniacal grins that signified his bloodlust. Just go on, Inuzuka. Mother wants your blood. I want your blood. Sensing that something was up with their brother, Temari and Kankuro gingerly edged away from him. Back in the arena, the Nin dogs had reverted back to their original form. They were now fighting as dogs normally would, with their teeth and claws. Akamaru flew towards Naruto, only to be intercepted by his cousin Amaru. The two dogs flew into the retaining wall, knocking them both out. Akamaru! Amaru! The brothers yelled all they could, but to no avail. The dogs did not move a muscle. Akamaru and Amaru were completely out cold. Kiba and Naruto faced each other once more, a serious expression marring their features. They pulled out the kodachis once more. Suddenly, a light breeze began to pass through the arena. Hate coughed and looked up, and Chuji nearly fell off the balcony from leaning over. "Sensei," he asked. "Something's up with the Inuzuka's kodachis. What's going on?" Asuma grinned, bending the butt end of his cigarette. "Remember my lecture on channeling chakra into weapons?" he asked. Chuji and Shino nodded. "But isn't channeling chakra into weapons normally used as a last resort?" asked Shino. "I have read that the most weapons can't handle the stress and will break after a second hit." "Normally yes," replied Asuma. "However, there are exceptions. There is a special metal known as adamantium, and one of its properties include the ability to channel chakra. However, channeling chakra through a weapon is very dangerous and only a few kenjutsu users have mastered the skill. Therefore, only a handful of weapons have been forged with adamantium, including my trench knives, the Inuzuka family shiroga, the Yandame's tripod kunai, and Orochimaru's kuzenagi swords." Chuji squinted over at Naruto, who was now delivering a sweeping blow with his blade, only to be countered by a draft from Kiba. "What about Naruto's kodachi? Sensei? It seems to channel chakra too. Did it belong to a powerful kenjutsu master too?" Asuma inwardly blushed at the compliment of being called a powerful kenjutsu master, but he persevered with his laid-back facade. "I don't know, Chuji. I've never seen it before. Naruto could have simply found it during his travels." "Man, that Naruto sure is lucky," Chuji muttered wistfully. "I wish I could find something that cool when I go on a trip." "Those swords. I have seen them before," thought Orochimaru. "But where?" Kiba growled as he panted slightly. The fight had been raging on for close to 30 minutes and it was taking a toll on his chakra. It was now or never. He had to finish this soon or he would drop from chakra exhaustion. Mikazuki no Mai. Using the Kagebunshin no Jutsu, Kiba dived in for the complex steps that made up the dance. By the time he was through, he was dog-tired and Naruto was wobbling a bit, but still sported his foxy grin. "Nice try, Kibble," wheezed the blonde. "Now it's my turn, Kagebunshin Rindan, Inuzuka style." He used the Kagebunshin to split into 3 clones. A clone delivered a devastating uppercut onto the brunette. "Nu." A second clone slammed the blunt edge of the kodachi onto Kiba's back. "Zu." The last clone made a barrel roll into the air and landed a kick onto Kiba's chest. "Ka." The real Naruto did a pinwheel kick and rammed the blunt edge of his kodachi onto Kiba. When the dust cleared, the brunette was reduced to a battered heap and could no longer fight. "Kiba Inuzuka can no longer proceed," Hayate announced. "I declare Naruto Inuzuka the winner of this match." As Hana and the other vets took the dogs, and the medics carted Kiba away, Naruto went over and clasped his hand. "I think I went a bit too overboard. I'm sorry." Kiba grimaced a little, but tried to smile his trademark toothy grin anyway. "It's in the Inuzuka code, bro. Never hold back. 100% all the way." He coughed a bit of blood. "Besides, we had a great match. I now know where I stand against you. When I get out of the hospital, I'll be training a bit harder. Next time we fight, you're going down." Naruto gave his brother a clap on the shoulder. "Get well soon, bro." Pretty soon, the other Inuzuka had been wheeled away, followed by Sakura and Kurenai. As Naruto made his way back to the balconies, he was greeted and congratulated by his friends and teammates. Suddenly, a small jar appeared right onto his peripheral. "What this?" he asked. Hinata blushed. "It's a special salve that I made for cuts and whatnot. It's supposed to speed up the healing process." Naruto flashed a grateful smile as he spread some of the ointment onto his injuries. As Hinata said, the cuts were beginning to heal. "Hey, this stuff really does work. Thanks, Hinata-heim." Kakashi peered from his book. "It's actually the QB rather than the salve itself, but I suppose it could be both." A beeping sound signified the matchups for the last fight, Sabaku no Gaara against Hinata Hyuga. Before Hinata went downstairs, Naruto called her for a moment. "This guy is dangerous," he warned. "He's bloodthirsty and most obviously psycho. It would be much better if you forfeit now." "But Naruto-kun," Hinata argued. "I thought your nindo was to never give up and dash." Naruto cut her off. "Hinata, have you forgotten what he did at the Forest of Death? The guy destroyed a team of Aim without moving. I'm telling you this not as a teammate, but as a friend. If you value your shinobi career, just forfeit now. There's always next year." "But my Juken could dash." "Naruto's right, Hinata," said Kakashi. "Based on what you've told me, this Sabaku no Gaara is very unstable and could very easily dash." Hayate's voice broke the argument. "Will Hinata Hyuga please proceed to the arena before she is disqualified?" Hinata's eyes narrowed. "I'm sorry, Naruto-sensei, but I have to do this." She leapt down into the arena. "I'm here." Kakashi felt a surge of pride at Hinata's newly found assertiveness. All those years of hanging out with Naruto must have rubbed off on her. Throughout the years, she had begun to stutter less and her proficiency in the Juken was just below that of Niji's. There still could be a ray of hope in her fight against Gaara. "You reek of courage. Mother wants your blood now." The cork popped out of Gaara's sand gourd, and a wave of sand approached itself towards Hinata. Thinking quickly, the Hyuga used the Juken to dispel the chakra within the sand. The sand fell harmlessly onto the arena. "She's good," whispered Kakashi. "She used the Juken to interfere with the chakra controlling the sand. She actually might have a chance." The fight went on for a bit, with Gaara releasing his sand towards the Hyuga and Hinata dispelling the chakra. However, the current fight was at the attack and parry level, and simply came to no conclusion. Sabaku tsunami. A giant wave of sand loomed over Hinata and was close to engulfing her. In the balconies, Naruto's grip on the hand railing tightened. If the sand got a hold of Hinata, she would be as good as dead. Fortunately, Hinata had one more trick up her sleeve. Kaiten. The swirling ball of chakra kept the sand from engulfing the Hyuga, keeping her safe for the moment. As the sand began to disperse, Hinata began to move in for the kill. Hakurokujian Sho. 2 palms. Unbelievable. Temari gasped. She managed to land a hit right on Gaara. 4 palms. 8 dash. However, at the 8th strike, Hinata's palm went right through Gaara. Apparently, he had been covered with a special armor made of the same type of sand found in his gourd, and the sand had found its way to cover the lower half of Hinata's right arm. The startled Hinata tried to pull away, but to no avail. The remaining sand under Gaara's control began to creep up her legs as well. Shikamaru's eyes widened. "He's gonna do it. Sensei, do something." Kakashi leapt down to the stage. "This has gone far enough. Stop it now." Hinata forfeits. Gaara turned to face Kakashi. "She has struck me and angered Mother. We demand her blood. Byuban Sabaku-Q." A snapping sound was heard and Hinata fell to the ground screaming. "Hinata-heim." Naruto leapt into the arena and ran towards his fallen teammate. "Hinata, speak to me." "Naruto-kun." Hinata was bleeding. "We're right? He's too strong." She fell unconscious. "Move over, kid," ordered a medic nin who had hurried on to the scene. He checked Hinata's vitals and grimly clicked his tongue. "Bring in the gurney and 4 tubes, stat. This one might spend some time in the ICU." At the medic nin's words, Naruto fell to his knees, tears of regret and frustration blurring his vision. He saw a patch of blood. Hinata's blood. What? Gar. Rage took over him. You hurt Hinata. You hurt her. He growled. For the first time since the incident at Nami, the red chakra began to seep over his body. When Naruto raised his head, his eyes glowed red and his pupils were slit-like. Kyuubi was taking over. Kakashi felt the familiar killer intent rolling off the Kyuubi vessel. Oh no. Not again, not now. Thinking quickly, he struck a few of Naruto's pressure points, knocking him out. As suddenly as it came, the red chakra disappeared. You'd better hurry up, Jiraiya, Sarutobi mentally grumbled. Apparently, it's not only the Uchiha who needs your help. Naruto woke up to something wet running over his cheek. He instinctively raised a hand and swatted the offending thing away, only to hear a surprised yelp. Amaru? What are you doing here, boy? I thought you were with Hana. Pulling himself up to a sitting position, he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Where am I? He groaned. Nice to see you too, Sleeping Beauty, drawled a lazy-sounding voice. Naruto squinted to see his lazy teammate leaning against the wall. He frowned a bit. You're one to talk. What happened? You're so troublesome, Shikamaru grumbled. You won against Kiba, and then Hinata fought that sand kid, got crushed, and then you started to cause a scene until Kakashi-sensei went up and knocked you out. The mention of Hinata sent a flood of memories back to Naruto. The Hyuga heiress lying on the ground, her arm and both her legs crushed, screaming and fighting to stay conscious. Naruto bolted out bed, startling Amaru. Hinata. Is she okay? Where is she? The lazy Nara tried to calm him down. Whoa, easy there, Tiger. She's in the ICU right now, but she'll be moved to a regular ward later. That Sabaku kid really did a number on her. He gave a low whistle. The only people who are able to visit her right now are her immediate family and Kakashi-sensei. The blonde did not say anything, but simply nodded solemnly. Anyway, Shikamaru continued. We drew lots for the final matchups for the Chunin exam finals next month. Chuji got Tenten, Shino got the Catboy, and I'll be going against the girl with the giant fan. Who did I get? Naruto asked, trying his best not to betray his emotions. Shikamaru looked up at the blonde. You'll be going against Uchiha, he replied. Noticing Naruto's hard expression, he could only guess what the blonde was thinking about. That Sabaku no Gaara character will be fighting the winner of the fourth match, which of course is your match. At the mention of Gaara's name, Amaru growled and Naruto's eyes steeled with resolve. He's going down. This one's for Hinata, he whispered. Good luck with that. Considering the current sitch, Shikamaru snorted. Kakashi-sensei will be working with Uchiha. Naruto could not believe his ears. What? He all but shouted. Those troublesome old fogies at the council suggested that he should be training Uchiha because of the Sharingan and all, Shikamaru explained. Sensei wasn't very happy, but I suppose he didn't really have a choice. Great, Naruto grumbled. Now we don't even have a sensei to train with. Suddenly he cheered a little. No big. I can still take care of Uchiha team. I beat him before, and I'll beat him again. Then that Gaara kid'll be nothing more than kitty litter. It won't be so easy this time, said Shikamaru. You may be good at taijutsu and kenjutsu, and your ninjutsu isn't that bad, but if I may recall, last time you fought against Uchiha, his Sharingan hadn't activated yet. And with Kakashi-sensei training him, your fight won't be as smooth. Naruto's ego deflated by a margin, but pride decided to step in. What about that Gaara kid? True, his defense is harsh, but if I wear out his chakra, I could just flatten him with the Getsuga. Shikamaru shook his head. Your clan's techniques were built for speed and strength, and Hinata already tried the taijutsu approach. I know you don't have the control for genjutsu, so the only way for you to beat him is through ninjutsu, which would be Kakashi-sensei's forte. But he's training the Uchiha team, Naruto finished, flopping back on the bed. Amaru yipped at the sudden movement. Peachy. Just peachy. Where the heck will I find a ninjutsu powerhouse willing to train me in such short notice? This the kid? Asked a large, white-haired man dressed in traditional clothes and a horned forehead protector that bore the kanji for oil. Yes, that's him, Jiraiya, replied Sarutobi, standing beside his ex-student. The two men were currently in Sasuke Uchiha's hospital room, checking on his condition. Jiraiya strode over to the sedated Uchiha and inspected the cursed seal. He hummed and hawed for a bit before arriving to his conclusion. Yep, this is Oro team's work alright. This one's going to be a doozy to nullify, but I think I have something that might do the trick. The Shinsai Junsei Fuin, Trans, Holy Purification Seal. Unfortunately, the sealing process requires 5 people to perform it to ensure total nullification. Unless you have some people on hand, I can't nullify the seal. Sarutobi thoughtfully tugged at his beard. I'll see who I can find. Well, I'll be off then, Jiraiya cheerfully announced. My research awaits. Wait, said Sarutobi. There's one more seal I'd like you to check. Do you remember the Shiki Fuin? Yes. Why? The Hokage suddenly looked very tired. Meet me in my office at the Kage Tower. I'll relay the entire story. Tsum stood proudly over her 2 sons. Both Kiba and Naruto had just been released from the hospital and were currently with their mother in the Inuzuka's sitting room. I heard what happened today, and I'd like to say, I'm very proud of you pups. You bravely faced each other in the heat of battle and used your abilities to the fullest. For that, I am honored to be your mother. In a rare show of respect, both Kiba and Naruto bowed down to their mother, but such a rarity can only last so long, and Kiba, being Kiba, reverted back to his brash personality. Does it mean we're off the hook from being grounded? He asked with a hopeful grin. Naruto face-bombed. Tsum grinned back at her eldest son. Not a chance. Kiba groaned. But, she added, you get to train in the advanced Inuzuka clan techniques under me. The Inuzuka brothers were ecstatic. For real? You think we're ready? Tsum nodded and was swamped by a hug from both her boys. Thanks, Mom. Now, enough of this mushy-gushy stuff. You boys better get some rest. We have a long day of training ahead. As the boys turned to leave, there was a knock on the door. Tsum was surprised. Company. She went to answer the door. Opening it, she found the Sandaime and a large white-haired man behind him. The Inuzuka matriarch was dumbfounded. Es Sandaime-sama? Lord Jiraiya? What brings you here? I'm afraid the house isn't in order dash. We're here on business, Tsum, replied the Sandaime. We have some very important matters to discuss. Oh, of course, Lord Hokage, stammered Tsum. Please come in. She turned to her sons. Boys, go upstairs and rest. Actually, this concerns Naruto and the entire family as well, said Jiraiya. Oh, of course, Tsum nodded. She turned towards the kitchen, where her daughter was storing the leftovers. Hana, come in here. Family meeting with the Hokage and Lord Jiraiya. Moments later, the entire Inuzuka main house family along with Sarutobi and Jiraiya were gathered in the sitting room. Now, started the Sandaime. During the last match of the Chunin exam, I have received sighting reports of red chakra flares. In fact, I saw it myself. At the words, red chakra, Tsum and Kiba immediately knew what the Sandaime was referring to, but Hana, who had been left in the dark, was curious. Beg pardon, Lord Hokage, but what does this have to do with us Inuzukas? Yes, I was just getting to that, Sarutobi said. You see, the red chakra that had been sighted was emanating from one Naruto Inuzuka. The puzzled look remained on Hana's face. I still fail to see where this leads. Sarutobi turned a wizened gaze at the young veterinarian. You do remember the Kyuubi attack more than 12 years ago, right? Hana nodded. Contrary to what you've been led to believe, the Kyuubi is in fact still alive. To say Hana was shocked would have been the understatement of the year. She was so stunned, she just sat there, mouth agape. As for Naruto, his expression simply mirrored that of his sisters. Jiraiya, who had been sitting quietly, decided to explain things for a bit. The Kyuubi, like all other bijou, is actually a chakra entity, thus rendering it immortal. The only way to completely defeat a bijou is to make it mortal by sealing it away into a human sacrifice, a Jinchuriki if you will. The bijou will be tied to the Jinchuriki, and when the Jinchuriki dies, the bijou will die with it. There are several types of seals used in sealing away a bijou, the Toad Sage continued. But the most effective one is the Shiki Fuin, which requires a newborn child as a Jinchuriki. Unfortunately, this jutsu is a double-edged sword. While it will seal away the bijou into its Jinchuriki, it will also kill the seal user. Listening to the entire story, Naruto had enough and decided to voice his opinion. I thought this entire business was about the red chakra that I supposedly released. I don't see how that old furball is roped into this. The Sandaime gave the blonde a solemn look. All right, Naruto, I'll humor you. Apparently, the red chakra flares up when you get very angry. When was the last time when you got that mad? Naruto looked pensive for a while. Well, according to Shikamaru, I got really mad yesterday when I saw that Gaara kid crush Hinataheim, and he said he hadn't seen me get that mad since that incident at Nami when I thought Hinataheim had died. So seeing your friend Hinata get hurt makes you angry, Jiraiya noted. Tell me, Naruto, what do you see when you get angry? I'm not sure. Once, I did see the Kyuubi's form, but I thought it was a ghost. Come to think of it, I see it in my nightmares too. But I'm not the fox. I swear, I'm not. Calm down, Naruto, said Sarutobi. No one said you were the fox, and take my word for it, you are not the fox. You are its jailer. You are what keeps it from doing any more harm. You are a hero. But the Kyuubi, it killed so many people, including Dad. Naruto's eyes welled with tears. Mom, Kiba, Hana, I'm so sorry. The dad comment struck Tsum, Sarutobi, and Jiraiya. They knew that the boy was referring to the ephemeral Hasegawa couple, and maybe Shippo Inuzuka, but they could not help but think of Naruto's biological father, the Yondaime. Losing both men to the Kyuubi, the poor child had never met any of his fathers. Kiba was the first to comfort Naruto. Hey bro, don't sweat it. It wasn't your fault. It's that old furball, and karma already bit him in the butt and he can't do squat about it, so haha to him. Yeah twerp, Hana teasingly interjected. You've been doing a fine job so far. Fox or not, you're still our good old Naruto, and we wouldn't trade you for the world. Runt, Tsum spoke. You've been living with us for so long and you still don't know our code? We would never abandon a pack member, and that includes you, Naruto. You're part of our pack, our family. We would love and protect you, no matter what. The blonde sniffed and hiccuped a little. But what if I get mad and lose control again? What if the fox gets out? This time, Jiraiya broke the blonde out of his tirade. Naruto, raise your shirt, he commanded. Are you some sort of pedo? Kiba asked. Jiraiya, Tsum, and Hana whacked his head. Gingerly, the blonde raised his shirt and the seal on his navel came to view. See this mark, said Jiraiya, placing his hand on Naruto's stomach. It's good and solid. The old fuzzbag will never get out. Although, it's a bit worn around the edges, but I can fix that. Fuin. A few extra marks appeared on the seal, glowing red for a moment, before blending in with the rest of the seal. There. Jiraiya proudly remarked. Now, you don't have to worry about that, Fox. Naruto was slightly doubtful. Are you sure? The toad sage frowned. Do you doubt me, Jiraiya of the Sannin? The greatest ninjutsu master within the 5 elemental nations. Naruto lightened up. You're a ninjutsu master? Lord Jiraiya, can you train me in ninjutsu for the Chunin exam finals? Please. Naruto. Tsum barked. But Naruto protested, his voice escalating into a near whine. Shikamaru said that the only way I could beat this Sabaku no Gaara kid is if I used ninjutsu. Besides, he hurt Hinataheim. I'm winning this one for her rather than for me. You're doing this for a girl? Jiraiya asked, wiggling his eyebrows. Naruto was slightly apprehensive after seeing the Sannin wiggle his brows, but he decided to answer anyway. Yes. Jiraiya clapped a heavy hand on the blonde's back. I like you, kid. All right, I'll train you. He turned to Tsum. If it's okay with you, that is. Tsum looked at Naruto, who was looking back at her with his trademark puppy dog eyes. Exhaling loudly, the Inuzuka matriarch agreed. Oh, what the heck. Go ahead. Naruto enveloped his mother in a hug. Thanks, Mom. You're the best. I think we can train in the afternoons, said the Sannin. If your schedule allows it. I believe it will, said Tsum. I'll be training you boys in the morning anyway. Now, get some rest you pups, we have a big day tomorrow. Okay, good night Mom, Lord Hokage, Lord Jiraiya. A few seconds later Naruto had disappeared upstairs. Kiba followed his brother upstairs. See you tomorrow Mom. Lord Hokage, Lord Jiraiya. Hana stood up and headed towards the back door. I'm going out to check on the dogs. I'll be right back Mom. Goodbye Lord Hokage, Lord Jiraiya. Sum stood up as well and bowed before the Hokage and Jiraiya. Thank you for gracing us with your presence, Lord Hokage, Lord Jiraiya. Actually, Tsum, chuckled the Sandaime. We should be thanking you. You've raised a fine family, you have. And Hana, Kiba, and Naruto have come a long way too. Tuzum blushed a bit. Oh, it's nothing a little firm parenting wouldn't do. Just then, Jiraiya decided to interrupt. Sensei, Tsum, I hate to spoil this courtesy call, but we have more serious matters on hand. Orochimaru has marked Sasuke Uchiha. Tuzum's expression hardened. So I've heard. But what does it have to do with me? A lot of things actually, replied the Toad Sage. I want you to help us seal it off, first thing tomorrow morning. The next morning, Kiba and Naruto woke up early and padded downstairs, half expecting to see Tsum waiting for them. However, the Inuzuka matriarch was nowhere to be seen, and in her stead, a post-it was stuck on the fridge. Pups, Jiraiya and I have postponed your training today. Apparently, your teammate Sasuke Uchiha needs our help for the rest of the day, so think of today as your special day off. P.S. You're still grounded, so you might as well clean the kennels now. Maybe you can get your Uncle Shida to help. Naruto and Kiba stared at the note for a long time, until the blonde angrily grabbed the note and viciously ripped it into tiny pieces. It's not fair, he screamed. First Kakashi-sensei, now Mom and Jiraiya. Why is it that when it comes to Uchiha, grown-ups have the tendency to ditch us and give him the special attention? Kiba simply stood there and silently watched Naruto fume. He knew better than to say something that might further anger his brother. Suddenly, the rushed patter of feet was heard as Hana tumbled downstairs, still dressed in her sleepwear. Where's the fire? She asked. I heard screaming. Kiba pointed to Naruto, who was still ranting about attention-starved JRKs and flaky grown-ups. Hana's mouth formed an O as she digested the information on their mother's note and the cause of her blonde brother's anger. Naruto eventually ranted himself out and calmed down, and that was when the Inuzuka siblings finally gathered together to clean the kennels under the supervision of their Uncle Shida. A big bear of a man, Shida Inuzuka was Shippo Inuzuka's older brother and a widower and retired shinobi. He lived next door with his children Ashi and Mimi, and their dogs Kiroimaru, Midori, and Murasaki. He had given up the position of clan head to Shippo after he was blinded in the Third Shinobi War. However, because of his blindness, his other senses were enhanced, and Shida probably had the best human nose in the entire shinobi world. Therefore it was no surprise that Tsum often enlisted his help in the kennel cleanup. With his extraordinary sense of smell, the man could sniff out slipshod work from a mile away. Shida took a whiff of the air and handed each of the Inuzuka siblings a broom and a garbage bag. You have a lot of work to do, pups. Even the local dump doesn't smell this bad. Kiba groaned at the analysis. Do we really have to do this? This is absolute torture. If you acted like good siblings, you wouldn't be in this pickle now, would you? Shida admonished. Why, back in the day your father and I were like the best of pals. We were practically inseparable. The Inuzuka siblings inwardly groaned. When walking down memory lane, Uncle Shida always preferred to stroll. Sasuke found himself in one of the underground vaults beneath the Kage Tower. Towering over him were the figures of Jiraiya, Tuzum Inuzuka and Kuramaru, Hayashi Hyuga, Shibi Aburame, and Shikaka Nara. Why was I called again? The raven asked tersely, glaring up at the solemn assembly before him. You were marked by Orochimaru, were you not? Stated Shibi. That curse seal is nothing but bad news. It needs to be sealed immediately. Why? Asked the Uchiha. It seems to add to my power. I can feel it coursing in my veins. Power at the cost of humanity, roared Hayashi. A bargain that you know all too well, Sasuke replied icily. Byakugan eyes flashed with rage. Enough. This situation is entirely different, and you know it. You may have a point, said the Uchiha, smirking wickedly as the Hyuga patriarch shook with barely concealed anger. One is a cursed seal that gives immense power, whereas the other is a cursed seal that limits it. Shibi, Tsum, Kuramaru, and Shikaku turned an uneasy eye on Hayashi. It was a known fact that for years, the man had been lobbying to ban the caged bird seal from being implanted on the Hyuga branch house members. Even the current clan heir, Niji, had not been spared from the indignity as his parents were from the branch house. But for all of Hayashi's efforts, there had only been little progress as there were fanatical main house members who wanted to keep the tradition of the caged bird seal. Fortunately, the next generation of Hyugas were raised to be more liberal, so there was still a good chance for the seal to be banned and the two houses reunited. It was at this moment that Shikaku Nara intervened, before things got out of hand. Can't we just put aside the family feud and start the sealing? He said. This whole issue is getting troublesome. The Hyuga clan head muttered something under his breath and stalked back to his colleagues. Well then, let's get this show on the road, said Jiraiya, cracking his knuckles. Sasuke, take off your shirt and stand in the middle of the sealing circle, please. Hayashi, you stand at the Genbu gate. Tsum, you take Suzuka. Shibi, you take Byako, and Sarayu goes to Shikaku. I'll be taking charge of the central meridian right behind Sasuke. Sasuke, you'd better brace yourself because I assure you, this will hurt. These are the hand signs for the Holy Purification Seal, the Toad Sage continued. Just follow my lead. Boar, rabbit, tiger, ram, tiger, dog, rat, ox, horse, ox, monkey, snake, rabbit, dragon, dog, rooster, ram, rat, monkey, snake, rooster, boar, horse, dragon. The senior Jonin followed the Sanin's actions, and as they did, the curse seal began to glow an eerie crimson. The young Uchiha writhed in pain, but Jiraiya and the senior Jonin remained steadfast and continued with the sealing ritual. After the last hand seal, the curse seal pulsed, still glowing red. Is it done? Shikaku asked, panting. Not even close, wheezed the Sannin. We've only sealed off the yang half of the seal. There's still the inside to nullify, and we have to wait for the exact timing, otherwise it'll be all for nothing. I did say that this seal is a doozy to nullify. What are we waiting for? Asked Tsum, rubbing her palms. Let's deal with this seal. I'm afraid you won't be able to do that, my dear, came a new voice. Jiraiya and the senior Jonin whipped around and saw Orochimaru leaning against the wall with a lazy smirk plastered on his face. The snake Sannin sauntered into view, geared up his old Jonin uniform plus a Konoha headband glinting on his forehead. Immediately the 5 Konohinin formed a tight circle around the Uchiha. A low growl erupted from both Jiraiya and Tsum. Orochimaru, Hayashi, Shikaku, and Shibi shifted into their battle stances. Nice to see you too, Dobe, the snake hissed as his golden eyes flitted towards Jiraiya. You won't be taking the Uchiha, traitor, shouted Hayashi. Orochimaru's mouth twisted into a predatory smirk and his tongue snaked out to lick his hips. Really? I like to see you try. Tsuchi Bunshin no Jutsu. Several clones rose from the earth, each one taking the form of the snake Sannin, right down to the same inhuman grin on their faces. Without a word, they charged towards the Konohinin. Kageyari no Jutsu. Trans, Shadow Spear Technique. Shikaku's shadow expanded and spikes rose out, impaling the clones. Hakurokujian Sho. 2 strikes. 4 strikes. 8 strikes. 16 strikes. 32 strikes. 64 strikes. Hijitsu, Mushidama, Trans, Secret Technique, Insect Sphere. Kyakudo no Gutsuga, Trans, Extreme Gutsuga. Rasengan. A swirling ball of chakra was slammed into several clones, and they too, dispelled. In the midst of chaos, Orochimaru took it to his opportunity to attack. Brandishing his Kusanagi sword, he spun through the air, aiming towards the Konohinin. Anticipating the attack, they dodged and was about to counter, when a blast of killing intent from the traitor effectively froze them in place. The air was thick with tension when 4 of the 5 Konohinin present found themselves subject to Orochimaru's mercy as he approached them, the Kusanagi poised to kill. Already, Jiraiya moved to stand between the two sides, ready to defend his countrymen. But instead of striking his adversaries right then and there, the snake Sannin suddenly sheathed his blade. Kukoku. He chuckled. That was a lot easier than expected. The hell you're blabbering about? Tsum snarled. Orochimaru's smirk grew chillingly cold. As if your puny, impulsive brain could ever comprehend my scheme. You're too much like the dobe. At this both Jiraiya and Tsum growled again. Always too focused on the now, rather than the then and after. The calculating grin shifted to Shikaku. So much for your so-called genius. You can't even recognize a diversion in plain sight. The blood drained from the Nara's face. You don't mean... Regrets, they always come too late, said the evil Sannin in a patronizing tone. And thanks to your idiocy, I've already won. Jiraiya paled. No. Mocking laughter rang out of Orochimaru's lips. You have always been a dobe. I can't believe you fell for the oldest trick in the book. He disappeared in a puff of smoke, his ominous laughter still echoing the room. Jiraiya and the Jonin turned around to look at Sasuke. His curse seal had faded back to its original black color, and the pulsing was gone. The crucial moment had passed. The purification seal had failed. Naruto sighed as he and his siblings heaved 3 large garbage bags filled with waste matter. He, Kiba, and Hana were tired and covered in filth. Shida stepped towards the kennels and took a whiff. Daisy fresh, he grinned. Nice teamwork, pups. Go freshen up. With a grateful smile, the Inuzuka siblings plodded towards the faucet in the garden. While they were hosing themselves clean, they heard a cheerful voice call, "Hey Hana, Un." 3 heads turned to see Didara Yamanaka leaning over the fence, smiling at them. "What's up, Un?" he greeted. "Why are you guys all dirty?" "We were..." Kiba began. Hana clapped a grimy hand over her brother's mouth. "Just getting cleaned up," she chirped, smiling at the ponytailed blonde. "Excuse me, please." She grabbed Kiba and Naruto and dragged them away from the confused Didara. As soon as Deidara was out of earshot, Hana turned a furious glare at Kiba. "What are you doing?" she hissed. "If Deidara and the other Chunin ever find out that I've been grounded, they'll never let me hear the end of it." Kiba spat on the ground and wiped his lips on a clean spot on his sleeve. "You just have a crush on him, you gross hag. And clean your hands before touching my lips." "That was nasty. How would you like my fists on your lips?" Hana threatened. "Bring it on, ya Amazon." Kiba challenged. "Is that squabbling I hear?" Shida called. "Do I need to tell your mother?" "No, sir." Amaru. Use dynamic marking. Jinju Kambi Henge, Sotaru. Kiba and Akamaru disappeared in a puff of smoke and reappeared as a white, 2-headed wolf dog creature. Naruto and Amur did likewise and poofed back as a giant foxwolf dog thing that bore a close semblance to the Kyuubi, save for the fact that it had 2 heads and only 1 tail. Garuga! The resulting backdraft flattened several trees in the training ground. The spinning drills clashed against each other. After a minute of spinning, the drills stopped and reformed into the wolf dogs, which further reverted back to a brown-haired boy and a white dog, and a blonde-haired boy and a red dog. Tsum stepped out from the shadows, clapping her hands. "Great shuffle. That's it for today, pups. Though maybe you could perhaps put a bit more control into your Garuga. You have to follow the scent of your Ninken's dynamic marking. Now let's go home. I believe Hana made Jayuden for lunch today." As the boys skipped ahead, chattering amiably, Kuramaru turned to Tsum. "Are you sure Naruto is ready to face the Uchiha?" inquired the black dog concernedly. "Even with the Garuga, a battle against the Sharingan would be rather risky." "Better to take that risk than have him forfeit like a scaredy cat," replied Tsum. "And Inuzuka always gives it his all and will go down giving his all." "So, what are you going to do today?" Kiba asked Naruto. "I'm going to train with Lord Jiraiya today, remember?" answered the blonde. "I get Mom in the mornings, and in the afternoon, I train with Lord Jiraiya." "Geez, you're really lucky," Kiba remarked. It's not every day you get to train with one of the Densetsu no Sannin. Woof. Akamaru barked. Trans, he'd train you too if you'd just ask. Kiba frowned at the puppy snuggled in his hoodie. I would, but it's too much pressure. Plus, the guy's already training Naruto. He doesn't need me as a student. Amar decided to add his 2 Rio. Yip yip. Arf. Trans, you're just lazy. That Nara kid's rubbing off on you. No one's asking you, Amaru. Kiba retorted. Hey Kiba, Naruto cut in. How about you, what are you going to do today? Still grounded, remember? The brunette replied with a hint of disgust. Naruto's face fell. But so much for visiting Hinataheim after training. Why don't you just ask Mom? Kiba suggested. Maybe she'll let you go check on Hinata. Technically, she's a member of your pack. Naruto grinned. That's a great idea. Thanks, Kiba. You're a genius. He sped off towards Tsum with Amaru on his heels. Kiba returned the grin. Turning to Amaru, he cheered. See, I told you Shikamaru's a positive influence. Amaru stopped a while and barked. Off. Woof. Trans. Yeah, but you don't use your brain as much as he does. Can it, Fuzz, but... Mom. Tsum looked up from her conversation with Kuramaru to see Naruto running up to her. What is it, pup? Naruto huffed a little, catching his breath before he proceeded with his request. Mom, is it possible if I could visit Hinataheim after I train with Lord Jiraiya? The Inuzuka matriarch gave her adopted son an analyzing look. Why? Well, she's a member of my pack and I was, hoping to see, how she's doing? The blonde looked up and gave his mother the most innocent look he could muster. Tsum pondered for a moment. Kuramaru turned a questioning gaze at his partner, and Naruto was giving her a look that screamed, please say yes. A few seconds later, Tsum gave the blonde a curt nod. All right, she said. I can let you off your grounding, but only today. Still have 11 days to go. Before Tsum could register what hit her, she was wrapped in a hug by the ecstatic blonde. Thanks, Mom, he grinned. You're the best. As Naruto ran off to rejoin Kiba, Kuramaru found his partner looking rather wistful. What's with you? He asked, concerned. Just look at the pup, Tsum sighed. Even Shippo was never that sweet. Hayashi's girl really is lucky. The Cyclopean dog nodded. I suppose I'd have to agree to that. Rooster, horse, ox, snake, ram, ox. Kage-yari no jutsu. Shikamaru's shadow expanded and spikes erupted from the ground. Too short, called Shikak. You could still elongate those spikes. Try again. Muttering under his breath, Shikamaru complied and flipped through the hand seals once more. This time, the shadow spikes were distinctively longer. Nice. Both Naras turned to see Anko Mitarashi perched on a nearby tree chewing on some dango. Shikamaru inwardly drooled at the sight of the sweet treat. What are you doing here, Anko? Shikaku sighed exasperatedly. The snake mistress fake pouted. Nothing. Dango and tea tastes so much better when eaten amidst nature. I'm pretty sure your son knows that. Anko. The pout increased by a margin. I was thinking of mentoring your son. His skills in the preliminaries were somewhat impressive. If your son combines the Sen, Ijaishu with your clan techniques, he could become one of the deadliest assassins in the shinobi world. Shikaku frowned. You are not turning my son into an assassin. Oh come on, Anko wheedled. He's a natural tactician and always 2 steps ahead of his opponents. And the fact that you guys work with the shadows just gave it an added bonus. He's perfect. Anko. Shikaku's patience was wearing thin. Think about it. With him off your hands, you can have some time to yourself. Don't you want that? Shikaku rubbed his chin contemplatively. Now that you put it that way. He turned to his son. Shikamaru, do you want to train with Ms. Mitarashi? Shikamaru looked at his father. Then at Anko. Then back to Shikaku. He shrugged. I'm in. I have a feeling that she'll just get more troublesome if we decline. Anko gave both Naras a heavy clap on the back. Well, it's settled then. She gave Shikamaru a cheeky grin. You get to train with me tomorrow? Shikamaru slapped himself on the forehead. What kind of teacher didn't even know her schedule? Afternoon, said Shikaku. Afternoons are best for napping, so Shikamaru can train with you during the afternoons. Anko's grin practically split her face in half. Great. Afternoons it is. See ya tomorrow. Shikamaru watched the sweet-toothed kunoichi bounce off into the distance. Why do I have a bad feeling about this? Naruto scowled as he took in his surroundings. Why are we at the hot springs? Jiraiya smirked. Because Gaki, you need more work on your chakra control. A very small part of the blonde began to have second thoughts on requesting for Jiraiya's help. What are we exactly going to learn today? Water walking with a twist, cheered the toad Sannin. You'll be walking on hot water. Won't it be fun? Naruto looked at the steaming liquid and back to Jiraiya's smiling face. Amaru whimpered a little. Jiraiya clapped the boy on the back. I'll take that as a yes. Go out there and do your best. And remember, just have fun. I'll be back in a few to check your progress. He flashed the boy a thumbs up and walked off to another part of the spring. Naruto plucked Amaru from his head. Come on, boy. We have a lot of training to do. As the puppy was being pulled off the blonde, he clung tighter, whimpering. In puppy speak, he would have been screaming, "No. I don't want to go. I refuse to be turned into dog soup." Naruto scowled at the puppy on his head. Come on, Amaru, don't be a baby. Don't you want to take down Uchiha Team and the sand rat? He channeled some chakra to his feet and stepped onto the spring. See, it's not so, which great Senju's ghost. It burns. The chakra holding the blonde was not strong enough to support him over the thin liquid of the hot springs, and Naruto fell into the scalding waters with a splash. He instantly jumped out of the spring, lobster-red, yelping in pain. Amaru was giving his partner a triumphant look. Told you so. After several tries, Naruto had barely made any progress, and Jiraiya was nowhere to be seen. Where is he? Naruto groaned. He said he'd be back soon. Screw it. Might as well get cooled off. Come on, Amaru. As the blonde and his dog walked towards the cooling showers, they heard a manly giggle coming from the women's section of the hot springs. They looked at each other, wondering if they had been hearing things. Then they heard it again. Curious, they slowly inched towards the women's baths to find a familiar white-haired man looking through a peephole. That pervert! Naruto angrily thought to himself. Then a devilishly evil idea popped into his mind. So he likes peeping on women, eh? Let's see how he likes this. Oiroku no Jutsu. Naruto disappeared in a puff of smoke and emerged as a very buxom teenage girl with a towel barely covering her goods. What are you doing? She screeched. Jiraiya turned around to see a girl that looked a lot like his teammate Tsunade in her younger days. Score, he grinned. You're one hot babe. Wanna go out sometime? Pervert! Naruto screamed. The commotion outside alerted the women in the baths. They ran out, sending death glares at the perverted Sannin. Among the women were some Inuzuka and Yoshino Nara. How long have you been standing there, Lord Jiraiya? Yoshino asked, a sickly sweet tone lacing her voice. Well, you see? Jiraiya stuttered. Get him, yelled Sum. Naruto, help me. As the toad sage was chased away by a horde of angry women, Naruto reverted back into his real form and walked away, rubbing his palms gleefully. That'll show him. Gee, Lord Jiraiya, what happened to you? Naruto asked as he stood by the hot spring he had been training at. Don't play innocent with me, Gaki, Jiraiya growled. I know you had a hand in this. I've been calling for you for half an hour and you never came. He rubbed at a bruise. Dang, those ladies can pack a punch. The blonde looked at his mentor innocently. Whatever do you mean, Lord Jiraiya? I've been here the whole time practicing on my water walking. The white-haired spymaster gave Naruto a skeptical look. Oh really? So I suppose you don't mind if I told you to perform the water walking exercise right. But now. Naruto's innocent expression faltered. And now. Jiraiya inwardly smirked. Gotcha. What's the matter? Scared you won't meet up to my standards, Gaki? No, of course not. I can meet up to those standards. He turned to the steaming water and gulped. Well, here goes. Channeling the chakra to his feet, Naruto gingerly took a step onto the hot spring. Step by step, he was tickled pink to discover that he was actually walking on water. He was actually doing it. He actually got Jiraiya's exercise. Flesh. Or not. Yoch! Naruto yelped, jumping out of the water. Hot, 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 hot. On the shore, Jiraiya laughed as he gave himself a mental pat on the back. After all, what goes around, comes around. NaruHina was currently at vigil by his cousin's bedside, whereas his uncle and other cousin lay napping in the corner. After spending the night in the ICU, Hinata's condition had stabilized, and the medics moved her to a private room. He yawned as he flipped through several channels on the television. Sports. Infomercial. A National Geographic documentary on the carnivorous plants of grass country. There was not really anything worth watching for the moment. Shifting a glance towards Hinata, he noticed that she was beginning to wake up. Nothing special. Wait a minute. Hinata was waking up. After 36 hours of unconsciousness, his cousin Hinata was waking up. Uncle! Hanabi! Hinata's waking up. Hanabi jumped up and ran to her sister's side, all her tiredness drained out. Hayashi choked on one of his snores as he woke up, startled. He then proceeded to Hinata's bedside as he watched his eldest daughter rise from her coma. And Hinata ummed as she tried to stretch her arms. The left one was a bit numb, but the right one was completely immobilized. What's going on? Her eyes fluttered open to see the concerned faces of Hayashi, Hanabi, and Niji hovering right over her own. A father? A Hanabi? A Niji Nizan? What happened? Why can't I move? You're in the hospital, Hayashi replied. Your arm and leg were badly crushed, the doctor said. Sorrow and disappointment choked his voice. What did the doctor say, father? Hayashi opened his mouth to answer, but the doctor's words were just too horrible to repeat. He said, you could never be a ninja again, Niji whispered. He said, the damage was too extensive. I'm sorry. IIC can never be a ninja again? Hinata repeated. Hayashi broke down, and the sight just clawed at the young Hyuga's hearts. It pained Hinata and Hanabi to see their father in such a vulnerable state. He was the comforter and protector. He kept their fears at bay, but now he could not even stand up to the worst-case scenario. Niji couldn't stand his uncle's current state as well. Nothing had pushed him around. Not even the Hyuga clan elders, but now. Isn't there a ray of hope? Hanabi inquired. The doctor said the legendary Tsunade could heal those wounds. Niji gave his youngest cousin a sad smile. I hate to break it to you, Nabi-chan, but Lady Tsunade hasn't been in the village for more than 15 years. It looks like Hinata has to accept her fate. A resounding clap resounded through the hospital room, and Niji instinctively brought a hand to his stinging cheek. How could you, Niji Nizan? Hanabi gasped, hand outstretched. You've seen your teammate Lee, haven't you? They told him he could never be a ninja because he couldn't use chakra, but look at him now. He managed to take you to a draw. Miracles do happen, Niji Nizan. We just have to believe in ours. Miracles don't always happen, Hanabi, Niji retorted, storming out of the room. I'm just being realistic. Oh no you don't, Hanabi screeched, going after her cousin. Come back here, Niji Hyuga. Hinata watched as her sister and cousin left, leaving her alone in the room with her father. Father, she murmured. I'm sorry I disappointed you. Hayashi turned a tear-filled gaze to his daughter. My child, I'm not disappointed in you as much as I am with myself. If the clan elders find out that you have been crippled, they will stop at nothing to instate you into the branch house. I have failed as a father and as a clan leader. Hinata placed her good hand on her father's shoulder. You have not failed, father. I will overcome this. I may be crippled for life. I may never be a ninja again. I may be relegated to the branch house, but none of this will stop me from helping Niji Nizan and Hanabi-chan to make your dream of reuniting the Hyuga clan a reality. Hayashi looked at his daughter in surprise. This wasn't the shy, scared Hinata that often ran to him. This was a new Hinata. A brave Hinata. A Hinata that was ready to face the world and take on its challenges. As much as he felt the twinge to see Daddy's little girl all grown up, the Hyuga clan leader just knew who was responsible for the change in his daughter. You have helped my daughter so much, and for that, I thank you, Naruto Inuzuka. Naruto hummed to himself as he and Amaru made their way towards Konoha General Hospital. Now that his training was over for the day, he could go visit his injured teammate, even if she was unconscious. As long as she was alive and in good hands, Naruto felt that it would be good enough for him, though it would have been better if Hinata had not been injured at all. Naruto, is that you? Wait up. Wait up. The addressed blonde whipped around to see Shikamaru running towards him. He stopped and waited for the pineapple-headed Nara to catch up to him. You are going so fast, it's such a drag, Shikamaru wheezed, trying to catch his breath. Where are you off to in such a hurry? To the hospital, why? Thank God I found you first, replied the lazy Nara. Did you hear the news? Hinata's awake. Naruto's grin was enough to put the son to shame. Really? Where'd you hear it from? Niji and Hanabi, Shikamaru answered. I ran into them earlier this afternoon. They were arguing about something, passed the good news to me, and went back to arguing. What were they arguing about? Naruto asked. Shikamaru flashed his friend an annoyed look. How should I know? Knowing them, I can assure you it's something troublesome. You're right, Naruto muttered, walking towards Shikamaru's direction. Their issue'll probably blow off by tomorrow. Come on, let's go. Shikamaru pointed to Naruto's previous direction. Naruto, the hospital's the other way. His reply was a cheeky grin. I know, but with Hinata awake, I feel like we'd have to visit someone else first. Ino was skimming through the latest issue of Shinobi Chic when the store bell chimed. Customers, she cheered. Welcome to Yamanaka's Flowers. How may we, Naruto? Shikamaru, what brings you here? Hinata awake, Naruto answered. And we need flowers. Can you help us? Sure thing. Ino chirped, grabbing a pen and a notepad. What do you need? I just want a nosegay of zinnias, Shikamaru said. A nosegay of zinnias, Ino scribbled down on the notepad. That'll be 60 rios. And you, Naruto? What'll you have? The blonde Inuzuka looked sheepish. I actually don't know. That's why I came here. Maybe you could help me pick some flowers for Hinata. Ino mentally squealed. How cute. He's both romantic and clueless at same time. All right, I'll help you, but we'll also need some artistic insight. She walked towards the back room. Deidara, get your butt in here. Deidara walked into the room, all covered in clay. What do you want, Ino? Can't you see I'm busy? What were you doing anyway? Naruto asked, gaping at the clay-covered chunin. Making flower pots and garden gnomes, It's great fun, though I wish I could blow 'em up afterwards, No, no, no. Ino screeched. You're not blowing stuff up. Every time you do, it makes a mess. And some of the stuff you use is gross. How is nitrous fertilizer gross, Deidara asked, genuinely confused. You use it every day. On flowers, Flowers? It's gross when stuff like that comes flying to your face. Naruto was impressed. Sweet. You made a fertilizer bomb? He and Deidara shared a high five. Dude, you totally have to teach me. It'd be the coolest prank ever. Ahem. Aren't you forgetting something? Shikamaru asked, tapping his foot. Beside him, Ino was ready to blow a gasket at Naruto's immaturity. The blonde Inuzuka sheepishly rubbed the back of his head. Oh yeah, I need your help in choosing the perfect bouquet for Hinata. She just woke up. Really, Deidara beamed. That's great news. Come with me to the greenhouse. We have a wider selection there. Yamanaka's greenhouse was filled with various plants and flowers. There were pink flowers, purple flowers, yellow flowers, and white flowers. There were poisonous plants and healing herbs, common species, and extremely rare flora. The entire interior of the greenhouse was like a botanist's dream. Naruto approached a brightly colored flower. This looks nice, he remarked. Deidara yanked him back before he could go another step. Don't touch that, he warned. That's a dread lily. It's one of the most poisonous flowers in the world. Its toxins are often used to poison weapon tips, and without an antidote, you could die within 4 hours. Naruto gulped and backed away from the plant. How about this one? He asked, pointing to some blue violets. Blue violets represent watchfulness and faithfulness, Ino recited. Nice choice, Naruto. But now you need to add the artistic flair. Naruto was puzzled. Artistic flair? You know, pizzazz, embellishments, add-ons, and the like, Deidara explained. Oh, Naruto said. I'll leave the selection to you guys. You're the flower experts, not me. Okay, said Ino, taking over. Since Hinata is in the hospital, I suggest some yarrow. It basically means, get well soon. Yarrow. Deidara scoffed. You nuts, Un? I think carnations are a better choice. It screams health and energy. They're too big, Ino shot back. And they have multiple meanings. Yarrow's much better. Carnations, Un. Yarrow. Carnations, Un. Guys? Naruto intervened. How about if I take both? Ino and Deidara looked at each other. That's a great idea. Ino cheered. And I just have the perfect carnations in stock. Moments later, the Yamanaka siblings had created a nice bouquet of blue violets, white carnations, and small dots of yarrow. Deidara hummed and hawed as he looked at the creation. Looks a little bland, Un, he muttered. Now that you mention it, I agree, said Ino. What to use, what to use? Suddenly, the Yamanaka siblings looked at each other, faces lit up. Anemones, they exclaimed in unison. What does anemones stand for anyway, Ino? Naruto asked, curious. Ino tried jogging her memory. It stands for what was it? Friendship, Un. Deidara finished for his sister. Anemones stand for friendship. Finally the bouquets were ready, and Shikamaru and Naruto paid for their goods. So, how much is the damage? Naruto asked, pulling out the Gamachan wallet his sister gave him on his last birthday. For you, it's on the house, Ino replied, picking up the magazine she put down earlier. Compliments of Yamanaka's flowers. Naruto peered from behind the bouquet. Thanks for everything, Ino. You're really good friends. Anytime, Naruto, Un, said Deidara, patting the other blonde on the shoulder. Send Hinata-chan our best regards. Laden with their flowers, Naruto and Shikamaru waved goodbye to the Yamanaka siblings and left the store with Amaru tagging right behind them. Anemones don't really stand for friendship, Day, Ino remarked once Naruto and Shikamaru were out of earshot. I know, but you were in need of a better cover, teased the older Yamanaka. Ino gave her half-brother a light punch on the shoulder. Oh, Day, really? Hinata Hyuga was bored and lonely. There was absolutely nothing to do and no one to talk to. After their little spat, Niji and Hanabi had yet to return, and Hayashi had gone back to the Hyuga estate to take care of clan affairs. Kakashi had dropped by earlier to check on her condition, and finding her awake, had taken the liberty to chat a while, but even he had to leave soon afterwards. Hello, called a cheerful voice. Hinata looked up to see Naruto, Shikamaru, and Amaru standing at the door, each boy holding a bouquet of flowers. Naruto-kun, Shikamaru-kun, you came. The red puppy jumped onto the bed and snuggled himself beside the Hyuga. Hinata smiled as she stroked the puppy with her left arm. And how could I forget Amaru-chan? Shikamaru gave her a lazy smile. We figured we should drop by. You'd probably find us troublesome if we didn't. Same old Shikamaru. Always had something to call troublesome. Naruto flashed her one of his infamous foxy grins. Well, you see, a pair of birds told us that our favorite teammate had just woken up, so we decided to pay her a visit. And look, we brought flowers. He handed his bouquet to the pearl-eyed girl. Hinata smiled as she took the flowers. Typical Naruto. Always trying to bring cheer to those who needed it. Tomer gave the zinnias to Hinata as well. We stopped by at the Yamanakas to have these prepared for you. Ino and Deidara are glad to hear that you're awake. They also send their best wishes. Hinata took a whiff of the flowers. The fragrance was just so relaxing, and a slight smile illuminated her face. My compliments to the florists. Ino and Deidara must have gone out of their way to make these. Shikamaru and Naruto spent the rest of the time updating Hinata on what had happened within the last 36 hours she had missed. They told her of the matchups, their trainers, and the eccentricities of Jiraiya and Anko. Dropping his voice to a whisper, Naruto told Shikamaru and Hinata about the Hokage's visit concerning the unwanted tenant in his belly. "So, now you know," Hinata gasped. "How do you feel about it?" Shikamaru whispered. "Are you mad about it? I'm a little cheesed off that they've been keeping it secret from me, but other than that, I'm okay. Erosenin even fixed my seal for safety measures. Wanna look at it?" Shikamaru shook his head and Hinata politely declined. The three friends chatted a bit more until it was time for the boys and Amaru to go home. "Bye, Hinata," said Naruto. "Get well soon." As soon as those 3 words were uttered, Hinata froze up. "Hinata," asked Shikamaru, "are you all right?" "Why yes," whimpered the Hyuga. Naruto's eyes narrowed into slits. "You're lying," he whispered. Gently he took Hinata's left hand. "Tell me, Hinata-han, what is wrong?" "And nothing," Hinata stuttered out. The grip on the Hyuga's hand tightened by a smidge. "Hinata-han," managed Naruto as kindly as he could. "We're your friends. You can tell us anything." Hinata faltered. "What is it?" Shikamaru prodded. "I can never be a ninja again." Even though the words came out in a whisper, it still cut through Shikamaru and Naruto like a knife. Naruto and Shikamaru gave a collective gasp. Being a ninja had been very beneficial to Hinata. It had helped her with her confidence issues and gave her the drive to improve on her weaknesses. There was a chance that pulling Hinata out of the shinobi life would revert her back into the shy, stuttering wallflower they first met 9 years ago. But that's not the worst part," Hinata sniffled. "Keikakashi-sensei is being forced to pull me out of Team 7, and once the Hyuga clan elders get wind of the news, they're going to send me to the branch house and mark me with sea-caged bird seal." "No!" Naruto stood up, his blue eyes flashing with anger. "I won't allow it. I won't let those old farts get in the way of your happiness. Demand it, Hinata. If those geezers ever try to lay a finger on your forehead, they'll have the entire Inuzuka clan barking at their door." "Woof, woof, woof. Trans, we'll protect you no matter what. And we Naras won't take this lightly either," added Shikamaru. "We may not put much effort in most affairs, but when it comes to our teammates and loved ones, we always go 100%. Naruto-kun, Shikamaru-kun, stay strong, Hinata-han. You will get better, and even if you don't, you'll always have us by our side. Believe it."